you guys are the number one team in the world right now. But do you actually feel like it with how some of these games and losses can go?
Sometimes we can show we are the best.
Yesterday at the Blast Premier Spring Finals for Europe, we saw Navi take on Complexity. And Navi on Complexity's map pick of Nuke, they looked incredible. It was a quick 16-5 with a 6-0 T side after getting the 10-5 first half with the CT side. Then we moved on to Dust 2, which has always been a good map for Navi, but not something you can have confidence in. They ended up losing it 16-8. And at that point, we thought, okay, Mirage is next. There'll be a chance. But Complexity, they kept on swinging. It was 16-3 in their favor, and Simple, he just wasn't happy. He knew it wasn't good enough. The next game was FaZe taking on Vitality. Again, starting on Nuke, Vitality's pick, but FaZe, 11-4 first half, ending with a 16-11 overall scoreline, took the win, and BMAS, the young star, looking so good. And it continued on Dust 2 as they won 16-9 on their pick, and they are looking unstoppable right now. Let's bring on the games today.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another wonderful day of Counter-Strike here at Blast Premier. Today, we're getting into the winner bracket North America, but we're kicking it off with the loser bracket in EU. Teams are going home. They are getting knocked out, and they're going to get less of that sweet, sweet Skrilla, the prize money that these teams are all fighting for. And so, it's a big day. We're starting to get to the top of the brackets, and it's really starting to get competitive. As far as, well, our desk is concerned, more competition. It's been tight with the predictions, and it's only getting more complex as things progress. We got the mind games in the chat amongst us now, going into it every day. Welcome, Maniac. Welcome, Sponge. How you doing, fellas?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you very much. It's very hot in here. It's very hot in Copenhagen. And when it comes to prediction, you know, it went so bad for me that now I actually have peace of mind. I can sit back and watch you guys fight. I can have a good time. I can play reasonable. So it's there's bliss in that as well.
You should play Spoiler Maniac. You should be like Littlefinger from Game of Thrones. You should be in the backlines and people's ears, just trying to, you know, manipulate and help me win. Don't worry about the other two. Just worry about helping me win.
Use some of that psychology that you've mastered.
Who knows? I'm not doing that right now.
That's it. You know, he's just over there. Oh, no, I don't know. I saw your prediction this way where you're just like, oh no, I'm already done. I'm going to play reasonable. I'm like, dude, you should be doing the opposite. You should be doing the opposite, Maniac. Well,
Swing for the
yesterday, exactly. Yesterday it was all sorts of, it was all over the place. I mean, if we take a look at the results, a very exciting day of Counter-Strike. Complexity with a massive win over Navi. They continue to impress. FaZe taking down Vitality in clean fashion, 2-0. And then Furia removing Team Liquid. That is it. Liquid are the first team eliminated from North America. That was a lower bracket match. Liquid out of the tournament. And here is the actual bracket as well. So you guys can see Furia moving on into the consolidation final. They're going to be going up against whoever wins today or loses today, MIBR or Evil Geniuses. And well, let's go ahead and talk about Liquid for a little minute here, guys, because already, I mean, that was a big loss. It was a close match. It was well fought on both sides, but you could see towards the end there the grind getting to Liquid. And well, actually, before we start discussing it here, let's go ahead and listen to an interview that we made with Stewie post-match last night.
Sadly, you are out of Blast here, but I wanted to touch on this bit. Is one thing I've always seen with you guys, going back to like last year, even the years before, is that you guys have always been able to come back even in games that look like it was unwinnable for you. Now, I know things are online, but what are you putting this down to? What is it that you're saying to yourselves, like, why can't we do this? Because it must be just frustrating for yourselves as well.
Yeah, I think it's a work in progress. It's something that it's not going to fix overnight. You know, I was talking to my team just even last night, talking about, you know, like what we need to do. Like, everyone has a voice on this team, and, you know, it's not just a single leader on this team. Everyone has their part, everyone has their role, and people need to realize how big their voice is too. Once someone shuts down, or once someone, you know, kind of mentally gets frustrated, we played long enough with each other to understand and just sense that right off the bat. It doesn't matter if, you know, he's not in the moment. It's, you know, you sense something's wrong. So for us, we're talking about mental fortitude, and, you know, just we'd rather lose fighting. Like, we don't want to lose, like, just because we lost a stupid round, and just keep on going and just like keep going through the motions, just sitting and drowning in misery pretty much. So I think for us, it's just a lot of burnout right now with online. We know we can still be a good team. We just gotta, just come with a fresh mindset, come ready to play, come giving it our all until the very last second, pretty much.
Going down swinging. That's what Stewie's trying to say there. Get into it and go down swinging. Don't go down drowning in your own frustration, which is kind of the feeling that we got watching Liquid yesterday. It didn't really feel like they were in the match much. And so, Chad, let's start with you here on this Liquid segment, because I know Maniac is going to have some insight after this, thanks to TeamSpeak. So, Chad, what did you take away from it?
I'm kind of glad and not glad at the same time that it's just an interpersonal problem within the team, right? Because we know how good the players are, right? And I like the fact that they've changed up these roles. I like the fact we're seeing Naf on the AWP more. I think the changes for Liquid are good. It's just a bad patch for them. It's just a rough time for them right now. And I think when you look at the matchup for them against Furia, it's never really been an easy one. So they were probably dreading going into that game there yesterday. But it is a bit of insight there from Stewie, and I respect the honesty. And it feels like it's not meant for us. It's maybe meant for his teammates to see.
Yeah, Chad is probably right. These are the kinds of interview I really appreciate watching. I just want to start off by saying that yesterday wasn't so bad from Liquid. Honestly, the two first maps were decent, bending on nice. I mean, on Vertigo, Fury was just a better team. That is how it is. They're absolutely beautiful on the map. The second map is all Liquid's way. Then I think they lack the mental fortitude on the third map for sure. And right now, the discussion about Liquid and what Stu is telling us in that interview is that there should be a minimum that each and every player give, even when they're having a hard time. And this seems to be the problem for Liquid. There's no safety net when people get flustered, when people get frustrated. Maybe the amount of ideas, input just goes down the drain, and that becomes a problem. So it's an issue that a lot of teams have, and it hit Liquid pretty hard at the moment.
And that is the impression that we got watching them yesterday. So frustrating to see it just slowly bleed out, get quieter and quieter. I mean, we know this thanks to the player cams that we're getting. This is top shelf online CS, everybody. We were getting live feeds from the players. We're getting their team speak as well. We're getting insight into it. It's almost as if we were on LAN. And so getting to, watch the reactions, perfectly timed, watching the reactions from the players as that match was unfolding, you could just see the frustration building for Liquid, and that was a painful one. That was a painful one to watch them lose, but maybe it's the kick that they need right now. Getting knocked out, it's going to give them a bit more time here to start focusing and preparing for the next round, and we'll see that revitalized Liquid in the next step.
You gotta hope for it. You gotta hope for it. I also think that this frustration is an unfortunate byproduct of playing Furia right now. Because Liquid, I got the sentiment that they like to play normal, standard Counter-Strike. They like when they're in control in what's happening, when they can make the right decisions. And when you play against Furia, some of these situations will just make no sense. It will for them, but not for you. They'll push you against the ropes. They'll push you to play a Counter-Strike that you don't feel comfortable in. And this is a huge task. And as we could see on these webcams, that was not a good time for Liquid.
Not at all.
There's nothing worse than countering. It's just because there's nothing worse than having to play against people who you think are making the wrong decision and it works, right? Because you think they're stupid and they've made you look stupid. So that's very frustrating.
Well, it's the end all be all, but for now at least, this is how it stands. Furia progressed to the next round in North America, but let's take a look at Europe now. I mean, fantastic matches yesterday as well. Complexity with a massive win over Navi. An extremely frustrated Navi, same kind of style. We had an interview with Simple yesterday that was pretty heartfelt on his side as well, expressing frustration with, the state of things online, not being able to boot camp with his team, etc. But as far as Complexity are concerned, I mean, this was a massive win for them. Again, they come in and they take us all by surprise. I think every analyst in Caster had predicted that Navi would take that match, but Complexity, once again, coming in here swinging.
I was actually shocked at that result. I truly was. If it asked me, can Complexity beat Navi? I'd say, yeah, of course they can. I mean, if the stars align, if they're having a good performance, I could see it coming. But if you ask me, are they going to destroy them on map 2 and 3 the way they did? 16-8, 16-3? That I hadn't seen coming. Absolutely not. Everyone was fired up.
I have to cut you off, Maniac, just to point out that I don't know if this is an imposter that we've got. Jason Lake, I mean, I don't know if this is an imposter or not, because that's a blue tie, not a red tie. So not cutting it. Definitely not him.
Well, the logo's changed, mate. The Dallas Cowboys, the color scheme, and all that kind of stuff. It makes sense. You can flip-flop around, mate, with the color of the tie.
Nah, I don't think so, man. I mean, that's years of tradition just gone out the window. What, for the sake of a team? Chat, just get
Well, he
rid of it
doesn't
all.
kick the
throw
chairs
it all
anymore,
away.
does he? There's no more kicking to the chairs. There's no more roll CT, bring me the pistols. He's not behind them marching like a madman like he once was, but he's still at home screaming like that. And that's what you love to see, right?
True.
Because Jason Lakin, his love for this game and his team, you know, that's the passion that we like to see in Counter-Strike. He embodies that.
It bleeds through, and I know this because we've also seen, well, obviously we got to see him in action in London when he was there with the players when these teams were qualifying for this event. He was going bonkers in the stands, just always shouting. We've even got footage of it too somewhere around here with, I think it was on the Mamba speech made by Thorin, where you could just see him just going ham. But that's Lake, wears his heart on his sleeve, and if you ever doubted that he was passionate about CS and passionate about his team, well, yeah, I don't know what's wrong with you. But as far as Complexity are concerned, I mean, now this really sets them up for a fantastic run in this tournament, and Blast really, you know, it's their time to shine, I think.
It is, but at the same time, you cannot help but wonder how much did Navi help them in that game, honestly. And I don't want to take anything away from Complexity because, again, this was a fantastic performance coming in from that roster. But I cannot shake the feeling that Navi gave up. So now you're going to match Complexity against FaZe coming in, a FaZe count that looks absolutely fantastic all across the board. The roster is here, everyone is activated. Will we see the same type of dominance coming out of Complexity? Because that would be mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's a proving ground, right? Like what you've just set up there is what we looked at in London. It was, well, can Complexity do anything? And then they proved to us with surprise and hard work that they definitely can. And then the question is, well, can they do it again right now? Because we know that they've been playing within the realms of tier 2. They've been playing some ridiculous amount of maps, and that hard work, well, you can see when it pays on off. Sure, Na'Vi weren't at 100% yesterday. I don't think anybody in their right mind would say that. But fortunately for Complexity, they could only play the team in front of them, and they did the job that they needed to do. They've secured themselves that upper bracket final match against FaZe. And now when you look at that game, when you look ahead, that is a head-to-head game of teams with stars, right? Look at that performance that Config put on Mirage. Think about what Blame Fs has been doing as an individual. Obo stepped up. Everything is starting to look good for Complexity. Do I think that they have enough right now to take it to FaZe? Well, let's wait until we get to tomorrow before I start talking about that one.
That's exactly what everybody has to be thinking right now. You hit the nail on the head there, gentlemen. I mean, can't take anything away from Complexity, but they, you know, it's Astralis weren't at their best going into that match versus them where the huge upset happened. Na'Vi, same thing. I mean, Complexity were up to the challenge, but now I think this is going to be an excellent match because it's a FaZe at pretty much full power. They've just blown through pretty much everybody so far in this bracket. FaZe are looking great. And now you're going to get Complexity. It's the real test, I think, here in the winter final. So let's go ahead and bring up the bracket, and you guys can get a better picture of where we stand right now in this tournament because this has been a long run. FaZe, you know, 2-1 versus ENCE, a little bit of a fight versus the Finns, but then 2-0 Vitality, and now, well, Complexity, I mean, they've battled through and through, but man, that's going to be such a sick game. Can't wait to see it. But let's go ahead and start talking, well, you know, about FaZe. We can actually just focus on FaZe because FaZe beat Vitality yesterday.
Yeah, and they looked absolutely beautiful, I have to be honest. And I know that the legends of the team need to be spoken about, and we need to address Rain's performance. We need to talk about Nico and his numbers. We need to talk about Rain having a resurgence series versus ENCE. But I actually do want to focus on the new blood. I want to focus on Beamus, and I want to focus on Brokey, because I think that these two and what they bring to the table with that team right now, it has suddenly made FaZe in the conversation of who's the best team at the moment. Chad was the first one to mention it yesterday. I'll give him credit for that. But when you have Brokey who steps up in the clutches the way he's doing, which I'm going to say it again, I think he's going to be one of the future best clutcher ever. And then you have Beamus. Sure, there is a little bit of nerve sometimes, a little bit of pressure, but he actually had a lot of impact in these series. And we're talking about the game versus the best teams ever. So you suddenly have a fight that looks fantastic.
Beamus is ridiculous for his age, right? Like, just to think of the poise of a 16-year-old kid to be playing Counter-Strike at the level that he is. It's great stuff to see. But as a competitor, right, you can just assume what the kind of feeling is in that FaZe camp. They have been gifted by G2 losing to Vitality and Na'Vi losing to Complexity, one of the easiest bracket runs to get to the grand final that they could possibly imagine, right? So the way that this is set up in their mind at this point, and considering the CS that we've seen them play, they would be thinking of themselves as favorites to take this spot and get straight into the grand final as the first team. Because, look, we think that on this side of the desk, and I'm sure they think that in their own heads. It's just about converting it in the server when we see them play tomorrow.
It is, and well, one of the teams, they're not done yet in this tournament, but the latest victims for FaZe, you know, going down 2-0. We had a chance to talk to Shoxy after that match yesterday.
you just put this down to FaZe just being better at this point in terms of that individual skill within this game?
Yeah, definitely. I think the individual skill probably make a balance in this game. It's a bit also hard to say because I can see every point of view, from everyone. But it felt like it was definitely, I won't say a day off because prop to FaZe for playing a really good CS. But it definitely wasn't our good form. Not hitting shot individually, having bad communication, being a bit sloppy at the beginning of the BO, of the series. So a lot of stuff like this. And when you play in such a high level of CS and you face a really good team as it's FaZe, well, it just doesn't forgive. You just get goodbye. See you. You should have been there, but you are not there. So goodbye. Thank you. Up.
I get it, Shocks. Thank you very much for your time as always, mate. You're not out of it yet. We will see you in the lower semis when you'll be going up against Nip.
Oh, Nip! Long time no see.
I love Soxy. There you go. Long time no see. He's right. I mean, again, it's going to be Nip, and those are going to be the matches that we see today. And they were pretty hard to predict. I'm not going to lie. We had a bit of a debate going on in the chat between all of ourselves getting ready for it. But let's go ahead and take a look at today's matches, and we can start messing around a little bit with the predictions. Because as far as today's matches are concerned, they're real bangers all the way through. G2 versus Navi, first round. Excellent stuff because G2 have been looking great, and Navi are looking mortal. Nip versus Vitality. Again, you saw Shoxy's, he's excited. He's looking forward to that match. So are we. It's a 50-50. It's a hard one to call. And in North America, we're getting the upper bracket finals. Evil Geniuses versus MIBR. And the Geniuses are going to get it. So, $500,000 on the line for EU. That's what's up for grabs here in this upper bracket. These first two matches of the day, the teams are going to be fighting for the lion's share of this $500,000. It's a top-heavy prize purse, $335 to first place, as it should be. Winner takes the vast majority. And, it's really giving teams a reason to fight. Not only is there the glory, but there's also the Skrilla. So, gentlemen, let's take a look at our predictions now that I've hyped this up. I think that, you guys saw the wisdom. You guys understood what I was trying to show you yesterday with the prediction on EG. So I get it. That's good. But the other way around, we're all over the place. I don't know about this. What are we taking away from it?
Well, I think there's a line that catches our attention right here. Is that a Vitality logo I'm seeing next to all of these NIP logos, Semla?
That is actually, yes, a Vitality. Because I do believe that this is a real 50-50 match. Nipper on the up and up, but Vitality, I don't think they're going down without a fight. And I think that this can break either way. So I'm taking Vitality on this one. Is that it, gentlemen? Is that the best you got, Maniac? That's the best you got?
Oh, I was gonna let Chad tell you why you're wrong, so I just kept on nodding. I was like, okay, fair enough. He has a right to dream.
I could leave that. I'll wait to NIP versus Vitality's pregame to unleash all the knowledge on why NIP should be the favorites in this one here today. Semler's right. It is a hard game to call. I never know if Zywoo is going to show up and give us the Zywoo of 2019 or not. So that's why it's very hard to predict against a team like Vitality. But I'm just really impressed with NIP and what they've been doing lately, right? The way that this team has been cobbled together. Well, they're not cobbled together. The way that this team has been masterfully put together and now micromanaged by Threat. I honestly think that, in a couple months' time when they've had enough to practice with Hampers, they'll be a top 5 team in the world.
Well, this is definitely going to be an excellent one, but it is not the first match that we get to talk about today or watch. It's going to be G2 versus Navi to kick things off here today. So let's go ahead and dive right in. I mean, what are we expecting out of G2? It seems like they're getting a bit of a resurgence right now.
Yeah, they do. I think they have finally swallowed the hit. That was the grand final of the DreamHack Masters, obviously dropping that game versus Big. It hit them really hard. And the first time we've seen them during this week with the webcams and all, we could feel that they were defeated. We could feel that they were out of energy. I think Nexa was the one that most disappeared in the first series that we had. But then the day goes on, we give them 24-hour break. They come back refreshed. reoxygenated, I want to say, and this G2 right now is looking like a top 5 team in the world. They're in the number 1 at the ranking right here, but I do agree with Chad, there isn't really a number 1 at the moment, but they're one of the very best. They have a very deep roster, they have an established map pool, I think they have a great structure as well, their work ethics are great, every light's looking green for G2, and needless to say, this is the rematch of the IM Katowice Grand Final. We are blessed.
Yeah, we're very lucky to get this one right here. I just want to take people down memory lane for a second. Just understand that this G2 roster went from being an entirely French-speaking team to an international roster very, very quickly, right? Go back to the DreamHack Masters towards the tail end of last year. These guys met each other in terms of being teammates for the first time at that event and competed there. Since then, they've had to climb a lot of different mountains. Jax getting more sufficient with speaking English. The team having to overcome embarrassing moments like not defusing bombs, like losing to Regin and Natasafix, the stand-in of CS Summit, and then getting to grand finals and being cursed like the rest of the organization with 0-3 losses in best of 5s. These are all mental learning waypoints for G2 in becoming the best team in the world. Now, the best team, the rankings, Maniac's already said it, we don't need to get into that debate right now, but when you look at the players on this team, when you look at the hard work that they put on in, the reason that I think they fell flat is because that laser focus for hard work was draining them and they needed a break. This is a time where there's a lot of CS being played. I think the 24 hours where Nexa went and got his hair cut and they're actually able to sit back and take a deep breath was enough to refocus these guys for this tournament, and I think they're looking hot to trot.
Yeah, well, one of the guys who was really, I mean, you pointed it out, Jax, has improved vastly at English. He's actually capable of doing interviews now, and so we're going to hear from him going into it.
They're the number 1 team in the world right now. But do you actually feel like it with how some of these games and losses can go?
Sometimes we can show we are the best team in the world, but I think in the long term we need to prove because we are not really consistent, and we need to work a lot on the mental part of the game because sometimes we're struggling a lot, and we know we can be the best team, but we are not really the best team at this moment on the present, you know.
And that's some good awareness to have of what you need to work on. But today versus Navi, right? Certainly not an easy game. You did win last time back at DreamHack, and it was that insane Mirage game that came in. Now, do you expect it to be different this time around in terms of the map picks?
I don't really know. Against Navi, it's always a difficult matchup. I think the beginning of the game, how do you say? It's the most important is the beginning of the game, tactically and mentally. We need to jeu de jambes l'équipe adverse.
They need to fake him out, is what he's saying. Jeu de jambes, you know. It's think Ronaldo. Think quick feet. They need to hit the ground running.
It's good you two are here
for there, but. Dude, it's great. His English has gotten, I mean, really, all of these CS players, it's fantastic. You know, guys like a couple of years now talking English, and all of a sudden it's like, their English is fantastic. It's really great to see. But let's go ahead and focus on Navi now, their opponents. And, well, obviously a team that's going through their own struggles right now, trying to find the results despite the fact that everything is offline, and that doesn't seem to favor them.
Yeah, but the fact that everything is online right now seems to be a huge problem for them. And one of the topic points of that matchup that we have right here is the fact that one team is in bootcamp and the other one isn't. We've mentioned it a couple of times. We heard it in the interviews. That looks to be a problem for Navi. And I was listening to them when they lost, and I can guarantee you there are some issues as to how people behave and how they communicate with each other when things go wrong. And if you're Blade, that has to be one of the focus points of your entire project with Navi. Because it's not a question of is there talent on the team. It's not a question at all. It's not a question of even the map pool that they have, because I think on a given day they could be anyone, anywhere. But there is an issue with how they behave and how they act right here. They look defeated the other day. Electronic had his worst performance of the entire year. We talked about him. We said he's always there where he wasn't. So it's hard for me to hit exactly what's the issue with Navi, but there's something wrong at the moment.
It sounded like from the interview with Simple yesterday that we dived into during the Phil segment that it's a work ethic problem, right? That some people are working and some people aren't, and they're distracted. And look, if you can't get everything that you need out of your players in this environment, you're never going to be able to compete at 100%. And this man here does not accept anything else than 100%. And that's fair enough when you're the best player to ever touch this bloody game. So the fact that his teammates, once again, a completely different iteration, he feels like they're letting him down, he is going to be getting frustrated in TeamSpeak. They are going to be falling apart in that way. But here's the thing. Electronic can have an off day, and then Electronic can have an on day. And when Electronic has an on day, like we saw in day number 1 for these guys, he is an absolute monster. So it becomes very difficult to rule them out when we know that Na'Vi are highly emotional, right? It's like, oh, well, they're emotional yesterday. Maybe today they're back in the saddle where we need them to be. So coming into the matchup against G2, that has to put a bit of fire in their belly, knowing that these guys have taken the number 1 slot and Na'Vi were there not that long ago.
It's the rough thing when it comes to Na'Vi. I think 24 hours break would have made a world of difference for them, perhaps. But we'll talk more about that. We've got to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the pick and ban, and we'll figure out where the maps are going for this one. So there we have it. Welcome back from the break, and now it's time to get into the thick of things, gentlemen. I'm going to hand it over to you for the pick and ban, and let's figure out where the maps are going for this series.
All right. Well, let's start first with the veto. The first wave should be Overpass and Vertigo. It has been the case every time these two teams met. I would be very surprised to see a difference. Now, when it comes to pick, Chad, I'm going to let you give your first insight, because I have some doubts, and I want to hear what you think first.
G2 probably going to go for Mirage because of how terrible Na'Vi looked on it yesterday, right? That would fill me with a lot of confidence, and I really just don't want them to pick into Dust 2. G2, just don't. There we go. As long as they didn't pick Dust 2, we're okay, because when they seem to pick it, they can't seem to win on it. Now, Na'Vi get the choice to pick it, and that would be great for G2. They're more than happy to play it, just as long as it's not their conscious choice.
Am I the only one that like to see an Inferno pick coming out of Navi? I feel like that was one of the maps where I felt like, okay, they go for Train actually. That is a curveball I hadn't seen coming. I wanted to see Navi push G2 in an uncomfortable spot. I didn't want them, as you say, to pick Dust 2 or a map like that where G2 know what they're doing. I think that G2 still has, I want to say, fluxes in how good they look on certain maps, and Train is a good one. I like to see that coming out of Navi.
Yeah, well, we saw G2 actually show us a little bit of surprise on their train the other day when it was picked against them, right? They looked a lot more solid than I was expecting. So if Navi aren't showing up today in terms of firepower, maybe Train's not the greatest pick, but if it's no firepower, then the maps don't really matter. So this looks like we'll probably end up with Dust 2 as the third and decider here, unless Navi want to take it to Nuke, which, look, where we go? Okay, I wouldn't hate Nuke. That's not bad. That's not bad. I just thought they might be too scared to go to a map like Nuke for the third.
Well, what is interesting about Nuke is that I think the last time these two teams met, Navi completely destroyed G2 14-1, but on their CT side. So I'm not exactly sure it's going to be knife round, I guess, for the third map. So I do believe that the side will make a huge difference if and when we go to that third map.
All right, good. And so now we figured it out. I mean, it's going to be kicking off on Mirage. Fantastic map. We're looking for a brawl. But we did have a chance to catch up with Electronic going into the match, and so we'll hear what he has to say.
And last time you guys faced off against G2, it was close, but they won 2-0. So what do you feel will be different this time around, other than what you're saying about confidence? How else do you get a win over these guys?
First of all, we already tried to fix our mistakes against G2. We know that we were really bad as a team. Our communication was on low level. And we hope that we can fix it onto the games. So yeah, we'll try to destroy them like it was in Katowice, and show everyone that now we can play good again.
Chad, I'm looking at you. What did we take away from that one?
Look, there's no doubt in my mind that Navi can play good again. I just don't think that the circumstances right now is when they play good again. Right now, having Simple and Electronic in your team, we say it every single time. We sound like a broken record. I'm fed up of it coming out of my mouth. I know you at home are fed up of me saying it, but those two players right there literally have the power within themselves to win a game of Counter-Strike. It doesn't even matter what the other three do. As long as they're getting a kill every second round, Navi are always in with a chance. So going into today's matchup, I have G2 as the favorite, but only just, right? If you're going to talk about the best two teams in the earlier stages of this year, it is G2 and Navi. We have been treated right now with a matchup that should deliver.
Absolutely, and I just want to give a little bit of nuance when it comes to the players of Navi and this map pool. Because of the tactical ground that we have and training new coming in, I'm going to be looking at Boomich, because I think that one of the flaws that Navi has shown in these few games is there sometimes a lack of direction in what they're doing, a little bit of a hesitation, second guessing themselves, overthinking some situations. We had the clip yesterday of that run boost catwalk on Dust 2 that wasn't really needed. So he will need to be clear. He will need to be decisive in what he wants from the team, because I don't want to see them losing any 5v4 anymore.
I don't think anybody, especially the Navi fans, want to see them lose more 5v4s. That's just pure pain and agony when you're watching Simple's reaction. But, there was a point that was brought up earlier in the fact that, yeah, G2, they're pretty much on LAN right now. This is what we saw kind of at the beginning, when we did Flashpoint, for example, where we switched it all online, except that the teams were all still playing from team houses. Right now, G2 are taking full advantage of that. Full yawn from Kenny as well. I love it. The timing is perfect. But, they're right now in the same room. They might as well be on LAN. They might as well be in boot camp. That's exactly where they are. And so does that give them an edge going into this match, into this environment?
Yeah, huge one. An absolutely huge one, to be honest, because I think as every team, the mentality comes into play with G2, and we see them, they're very activated, they're very emotional as well. You have a man like Jax who will stand up and give a fist bump left and right. I think Nexa as well brings a lot of fire, and I just think that it helps them being at this maximum optimization of their level. I think they're all poised, they're activated, they're online, they have the coach behind them, Malek is walking back and forth, they even have Jerome, they even have Nyak actually behind. He's like, I don't know exactly how it is, like the Eye of Sauron, just making sure that everyone is doing what they have to do, and then he's ready to just zap them if something goes wrong.
Didn't we have a problem, Maniac, though, for a while where they were notoriously slow starters in morning games, the French? Wasn't that a problem that existed for a period of time?
I guess. I think it was the Shocks time. Kenny could sometimes take a bit longer to come activate, but I think this lineup probably doesn't suffer that much from that.
Yeah, hopefully that's behind them, right? But looking here, they having a good time. You can see right there with Jax and Hunter, that little dance. When we talk about, Jax being the funny guy of the team, kind of in charge of the mood right there. I think that's one of the things that he brings that is not inside the server. We got the Betway odds on screen right here, just favoring G2 as well. But look, if we want to compare some names, Kenny versus Simple, huge matchup. Electronic versus Hunter, huge matchup. You go down the list, these teams are very comparable in terms of the players that they have and what they can deliver. If we get 100% out of both squads right now, we get a fantastic game of CS. But it's just hard for me to see where we're going to get 100% out of Navi right now after yesterday. We might get 75%.
75? Is that enough, though, to take down G2?
I don't
If
think
that 75% is Simple and Electronic only, then maybe. Right?
There it is.
But
Can we bring up the predictions again?
If the
Can we bring up
70
predictions again, please, real quick? Go ahead, Chad. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I want to hear the reasoning. I just want to refresh this real quick. Okay, so it was only Banks that was crazy. Okay, I got you.
And it's worth the risk, right? James has actually made it's a risk, but it's one of those risks that a lot of people could argue for, right? G2, I just think that they are laser focused right now. Where Navi, we know that is not the case, right? I still think that the players in the team can deliver the level that we all want to watch, but they just don't have all the pieces in the same way. If Navi are like, oh, well, we know it on LAN, and G2 are on LAN, Maniac's pointed out a million times, there's a huge advantage right there.
Oh, man. All I want to say is, Gratisfaction, you look at that picture, eat your heart out, buddy. Eat your heart out. I was doing it first. I was doing it before school. I was doing it before school. Just so you know, I'm like the
Well, Twist copied my head, didn't he?
I had glasses before they were cool. I had the handlebar mustache, the twirly mustache. Dude, I was all over it. What was that?
I think Twist's copied my haircut.
Yeah, you were there. You had the tentacles. Maybe he's into anime too. I don't know.
Oh, he definitely is. Don't you worry about that.
Well, there is an argument for Banks. There is an argument for Banks, just like there was an argument for EG. And I'm very curious to see if it pans out for him. Maybe he's got that visionary side of things. But watching G2. Just having that LAN advantage, them being in the same room like that, and having the manager, having their coach, having them, they can do the huddle. It just feels like such a huge advantage in an online atmosphere where Navi, you can clearly tell that they're struggling when things get difficult, and they feel isolated. It looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, there is no way arguing that G2 did not let that grand finals slip away against Big in Dragon Masters. We know what happened, right? But in the grand scheme of things, I think they have shown a lot of consistency. I think their rise as a team, and if you look at the rankings in general and where they were at when Hunter and Nexa joined, they have been steadily improving non-stop. It is a linear progression. What it makes me say is that the first result they got were not a honeymoon period where everyone is just fired up and the structure isn't behind it. It's just a matter of everyone being 120%. That is not the case. I think G2 is a project that had the right mindset, they had the right structure, the right work ethic, and they slowly but surely became an incredible team, which is why I'm ready to bank on them right now, because Chad is dead on the money. When you have Simple and Electronic going against you, you can never discard them. Never, ever. In any given day, they can decide to win the game. But for G2, they've given me enough to know that there is a minimum of what they can bring to the server. What we have seen at the beginning of the week was a downside. Absolutely, they were completely deflated. But if we don't see that, then G2, there's certain value.
And just quickly, Summer, I just want to get this one in here, mate. Navi, as we touched on last night, have to deal with their girlfriends and babies. So, they're in a lot more trouble. I may as well double down, mate. I may as well keep digging the hole.
Get on it.
I may as well. Why not?
That's the thing. It's just lock them in a room and play some CS. That's what it's all about.
Okay. As long as they got food and water, all right. Like we need some humane
basic
conditions.
necessities. Fine.
A bathroom would be nice, or at least
come in.
A pot to squat over. Just a couple.
This is the thing, though.
A couple of things like that.
The distractions are real. That is the thing, though. It's like when you're at home, you're right. You're having to deal with the distractions. You're having to deal with all sorts of things in terms of like preparing food, etc. That you wouldn't necessarily have to deal with in a LAN tournament environment or even at a boot camp environment, right? And so there is that to weigh on here for Navi. And well, I don't know if we're making too many excuses though, because once upon a time, I mean, this is what CS was all about. You played online, and then maybe because you played online, you qualified into the major events. So you had to do it. This is just something that you have to put up with, and then you're gonna have to get over if you're Navi.
Yeah, I guess we kind of circled back, didn't we? I mean, the time where Chad and I were playing, online was the lion's share of the job. Online games were 90% of what we were doing. If we were lucky, we had a few events here and there if we qualified, but online was our life. Now, these players, they've been used to the LAN conditions. They've been used to, going to an event, being laser focused, having everyone do anything that they need for them, just having to think about how they need to perform, which I can understand. I can understand completely. That's the process of optimizing your performance. This is what all sports are doing. But now they're home. Some of them are home. They have to figure out how to manage their own performance amidst all of the things that they have to deal with in the regular life. You can put whatever you want in that category. But yeah, I can understand it's a hassle. I think it's a learning period. But like we said yesterday, we've been there for a while now. So it's time to show that you can assess the situation, adapt, improvise, and overcome.
I've got some. We're talking about how the players are the ones who have to adapt to the times, or roll back the years to online CS. Well, we've got to do that, for online broadcasts, because once upon a time, an hour and a half was pretty standard for one map, just because of the delays. But right now, we're waiting on a player to connect to the server, and so once again, we're back. We're stepping back into 2015, where we're just waiting, and the match will start when it starts. It's not that LAN environment, where everything is tight ship run, ship shape on time, lickety split.
Yeah, we got
not the case. We're waiting for the last player to join.
Incentivize them. We got the stick to incentivize them to LAN, right? But like a legitimate stat similar that I want to point out here is Na'Vi. It wasn't the Na'Vi that we see now, but there was a version of Na'Vi that didn't play online matches for over a year, right? That's how far we moved away from online Counter-Strike. And that wasn't because they were avoiding online tournaments. They weren't playing in the ECSs, right? That wasn't where they were headed with this. They were playing in the other events where they didn't have to play online. So it is actually very foreign for a few of the members in this team, Electronic, Simple, and Flamey, for sure right there. Whereas Simple and Electronic, I thought I didn't have to worry about it in that regard, but clearly it's cropped on up. So there are woes, there are wobbles, and there are problems, but I think that there's good points as well, right? These players say that they're on the road too much and they want to be home a little bit more. Well, now you've been forced to be home for a long period of time. So I guess we just have to make the best of the situation we have right now, do some meditation, do some yoga, get outside, drink 2 liters of water every day, read and take in new influences. And then you get people getting into your Instagram DMs and asking you if Blaster holding a gun to your head because you're smiling on stream and you don't normally smile. So that's it. You change your life, guys, and you can actually be happy. It's weird.
It's kind of crazy how that works. I would say that you need to drink 3 liters of water a day, my dude. But 3?
Hey, okay, I can up it. I can up it.
Lighter than I am. You just got, what? It's like you get that bottle, that walk-around bottle. You just always have it next to you, and you're just always sipping. And by the end of the day, you've had 3 or 4 of them, and you're good to go, right? All right, I think it's time to get into some CS, gentlemen. So thank you very much for the analysis. I mean, yeah, we had to fill for a little bit, but that's all right, right again. Just got to keep adapting. But that is going to be it here for the desk. It's time to hand it over to our commentators, Anders and Moses.
More technical
They can get
fans.
us into this first match of the day. Yes, more technical fans.
Oh, nailed it. What's going on, Anders? How's it going? How you feeling this morning? You ready for the match?
Oh, I'm real ready. I have high expectations. I'm ready to be disappointed by Navi again. I want to see a different Navi from last time. Just a completely different Navi, in fact. G2 I kind of like. I like where they're going. I think overall it's an interesting project. But I don't know. I've got a lot of criticism for Navi last time, and I've got a lot more in the back of my head, Jason, if we need it. So get ready.
You're always on point with the criticism. That's one thing that no one can ever take away from you. You are just on point. Here we go. Pistol round is live. G2 starting on the attacking side of Mirage. Navi's going to be in the defense. We'll see how things go. This Navi team needs to remain mentally focused today through all the struggles. Flamey's going to get blinded, but nobody swings. And Simple bails them out. They're both lined up against the wall. And now G2 responds with the quickness.
Boomich, good double headshot to bring it back. Perfecto will take another one with him. I can't believe no one swung when they were all flashed. I mean, I don't know if they were flashed as well, but that was a big opportunity to clean up that whole mid push, and somehow they failed to act on it. Looked like it still almost spiraled out of control there for a minute for Navi, but now in a 3-on-1, Bomb is in the middle, Jax is coming up at the underpass, and it's looking just much, much better. So, yeah, let's just see. This fight should not really be winnable for Jax in any way. He's volunteering himself into a 3-way crossfire. Could it be behind him as well? Very paranoid. He actually gets a kill.
Careful,
I can't believe
Anders.
he's still alive.
Careful, Anders.
No, they've won
Don't
this.
do this to Navi. Not this early. Don't do it this early. Boomich in the window room. Perfecto waiting at top mid. You're right. This should be impossible, but we've seen crazier things. And I think Jax is just waiting. He's trying to buy time, trying to make them feel like maybe he's wrapping around towards top mid. But still, this is going to be so difficult to find these 2 kills. Perfecto spots him out. There's the spin. Jax knows what comes next. He's trying to make himself a small target. A goosh onto the first player, but he's brought low. And again, 20 seconds. He's going to have to get both kills. Boomich misses an opportunity, and there finally gets the 3rd kill.
So now I was going to say, Jason, if they lost that, they deserve to get cursed. And then I would have piled on. I would have done more if I could. That can't even be close, can it? Yeah, he made it look dangerous, though.
Yeah, he really did. That was some good playing from Jax. I think, I mean, that felt like a counter strategy to me from Navi. They had about 5 players there, 3 on that initial stack. The other 2 were there so very fast. Even when G2 responds with 2 kills, it's just not nearly enough to make any progress. So Navi kind of, I think, knew what was coming and had the best defense possible for it. An A hit coming in. Boomich sprays down 2. Simple with the scout, a long-range headshot. Kenny S responding quickly, but that should be it, and it is 2-0.
Yeah, it's a nice, smooth round. Of course, this is going to be the real test coming up now with the AKs being picked up. There's no bomb plant in the early round, the first one there, so I could understand why they don't want to buy anything in that second round, leaving us in the 3rd. AWP on Simple, which, I don't know, we've had some great games out of Simple lately. We've had at least a really, really good couple of games out of Electronic. A couple of days past now. But those are 2 of the players, obviously, you're going to be looking for here on the Navi side to really come up with a high performance here. It's not even the individual players on Navi that's really the main focus of my criticism, at least. It's when they're on that T side and they just look so lost some of the time. That's what's really frustrating.
Yeah, it's the, I mean, it's the classic round running out of time. I don't know. It's such a weird. I know what you mean. I just don't know why it's happening. I think the real scary part that stops me from getting behind Navi a little bit more today is it just feels like, you know, that one push over the edge and their entire series can be ruined. We saw them take that first map a couple days ago in really, really stunning, powerful fashion and then just collapse. And that's a worrying sign to me, the mental fortitude not being there. That nade, he messes it up, but it almost is actually perfect.
Yeah, I was noticing that too. Seemed like he was a bit slow, but he still picks up the kill on Jax, and now they can evacuate the middle if they want. They don't have to stick around here any longer, especially if they're going to keep Electronic on this side of the map. Just have him hold the connector, maybe have Simple keep an eye on the window. And Perfecto and Flamey over at the B bomb site look like they're about to be under attack. And actually, if Flamey goes down quick here, that could be a little bit of a disaster. He's got the MP9, he's walking almost into the shot. Pretty good teamwork coming out with Perfecto also joining up, and now it's Simple on the cross as well, and this is looking really, really tight for Navi in this 3rd round. Oh, no.
Oh.
I said that
Okay.
maybe a second too quick.
That might be an indication of the Simple we're going to get. The Simple who's trying to do a lot for a struggling team. Amanek has a 3rd kill in the round, and they might rip this out of the hands of Navi. G2 and a 2 versus 1. They find Boomich coming through the smoke, and Kenny Ass has a free AWP. And you saw it to start that round. Simple sticking around in middle, beyond what we normally see. Looking for that one pick, and then overextending later on. That might be a sign of what's to come.
Ooh, well, I mean, that's a dirty shot from Amanek. We didn't get to see that. That's really well done, but that starts, what is that, like a 3-on-5 or something? And then it just gets blown apart in less than a couple of seconds. That is slightly disturbing.
And that's gonna be a point that I'm gonna stick to throughout this game, is because that's a style that we've seen out of Simple not for a long while, but where when he loses that faith in his teammates, you start to see like the really fun like FPL level Simple that comes out that goes for like crazy plays to always try and win the round, but they're not always the smart or the right plays to make, and sometimes it can be punished.
Yeah, they're the kind of plays that, you know, if you like watching Simple craziness, which everyone does, it's great, but you're right, for maybe the health of the overall team could absolutely be a bit of an issue. Oh, nice awareness for Jax. Clean with these shots coming out. And this round
he's checking everywhere behind him as well.
Yeah, he's just being paranoid in there. Leaving it to Hunter on the MP7 to clean up a little bit more, which I think is a fair point. Get him the money, don't risk the AK-47. And now it's just Perfecto left. So, pretty quick way to equalize the score early on here for G2.
Yeah, real nice and easy. I mean, what a brilliant third round they had, and this one obviously an early, not full reset, but an early dent in the economy of Navi. So, we'll be tied up 2-2.
I mean, I can even understand why Simple might, you know, we don't know fully yet, but if he's going to lean in that direction of that kind of play style, that could absolutely be a bit of a reaction to the kind of Navi we've been seeing over the last couple of days, which has really been, yeah, it's just been lacking a lot, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the biggest tell, and maybe this is part of the reason why we feel that way, maybe we're reading a little bit more into it, but that interview that he gives to Banks is after their loss against Complexity, or about their loss against Complexity. That was a interesting, Simple. You heard the frustrations again. You heard some of the issues he's having with the team in the moment, and I mean that's kind of a sign that there's a lot of things going on within this Navi team that aren't quite right. Here we go, 2-2. Jack's gonna lead the way towards mid. It's Electronic waiting behind the flames in window room. And Simple's got his AWP again.
Oh, and Perfecto moving up quite far behind the flashbang. It's gonna be re-smoking that. It's a great forward position to be in, but when they smoke it like that, it's also a clear sign to anyone from G2 that, you know, they are really, really aggressive. So wonder if they'll commit any resources to trying to clear it out or just ignore it for a minute here. But yeah, they definitely know. You could see Nexa's worried about it. A lot of mid-control here for G2. No one close enough by for Navi to try and stop it, but they're keeping an eye on it. I mean, it's not going to be easy, even if they get in the connector, to actually get into the A-bomb site. There's a pretty good hold. I think the window may be the point of weakness if they can find a way to take down Electronic. That'd be a nice entry for G2.
Everyone's passive, 40 seconds. And G2 hasn't even gained a whole lot of control. The best thing they have is Jax in that ladder room. This is going to be a split towards the B bomb site, but they've got to take care of Perfecto. One pop flash from deep. This is utility. This is a fake. There's the swing. Good win from Perfecto. No one's there to back that up from Nexa. Aminex steps up to the plate, but he's got the bomb, and he's so far back. This is falling apart. 20 seconds on the clock, and that should be the round done. A heroic stand from Perfecto. There's no way they can get the bomb and make it all the way back. However, kills will be valuable.
Yeah.
And that is a great double kill from Perfecto.
It is, and did I just miss it, or did Aminex not throw any grenades for Nexa to get that, you know, peek around the corner? They knew the smoke was up earlier, like, you know, Nexa was watching the whole... I don't understand why. Yeah, so there's no flashbang here. Why is there not? Right behind him is Aminex. He had a flashbang on him. I checked that. So they just walked in. I actually have a really hard time justifying that.
Yeah, it could have been a little bit of nerves with the time starting to run down low, that the move was just made before Aminex was ready. It could have just straight up been a mistake. It could have been a miscommunication or a lack of communication. Whatever it was, you're right. That one flashbang perhaps could have saved them the round, or at least given them an opportunity to win the round. But as soon as Nexa fails that battle, the odds of them taking it are very, very low. Still did good damage, 3 kills in the round for G2, so that's why you see a Deagle on Electronic, 3 FAMAS, and Simple's got the most powerful weapon, that AWP. And that's going to be back towards the ticket booth at the A-bomb site.
So interesting. What Electronic must have dropped for someone else, I guess. Yeah, I guess he probably did. Maybe he dropped an ult for Sim. I don't know. Did he already have one? Simple? Yeah, he did. Well, regardless, just a deagle. That's a bit confusing to me. Math is hard, Jason. First game.
Maybe he's emphasizing the kit and some utility they brought into the round. You know, Deagle's pretty powerful these days. We've seen a lot of people do some cool stuff with it. G2's going to attack right into a stack, Anders. There's 3 players at this B bomb site, including Simple. Electronic is burning down to 34. Simple gave up the angle, but they're going to have to run through the Molotov. Flamey with 2 kills, and they've handled absolutely nothing. So this Navi looks on point for the moment. Kenny S is going to burn Perfecto out of the corner, but he's got so much to deal with. There is a flank coming in through Market. Good find, good kill from Kenny. And there's a duel and a half. What a shot. But Boomich is right there behind.
Man, those were some incredible fireworks from Kenny there. You love to see that. That is the kind of Kenny that's so much fun to watch, because that could have been the end of the round much earlier. He takes 3 people with him in the grave. That's pretty impressive.
There's not a whole lot of people that can peek into Simple holding an angle like that and actually win the fight. So Navi's very lucky that Boomich had rotated over towards Catwalk and is ready for that trade immediately. Still, Deagle's picked up more economic damage dealt. The AWP taken out of the hands of Simple. Any kills they get here are incredibly valuable for G2.
Yeah, that's really been the big victory for them so far, is they've continuously done that economic damage. Definitely shows in the bank of Na'Vi right now. Amanek alone over at the A ramp. The rest of them are looking to take middle. They've got a single smoke on Jax. Oh, he's actually going to be going down, trying to get into the window, or maybe being boosted to take a look in there. That's a bit of a shame. And Amanek will fall. So whatever the plan was, it's certainly got a lot more difficult now.
Oh yeah, G2 are going to need this reset at some point. They've had Na'Vi on the edge a couple rounds now. They're going to need that. There's the boost up over the box. He knows they're coming around the corner. Is that burst fire again? Oh, Nexa, nice shooting.
It can't be, surely.
That felt like burst fire to me, and I don't know how many pros have been practicing it, but we've seen a couple really nice burst fire sequences. These are awesome kills to get. If Nexa can add... Oh, he's done it. He adds one more. That's the turning point. Now the economic damage is massive.
Yeah, they're getting away with so much in this. And the MP9 might actually be less favored. Maybe the armor makes a difference. Oh, Nexa. He had the perfect idea. That's 3 kills in a round that probably should have had none. And you just said something, Jason, and just hold on. Let's see. We're going to see the replay here. My God, it is burst fire.
It was burst fire.
You just intimated that maybe pros have been practicing burst fire. Now I'm gonna need you to take that back.
I mean, I do take it back. That might be a bit much, but I think they're probably. I would imagine they're using it more than we've seen previously, which I mean, to be fair, was like 0%. But we've started seeing pros going to it here and there.
If I find out any pros are practicing burst fire, man, the commentary is gonna have to change a lot. I'm gonna be angry. Willing to be persuaded, but man, we have like a decade's worth of evidence that it's not worth it.
I don't know about a decade. I mean, the burst fire in 1.6 was pretty legit.
All right, well, you have to go back a decade to find evidence that it can work.
Okay, that's fair. I feel like I don't know. Maybe I'm going insane. Maybe I'm mixing up my updates. I felt like CSGO updated and made the burst fire a little bit more viable, but I can't speak to that with any kind of confidence. We'll leave it there. 2-5. Kenny S with the AWP finds a pick on towards Catwalk. So silence across the map as Na'Vi rotates into new positions. It's Electronic committed to Dark. Perfecto's coming over, but that's an SMG in support. He does have one flashbang.
Middle as well. Hunter going down. Jax is going to be traded after that 1 kill, but it still might actually work out. They're at least at the bomb side. 2 people defending at CT spawn. Flamey and Perfecto at the moment. And also coming in from the connector is Simple. 18 seconds on the clock, so they need to make a move right now, G2. They're going to try and put the bomb down, but running through the smoke is Perfecto. And that's a huge kill. 10 seconds now for Kenny in a 1 versus 2. And he's sneaking close. He might be able to get the kill on Simple, but he can't win the round any longer. And the no-scope is at the very least going to work. But yeah, they'll lose the round. Again, doing tremendous amount of economic damage, but still not able to reset Navi. That's got to be frustrating at this point.
Yeah, that round was just slow enough for G2 that Navi's able to rotate over. The biggest problem is that smoke thrown towards CT spawn. Because they didn't feel safe in actually getting out and throwing the proper smoke, that actually gave, I believe it was Perfecto, some safety to move out from Ticket Booth and have a really, really quick peek on the planter to stop that bomb from going down. So some small details causing G2 to drop that round. And again, Tech9's Deagles, Kenny S with the AWP gonna lead the way at the B bomb site. They'll give him time to find a pick. Molotov is out, he's praying for a jump.
I was gonna point out in that last round, Kenny was winning that fight against Boomich on the A ramp, and he was alone, right? There was no one there to back up Kenny, which for a lot of his career has sort of not been the style. He's actually looking like he's ready to peak this, nearly taking down Perfecto. It's been a lot of Kenny's career where he's been, you know, he's had a bodyguard with him. People set him up. He's sort of been the super weapon, and that's not a point of criticism, but it's cool to see Kenny do that stuff on his own, because think of how much more valuable he's going to be as if he wasn't already good enough. If you can send him off to do those things on his own without anyone being nearby. Not that you have to do it all the time, but that could be really, I mean, a great resource as an in-game leader to call that in and say, Kenny, we're going to need an opening somewhere.
Well, this time he's not going to provide it. Gets his head ripped off. Hunter's going to pick up the AWP, so Tech9, he's got light armor as well. Towards the B bomb site is where we go. Flamey in this position where Perfecto just was. They'd already cleared it because of Kenny. The bomb's been spotted. The AWP is not here. They need to find Perfecto. They can't find either. Nobody's going to mop up that easy kill. And Hunter may want to think about, I mean, it might be worthwhile to just save the AWP and drop that over to a teammate. There goes Simple. Perfecto's back at bench, but not peeking it. He's found him anyways.
So aggressive for Hunter. They get 2 kills, but for once Navi actually starts to build a tiny bit of money in this round. It's been much closer every other round. But still a 7-2 lead in favor of Navi, so I want to criticize them, Jason. I want to, but right now they're doing a good job. I'm ready if they mess this up.
Yeah, well, that's got to be the game plan. That's got to be the goal for G2, or at least the bigger picture goal is to you have to force Navi into that collapse. We know they're fragile. They're not just going to fall apart right out of the start. And for G2, I mean, if you that interview from Jax right before this series, he mentioned one of the most important parts for him at every aspect of the game is how this map starts. And unfortunately for him and G2, they've started out a bit slow. They've let Navi get some momentum. They let Navi, you know, settle down and get comfortable. And at some point, they're going to have to find the winning recipe, because you do want to push Navi over that edge. We know it's possible. We know the results are catastrophic for Navi, but you have to get them there.
Yeah, they've invested into a double AWP, which, again, it could be so dangerous on this map. Flamey.
One of the AWPs was dropped from Hunter in the last round, so it's they've only paid for the 1 AWP at the very least.
Yeah, that's also good. I mean, it's for their own economy's sake. But yeah, Flamey actually denied that earlier. I think he wanted to get up there, but the grenades raining in made him second guess it. It looks like Hunter's going to be rejoining the team. This could just be a plain A execute with maybe Hunter lurking around middle.
Yeah, but I mean, Navi, they've read this. They know exactly what's coming. Simple's here at the point of attack. He's going to push up the triple boxes. He's got the angle towards A ramp, and he's got the first kill. No one else is there to keep him pinned down. They have to take that all over again. Nexa doing what he can. But Boomich is on top of the ladder and not actually getting burned whatsoever. There's the kill from Amanek, and Simple responding. But he's locked in. He's got to fight the whole way, and of course he's going to deliver.
Such a great triple. I mean, the accuracy on him. He took his time to line up that last shot, and it was dead on. So Hunter now low on health, 45 seconds, and trapped in connect to the bomb. It's all the way where Flamey is, so Flamey doesn't actually need to go and challenge too much. It could be dangerous. Don't want to walk into any kind of bullet here and leave it a one-on-one. And Hunter's so worried, and for a good reason. Perfecto right behind him. So, another round for Navi. And And another one again. I mean, the money is never going anywhere for this Na'Vi team, but theoretically, if they keep winning it, what does it matter?
Yeah, Simple had too much space to work with there. You can't let him have the freedom and the timing to reset and continually re-peak like that. 12 and 8 with that AWP on the CT side. And even though they got the double op was taken out of their hands, obviously one was preserved and that'll be passed over to Simple. And this is a sign that G2, nothing's going right for them. A second timeout taken in consecutive rounds. And they're seeing something that they don't really enjoy.
I mean, this one was just a fairly plain execute, like you said. Na'Vi had a pretty good defense to try and deal with it. I feel like the one thing we haven't seen too much out of G2 is some of those rounds where they're trying to edge their way into any kind of a kill. Like the previous round where Kenny had the kill on Boomich over on the A ramp. It'd be fun to see if they could build something explosive behind it, where, you know, once they have that first engagement, they really follow through, because it does feel like maybe they're not pouncing quite as hard as they maybe could. And that gives a little bit of time. I mean, if you're playing against someone like Simple, right, all he needs is like a couple of seconds to readjust, and he's going to be ready to take more people with him. They have pistols, so this time probably going to have to be really quick. Hunter in the middle with a Tech 9. He's not going anywhere, but into the ground.
Yeah, that Tech 9 did accomplish absolutely nothing. Hero AK for Amanek. And remember, he's one of the few players that had enough of an impact in a round to get G2 around on the board. A triple kill towards the B bomb site way earlier in the half. Jax gets nothing done. Nexa can't find the kill either. The AK yet to be involved, and all of his teammates have gone down. That AK-47 was the last weapon to be put into play for G2. And by then, everyone was already gone. Great round from Electronic, and Na'Vi now have a 7-round lead.
Oh, this would be a classic Jason. If G2 win this round just after having given a flawless round to Na'Vi so that Na'Vi can still buy, and then they just go back to winning.
Yeah.
That's my prediction now. That'd be the classic move.
All right, so you have G2 taking this round and losing the next one.
Yeah.
Is that your prediction?
Just for the lols,
Okay.
as they say.
I like that. Simple. Ready for someone to peek. Molotov is put out. He doesn't even flinch. Here he comes. Kenny S not prepared for the peek. Flashbang is in hand. Simple gonna turn, gonna swing back. A second flashbang coming in, but not quick enough. And now Simple, another chance to scope up with Kenny S. He's the next victim. Simple is just too damn good. It takes 3 players to take him down. And again, it's just such a strong defense from Na'Vi.
It really is. So much fun watching Simple in this mood. Pretty good trade in Electronic with a double. Prediction does not at all come true. Electronic with the triple kill and Simple with a double. It'll be a 10-2 lead now, favoring Na'Vi. Simple and Electronic right now the main engine that's driving Na'Vi forward. As it should be, really.
And it's a... Yeah. Well, we can circle back to the idea, you know, we mentioned we wanted to keep track of, you know, this playstyle of Simple can be exploited. Sometimes it actually does more harm than good, but right now it's perfect. The fact that he's being so aggressive and so assertive on the map, it makes G2 a little bit afraid of early battles, and when they do get into them, they find Simple and they lose too much. It's taking at least, at a minimum, 2 players to drop Simple, and that makes it so much easier for the rest of his teammates. The amount of opening kills Simple's gonna have in this game with the AWP is gonna be mental.
Yeah, he is clocking in at a really, really high rate right now. Not even afraid at all. So now we're kind of past the point where the economy is going to make a difference here. I mean, they just had another flawless round here. They've got a pretty good bank being built up. It's 11-2. We're moving into round number 14. So G2 would need to at least win the next 2 rounds, and then even then beyond that, win the pistol in the second half. It's just a long ways away right now. This is the map that G2 picked. Which is even worse.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up. That's not ideal. That's not what you want to see at all. This G2 is coming out flat. Hunter at top mid. They need these last 2 rounds. They need something. This is a very scary glimpse at what Na'Vi can do if they're playing well.
Some faraway grenades being thrown from the T spawn, but the bomb is being ran the other way. Kenny and Jax are going to be able to play a bit of a distraction. See how effective that's going to be. Boomich close enough to stop Jax, and he'll see that no one else is there behind. A nice flashbang to go and take a look. It's going to be over at the B bomb side. This distraction, I mean, it's kept 3 people over here, but Simple will still get a kill. And Perfecto, the last defender here at the bomb site, see if he can stop them as they come in. They're down on the low ground. Aminek, good position to swing, but he's still going to get shot right in the face. And I can't believe Perfecto hasn't died yet. One of those bullets would have had to have hit him, and now Nexa has to slow it down, and more people are streaming into the bomb site from the CT side, and Nexa's realizing he's in a lot of trouble here. A little bit of backup from Kenny coming in from the hallways, but they need that bomb plant. There's Kenny with a good kill, but now 40 seconds for a 1-on-2, and he goes down to Boomich. Frustration as Navi get to 12 rounds.
Yeah, Nexa just, there was no way Kenny S was going to be able to support him from above. He had to remain aggressive inside of that bomb site. Man, tough way to continually lose these rounds. Navi this time, they must have had a stern talking to from Simple, but they seem very, very focused.
If all it took was a stern talking to, then why don't they do that every time? Put Simple in charge if that's what it requires. Whatever it is, I'm just excited. I'm happy to see this version of Navi, because the other version of Navi really makes me angry.
Sucks. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, we're not seeing those miscues that we saw out of Navi, you know, previously. I mean, listen, they still have the T side to play, so you never know. They could lose a couple rounds to the timer, you know, running it down to 15 seconds, and then all of a sudden go right back into tilt mode. But the problem is, I almost feel like, you know, even that Navi could accidentally fall into 3-round wins to close out this map, right? So G2 fighting for a 3rd round in the opening half. 12-2 in the favor of Navi.
I think the problem with the other Navi is, yeah, I mean, running out of time in a round doesn't really have a good look. But again, it's sort of tradition, and there's a bit of comedy involved in that. We can all laugh at it. It's fine. It's more all the other rounds where they look so scared. That's the thing that I really can't deal with, when you have this much firepower and skill on a team, and then you're playing the game like you're afraid to take any fight, and you're constantly second-guessing yourself. And that's not what we're seeing out of them right now on the CT side yet. So you're right, it could be different on the T side, but they seem so ready.
Well, it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see how, you know, if Simple wasn't just straight up dominating on this map, if that kind of focus we'd still see it that way. Simple is providing them a lot of easier rounds with the way that he's been able to handle things. Perfecto going to step up around the smoke, but Simple's here at the right time, and look at the way he's playing. First pick off allows Perfecto the safety to make another one, and he covers the backside. It's perfect movement between the two. It's almost like a dance.
Yeah, which Simple is currently leading at the moment by a long, long way. Hunter going to go down, and it will be 13-2 at the end of the half. What a devastating performance from Navi, with Simple and Electronic leading the whole thing. That's the first half done. That was really quick, and great to see this version of Navi. Let's see if it continues when they go to the T side. That's coming up after the break. Stay tuned.
Yeah, sure.
Ooh. Oh, you took the easy way. What the fuck is this?
I can't get out of the BFs. Yeah.
Whoop. Whoop. Oh no. No, no. No! How do I fail that jump? I make it every time in official. Oh no. Donny, are you still stuck?
No, I'm moving slowly.
Did you make it?
Yeah, I think I won.
Yeah, I know, because you're
That-
Swedish, of
That's
course.
pretty easy.
Donny, we're waiting for you.
Sure.
How's it going, Sonny? You coming?
Yeah, sure.
He's a pressured man right now, you can hear it in his voice.
Yeah.
How long is
You're
this map?
actually trolling.
You have to go to... You have to go to AF places.
Okay.
You'll see the finish line. Maybe you'll see it, maybe you won't.
Let's see. Finally.
And we are back. I feel for Sonny. I feel like that would be me any kind of a KC challenge, so didn't want to laugh him in too badly. But on the other hand, things might be even worse for G2. They're way far behind. It's 13-2 going into the second half here against Navi, who have just played a great game so far, to I think everyone's delight.
Yeah, well, this is the same thing that happened in the series against Complexity, right? Like a really powerful map won and then collapse afterwards. So if you're a G2 fan, I think you got to cling to that hope, or maybe even just cling to the idea that maybe G2 can mount a run here that gets them, that wakes them up. Because this is not the G2 that we enjoyed seeing for most of this tournament, and you can see it right there. CennyS just so afraid and confused, just backs into window.
Yeah, he walked into the middle of the map with his back turned, looking towards Connector. Next, are going down right afterwards. Now, if Boomich, we're just going to get shot at the back by Hunter, maybe even stabbed at this particular point in time. Waiting for it, Hunter. There's the kill. He really wanted a quick second one. Flamey waiting for him, and he's going to take him down. I appreciate that from Hunter. I think that's a smart idea. Doesn't work out how we want it, though. And now it's a 2-on-3. And G2... they absolutely must win this round. A lot of damage on Amanek. A good kill there. Dropping the bomb on the ground, but Perfecto is just going to land some beautiful headshots. And that will be the end of the round. Navi at 14. Man, there's no slowing them down.
Yeah, I mean, there was no comfortable fights that round from G2, which is really unfortunate. I think that play, this one right here from Hunter, is about the only thing they could have done to win. He knew he had Flamey and Sandwich, he was hoping. And at that point, when Boomich jumps back, it's just not safe enough to hold the trigger any longer, which is really unfortunate. Some very nice shots hit, but yeah, that play from CennyS makes me think that this G2 is kind of knocked out of this game.
Yeah, it's very hard, even for an optimist such as myself, to come up with a way that this can actually be turned around. Some good pistol kills in this round, and they may well be able to win it. Navi slowly walking into some of these battles and sort of getting stopped all at the corner of the B-apps there. Some good jumping. It's a classic for Boomich.
That seemed unreasonably accurate. And now he's got an AK-47, a chance. Not tagged by Kenny. I don't think he saw Jax. Ooh, that's an important shot to the face for Jax, because that was going to get dicey. G2 have a third round, and they're still so far away. Let's not even bring up the C word.
No, we'll leave it unsaid for a while
We'll hold
here.
that off on that.
Yeah, I think Navi were just so confident that they had the superior firepower that they could probably stand and take that fight, which they couldn't, it turns out. But they're going to be buying into this round anyway, Navi, even if it's not a lot. One hero AK there. Oh, do we have a disconnect? I'm guessing there'll be a stoppage because no one took any damage. So, yeah, they'll find a way to do that.
And take note, North American teams, this is how you do it. This is how you call stop.
Yeah. I always feel really uncomfortable about these kind of games, Jason, where it's 14-3 and we're supposed to maintain some sort of illusion that G2 aren't completely screwed. But the fact is, like, let's say you had 100 of these games in a row where let's say you just start 100 games from 14-3. You know there's going to be like 3 of them or something where G2 actually make the comeback. So you feel some obligation to keep an open mind about it, but at the same time, if you do that, you also feel like an idiot. So I don't know how to solve this problem.
Well, I guess the real question is, in your mind, at what point, what score does G2 have to get to turn this into a feeling that it's possible? Like, how many rounds would they have to rattle off in a row now for you to say, okay, now we're getting there. Now G2's building into the game. Now they're starting to get within reach.
I mean, you could make an argument that it's not even a specific round number, that it's more like how they play the game that could do it. So if theoretically, right, they could get there. It could be like 14-7, and you could say, well, now they're waking up. Now it's just keep it up. And similarly, Navi could have some sort of drop off. I would say if you had to put a number on it, where I would start to take it a bit more serious, I would say at around the 14-12 type sort of scenario, I would say, okay, well now.
Oh Jesus, you have really that's an intense bar to set.
Yeah. Listen, I don't want to.
All right.
I don't want to get out of bed for nothing. I don't want to get all excited, get dressed again, and start to feel like something is happening, and then it's all for nothing.
Okay, I see what you mean, yeah. Putting on those socks. I want to make sure it's worthwhile. Your business socks. Electronic underneath the window. Gonna boost his teammate up. I wouldn't say 12. That seems a bit unreasonable. I think like 14, 9, 10-ish is when you certainly start to feel like it's happening.
All right. Well, I mean that could happen fairly quickly. Couple of eco rounds for Navi. Yeah, it's doable. Oh dear.
Kenny is having a nightmare in this window room. He does not look comfortable at all by anything. Perfecto with 14 HP drops that AK-47 out the window to Electronic. And this is not good. Navi have mid control, they've got window control, they've got catwalk control. They have completely... Oh, that's the bomb though. Good find from Amanek, and now he's got the AK-47. He knows there's going to be more coming. That might have saved the round.
It definitely could have. But he's going to go down to Flamey. What a great shot. And I was going to say, if he had been maybe a second slower to drop down, he would have actually been caught in the middle of the drop, and that could have been even worse. 28 seconds. Decided to bring the bomb over. Nexa, though, could actually win the round right here with the FAMAS. He's going to get the first kill. If he could get the next one, too, that's probably it. But he goes down to Flamey, too. And now it's just Jackson at 1 versus 3. The bomb will be planted. And a perfect shot from Electronic. And 15-3. We were saying 9-10. I was saying 12. How about none of that, Jason? How about we get none of it?
Yeah. How about they just stick at 3 and we call it a day? Say goodnight. This G2 does not seem like they're communicating very well on the defensive side. There's no real shifting. There's no real cohesion or teamwork, and that's a crazy, crazy round to lose. Nice job from Navi.
Yeah, I don't know. They look so frustrated, G2. I guess it can happen. You get off to the wrong start and you don't find a way to recover it. And Navi, again, show up with that incredible duo of Simple and Electronic. There are just many teams that are having a hard time playing against those two when they're doing well.
Yeah, I mean, even against Complexity, Electronic was missing, but more often than not in the series that we've seen recently, it's been Simple and Electronic, and from there, there's a steep drop-off. But here, you're not having that drop-off. Simple Electronic are firing on all cylinders, and then Perfecto and Boomich are right there with them.
Yeah.
This is rough. Looks like Navi's going to close this one out nice and quick, 16-3. 3 Deagles, a Scout on Kenny S, a UMP on Amanek.
Yeah, could be a much quicker map than I think anyone was anticipating. Second map would be Train as well, obviously being picked by Navi. So, yeah, I don't even know. More than anything, I'm just worried about the fact that G2 look frustrated and don't look like they've had many of their players warmed up. Kenny had some really amazing shots with the AWP, which on Train could be really useful. Amanek's been playing a good game. And the rest haven't been really, they haven't been doing terribly badly, but obviously not enough at this point in time. Hunter waiting, I think, to try and see if he can get more than 1 kill to try and bring it back, but that wasn't going to be possible. Now Jax with a Deagle inside of the bomb site, and they are all around him. He's going to get 1 good kill there, but they're getting closer to flanking him, and he's going to be dropped. So, yeah, that's the end of it. 16-3. An utterly dominant performance from Navi on the first map here, Mirage. Second map is obviously, as we said, going to be on Train, so we'll see how that goes. But there was no chance for G2 at all in this match, and that's really something. Yeah, we'll be right back with the analyst to see if they can get anything out of this game. I'm not sure what it is, but we'll find out after the break.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, all right?
Let's go.
Okay, boys. Let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun. That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from a lead.
15 seconds on the clock. He turns around and the bomb goes out. Oh my god, the 180! Left throw, another kill! This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Siri, who is the easiest target?
Cold. Oh, he does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He cleared 3 bodies and the board. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's focus on it. Let's go.
Tickets booked to the spring finals.
The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19-17.
I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, guys. We have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Whoa. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for FaZe Clan.
That was a complete blowout, a massive demolishment of G2 there on their map pick as well. Much better than what we've seen from you guys recently, Blade. So what I want to come into on this is really how important, because you spoke to me about this before, are your CT sides and getting off to this good start? Because you guys looked unstoppable on it. They only got 2 rounds on their T side. And then coming into train, do you think they maybe didn't expect you guys to pick it? Because you haven't played it against them at all recently. The last time was with a completely different roster back in 2019.
Yeah, I think they didn't expect it, or maybe they I don't know. But we were focusing on Nuke. We wanted to pick. I watched the train lately, and I realized that it's much better because they play really basic stuff, and I think we can counter it on T side. So we have a good game plan to play on T side. I hope.
And
it
just
will
throughout
work.
the game we've just played. Oh yeah, I hope so too, man. Now, just throughout Mirage, right? How has it gone in terms of communication and the energy and everything within the team? You feeling good with where they're at?
Yeah, we spoke about it like always, and now it was much better, and everyone was calm. But you know, sometimes they're like a really stressful situation, like for example, last seconds, or just some guy is lurking somewhere immediately, spontaneously and as a surprise, and that in this situation, players usually start to scream because it is a really important information, and they need to communicate really fast. So we try to calm it down, but I think it works good for us because everyone is really focused.
Well, let's see if we can keep that focus going to train. Good luck, Blade.
Everybody is very focused indeed, and well, we will see if they keep that focus going to train. Thank you very much, James Banks. But now I want to hear from Sponge and Maniac. Gentlemen, what did we take away from that first map, apart from deep frustration?
I mean, if you watch the pre-show, you might think right now, what the hell were they talking about? What a problem for Navi. But what? Navi? Problem? Issue? No. Well, this is the reality of Navi. We talked about the high highs and the low lows. This was a high. This was a championship Navi performance all across the board. And I've actually selected a clip to show you guys some of the things that Navi were doing well during this game. It's mainly the aggression, right? They were always in G2's faces. We can talk about entry frags as simple as 8-1. And there you have it. That's a good example right here. G2, they did not give up. They tried to figure out solutions. Here we have them going through the motions of taking mid control. They used the Molotov, the smoke, and there you have it. The rat symbol coming in, the snake. He was relentless in that game. I said it, 8 opening duels. First one onto Jackson, then one of the G2's problems. The trading, the spacing. Kenyas is too late on the trigger. That's a second hit from Simple. And when Hunter is here, Electronic is already in position. So that was one of the big problems for, I want to say the French side, it's not exactly correct, but they were never in a position to trade these kills. Whereas Navi, they wanted to fight all day, every day. Look at this, 3 versus 2. They don't stop. They go in middle again, and the Electronic finishes the round. So 2 elements coming out that clip. The entry frags for Navi and the lack of trading for G2.
You can even think about that aggression from pistol round, right? When Na'Vi just picked in them into middle and they were fighting in that way there. But look, I want to bail us out, Maniac. We did say if Simple and Electronic show up, that they can win the game.
Man.
So we were right, because both of those guys did show up. Look at that. Over 100 ADR for both of them here in a 16-3 victory. That's huge. But we have to give props to the supporting cast as well. They showed on up in a big way. But it's great when Simple can be the guy leading that way. We saw how frustrated he was today. That frustration's obviously seeped through the team and they've woken up. But we need to talk about the game plan a little bit there, because G2, right, they played very slow to kick things off on their gun rounds. They took map control, they sat and waited for mistakes. Those mistakes didn't come on in. And because of that, I felt that individuals such as Hunter couldn't get activated in the game, right? Hunter is normally someone who we see in the back lines or when he's out in the middle of an open bomb site hitting bangers of shots. It didn't even feel like they were able to give themselves the normal conditions where G2 thrive. And that was the problem right there. You know, the rounds were close. They were close rounds. There were so many situations where they did damage or they kept the money low. They were one round away from breaking the economy, but they just couldn't get it done. And look, that's what Na'Vi can do to you. They break you.
Well, you know, like you said, Electronic and Simple, fantastic players. 217 ADR between the two of them. They're monsters. Now let's talk about Train, because this is also a very even map for both of these teams. In terms of win statistics, they're pretty much dead even, neck and neck. And so who are we going with on this one?
Well, I have to make a confession. I think Chad was right in the video when he pointed out that G2 are not too bad on Train. I probably have portrayed a too sad of a picture with G2 and Train. What they have shown us last time they played it in June versus ENCE was more than good. 6-6 victory on the back of a very strong CT side. Hunter was at top of the charts. He played a great game. Nexa as well was activated. So actually we know that they can have a good CT side. That we know. But what about the T side, Chad? I haven't really seen much from G2 in a long time.
Yeah, look, when I remember watching G2 on Train, it felt very desperate. It was just the E-box smoke and the 5-lane smoke. Now, we have to go back some months, but it was getting Hunter out into space. And we just said that was a problem on Mirage. They have to have added a little bit more depth on their T side here if they want to be able to deal with Na'Vi, because some of the things that I have seen Na'Vi do on Train, there's a 2v5 that springs to mind, the Electronic and Simple one a while ago. We're going back a couple of months here, but Simple talked through it, all the little mistakes and details. These guys understand this map very, very well. I'm not going to give up on G2 yet, though. I think it was a slow start. I think their heads are still in it. And I think their aim in a lot of situations, that Kenny was on point with the AWP early. So let's give us a proper match, boys. Let's start this best of 3 G2. Let's forget about map number 1 and let's kick it into gear for Train.
Let's remember that they're also on LAN, and we spent all that time bigging up how that's such a huge advantage. Well, if it was an advantage, we should see that turn around now in terms of their performance. And so going into Train, it seems like we're still on board here. James Banks, the only one to predict Na'Vi, and so I'm sure that he's shouting right now. We can hear him all the way over there in Ukraine. But we're gonna go ahead and take a break, and when we come back, we'll be in for the second map of this series.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
We've got the best teams in the world and complexity.
But Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh! This is it. It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit round, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it
This
is.
is the best team in the world going up against a team who, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time, flanking around, punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
Yeah, I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown.
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
Really trying to get in the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies. Oh no! A beautiful spray. Electrons have got it. 16-14. Na'Vi do it. Who's ready for Vitality versus Complexity? I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut. 16-6 as they take down Vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge. They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor. Victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Na'Vi storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
Navi here for Blast Premier, and we're on Train, the second map, which was picked by Navi. The first one was a Mirage, picked by G2, and they got completely spanked on that map, Jason.
Demolished.
Yeah. It wasn't good, was it?
No, there was nothing positive about that map for G2. Simple was 8-1 in opening duels on Mirage. He was half of the opening kills in the rounds they were. That's so wild. What an insane impact that he's had. We'll see if he matches it again here on Train. As Chad mentioned, Navi very, very good on this map. They know it very well. So G2, we're gonna have to see a whole different team show up on this map.
And hopefully not a different Navi, just the same thing. Do it again, keep the consistency, find out whatever it was that worked, and just replicate it across time. Because I think, as Maniac said, that was a championship-level performance coming out there from Navi, and I definitely agree. Amanek pushing down, Jax there to join him, so a lot of pressure on Ivy, which could be interesting. Jax is going to win the big fight there, taking down Simple. And Electronic fighting away with a Glock in hand. He's got both of them by that container, and it's a bit dangerous for them as well. There's only their heads showing. They've taken a lot of damage, and they're going to give up on it.
Yeah, I can't believe they both got away with their life. That's actually huge. Navi know that two players are extremely low. The pickoff of Simple is massively important, but I would not be surprised if Navi just goes towards Ivy and attacks and puts pressure there because of the low HP. I'm really curious to see how G2 is going to manage this defense. Kenny S and CT Connector. Hunter's isolated on his own in Hell. He can go nowhere. He's trapped in from mid if someone was to hold him locked in. So this is a really weird positioning.
Flamey about to walk into Jax, or the other way around maybe. Just a quick peek, but that's actually... They're going to fall back. That's interesting. I thought maybe that would keep everyone there. Hunter, almost alone on the bomb side. He's got no backup here, only on the other side of the smoke, and that's not going to help him. Boomich will take him down. 30 seconds on the clock. Kenny on the other side of the smoke now hiding, and everyone is here. Look at the rotation from G2. They know what's coming. This is such a good read for them right now, and that alone could well win them this round. Just having the heads up, the call to actually be able to get everyone onto the site. Nexa getting a kill. The bomb is being planted right away. Does he not see that? Oh, he must have been focused. It doesn't matter. They're still going to win the round, but he had other things to worry about, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. He didn't even consider it a possibility. He didn't even give it a glance. That is a nicely won round, but it's such small margins. Team Ace for G2. Everyone gets one kill. Hunter having this kill right here, the jumping shot. This was so important for him to get that. Just one more kill as they came. Enough kills that made Flamey get out of ladder room to have that flank, because Nexa was a high HP player. If he went down and Flamey was waiting for him and got that kill, then all of a sudden you're looking at, two players, Jax and Amanek, who have less than 10 HP between them, and they're certainly not going to be able to win that round. So pretty close pistol round for G2 to take away. Flashbang in towards team mid. Hunter's going to get aggressive. One has already made it out, but he hears the footsteps. He hears the push in towards the inner bomb site.
Yeah, they're going to be running up for a butt. He had a grenade for them. They're just going to fall into certain death. A good triple with the MP9 there for Nexa. He had it well covered. And, it's got to be exciting for them winning this pistol round, even if it's, just one step in the right direction. But you don't want to continue the loss streak at the very least that was happening on Mirage. To try and put that behind you. And what better way to do it than to start with a little bit of a win here. Now, they need to divide this third round. That's obviously where it gets really critical. Pick this up, but don't give it up to the AKs.
Well, and also, if you want to take it a little bit deeper, Nexa missing that plant in the pistol round. That's a lot of utility that Navi's able to get on top of this buy because of that plant. So G2 is going head-to-head with a very strong buy, perhaps the strongest buy you can have on the T side of Train. Only thing missing is an AWP, but all 5 players of Navi have all the nades they could possibly need, so big advantage for the attacking side.
Yeah.
Look at all the space being given. If you look at the SMGs on the board, Jax with one far back, they're far away from being able to challenge against the AK-47s.
Nexa doesn't have a flashbang to actually flash Amanek into a fight, so the shots are pretty good, and it's a pretty good trade. If Nexa would have had a flashbang down here, though, he could have set that up for Amanek to peek, and that would have been a very cool combination.
He had one earlier and had missed the timing. There was no one actually showing themselves from Na'Vi, so that's kind of unfortunate. You're exactly right. Flashbang could have been perfect. Also, the timing of Boomich turning the corner is kind of unlucky for Amanek. If Boomich wasn't turning that corner, he probably had a double kill.
Jason, have I...
So 4 on 4.
Have I told you this? You know where Simple almost was standing? Or, you know, he's all the way by the brown holes, but if he goes down to the other side of the box that's on his right here, you can actually throw a Molotov that lands where Nexa is standing by the spools, or where Nexa almost was standing on the other side of it. You can throw it without it even going up. It's very cool.
And nobody knows. Nobody knows about it.
Now they do.
This late round play from Navi is making G2 very nervous. I don't know why. Everyone knows at this point that Navi like to slow play these rounds, so they decide to try and flank up the ladder and get a good piece of information, and they're shut down. Taking risks with the SMGs, not a huge deal, but it might cost them this round here, at least for the moment. Nexa with the AK-47, hoping Boomich peeks into him, but they're not going to go for this.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously want the MP9 kills so that you can, you make some more money if you win the round, but yeah, it comes at a cost, and this could be one of them. And you said slow, but they had at least 10 seconds when the bomb was going down, Jason, so...
So it's pretty good for them.
In Navi terms, that's a long time. Oh, listening to the radio a little bit. Do kids still do that now? Is that still a thing?
I don't think so.
I never grew up
I'd be
listening
surprised
to the radio, so I don't even know. I'm actually not even the audience for it at all, but... I don't
radio
know
was great back in the day. Unfortunately, video killed the radio star.
I've heard this great
yeah,
REM track. Big fan myself of REM. Like it. Good reference. On point.
Solid reference.
Yeah. 4th round, and it's an AWP on Kenny, and it's an AWP on Simple. And Simple was monstrous on that first map. He's going to go straight for it. Will be flashed by, I think, one of his own teammates, and Molotovs and grenades everywhere. I can't believe that there's no fire at his feet. It seems like it's all around him, but somehow he's still alive, at least until he gets touched by really anything here. He's got a very interesting angle. Deep down there is Flamey will be dropped by Kenny. How is this man still living?
And Nate, I don't know, a nade comes in and deals 6 damage to him, just narrowly off the mark. Nexa's gonna get aggressive again towards E-Box. He's got Hunter protecting in ladder room, so he can be safe in this position. Oh, but a missed opportunity. There's the peek. One goes down, but he knows Simple is in this corner. Hunter's got to be so careful. He's pinned down, and Kenny S is rotating over. Smoke to give him some space to work with. And Simple's on his own for now.
With an AWP, but it's Kenny that he'd be fighting over here, so that would make it an even fight. The health doesn't even matter at that point in time. Hunter, those moved really far out in a position that's so hard for them to guess at. He's inside of the smoke, and when it fades, though, is he going to want to stick around? No, he goes to check. They just missed each other by a second. That's unbelievable, and now he's actually walking up behind Simple. I don't know, flip a coin to decide who's going to win this one. It's all about if you're looking at the right way at the right time here. Otherwise, you're going to get shot in the back. Electronic walking right into the shot. He sees the gun barrel. Oh, Hunter is so close. He just wants to pull the trigger. There's the kill. Turns for it. A big double. And Hunter had it all figured out.
What a wild position to put yourself into, but so smart. Electronic, there's no reason he would ever suspect someone would be there. His teammate was just deeper down that lane. You never think someone's going to be in that position. Nice trigger discipline as well. There was a moment Hunter could have pulled that trigger and maybe would have missed the opportunity. He sees the barrel and ahead, maybe that right before that peak, but a good double kill at the end. 3-1 to keep G2 in the lead and to take everything away from Navi. Also jumped right over the second AWP, so G2 not prioritizing a double AWP setup quite yet in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair play. If you end up retaking with double AWPs, that could be awkward. So, and I mean, Kenny is already doing a lot with it. I don't mind that they don't want it. Not all teams have to have it. Ooh, Kenny and Nexa, I mean, especially Kenny here. It would be nice if he could hit the first kill around the corner, and that's going to be easy. Simple going down. That gives so much space down here for Nexa to relax a bit more, unless they start wallbanging him, which, well, say it here and it pops up there. I'm sorry, Nexa. Bomb will be planted, though.
You've done it again. You've done it one more time. Hunter going to go for the big flank up the top ramp. And Navi's never going to expect this. It is pretty quick. And even though Boomich is in a decent location, he's got nothing to fight with. There's one AK down. There's Electronic default. And there's our classic burst fire as well. This time, not accomplishing anything. But a pretty good plant for Navi to get some extra money. We're going to see the AWP out again for the Navi side. And plenty of utility. 4-1 for G2.
Yeah, what a good recovery for them. It was mentioned on the analyst desk that they're all sitting together, the whole G2 team, and there's some conversation about, you know, is that an advantage, you know, like, and I guess for this kind of, for turning things around, right? You can imagine if everyone is in their own house and the game is done and you take off your headset and you go and you're just angry in your own kitchen, that's not going to be that helpful for you know, recovering the team. But if you can all go into the same kitchen and be angry together, maybe you can solve some problems.
That's
Seems
a good
like
point.
they may have.
Yeah, well, at least to start. At least in the opening portions of this game, Boomich toying with death. Nade's gonna go in towards ladder room, forces them out. Not too much damage, superficial damage to Hunter. And him and Amanek are gonna give up control of ladder room. They're gonna back away towards the bomb site, so much more passive setup inside at the B bomb site. It's the same setup as last time. Kenny S with the op watching upper ramp, and Nexa behind the spindle are now in front. And they might get aggressive. They just rotated Hunter in there as well, so they might actually push this lower ramp.
Jackson Electronic has, well, they're about to have an engagement over at Ivy. That's going to be massive. This one as well, Flamey, and he goes right down, and Jax wins the other one over at Ivy that I was talking about. So that's sort of two extremities of the map, and G2 win fights on both ends, and now they have the bomb with Nexa getting that one. Oh, this is a much reinvigorated G2. I'm really excited to see this happening. It's really nice to see a team that doesn't just crumble across multiple maps, but that can sort of come back into it a little bit. Still early days here on Train, but still, I think this is a good sign.
That was like Nexa playing the role of Terminator, just constantly moving forward. Not slowing down at all. Simple is going to clear hard left. He saw the gun barrel. That's a quick scope and shot. And unfortunately, Nexa does drop the bomb, but it's way too advanced for them to actually cover it. So look at how passive they're being at the moment. They're actually giving Perfecto an opportunity to make it into the bomb site. 12 seconds. And yeah, Simple has to save now. Or maybe go... That's some team damage coming in, huh? Oh, no, excuse me. That's Simple we're watching. I've lost my mind, Anders.
It was because he shot him halfway through the wall up there. I was confused. Simple was confused as well, obviously. Interesting times. 5-1. That is... that's a pretty grand start, I would say. It's the fact that they win just all of the fights. They just keep going. 3 fights to start the round with, all of them going in favor of G2. And Navi on the Navi side, I mean, look at it. The most kills right now are on Boomich and Simple. That's 3 kills each. Then Perfecto and Electronic at 2 kills each, and 0 at Flamey. That's a cold start for Navi. Maybe...
Yeah, it is. And I agree with you. Yep.
Just gonna say, maybe they won so much in the first map, they went out for a little drink. In the meantime, Jason, they were like, you know what? Celebrate already. Order the champagne, as we say.
That bloody champagne. Yeah, it's, I mean, I don't know. I think it's good that G2, it's not even necessarily, like, obviously winning the fights is the most important part, but I'm just glad to see them even being willing to push up and take those fights and be the aggressor, because the G2 that we saw in Mirage felt afraid to me. Definitely in the later stages, but they seem to have, you know, Navi put the fear of God in them to the point where it didn't even look like G2 was interested in finding fights across the map. So I'd assume that would be the conversation that was had between maps for G2, was let's not be scared, let's not play like we don't want these fights, let's not play like they're better than us. And you can kind of see the result here. Amanek is going to have some pressure put on him here, especially if he overextends. 3 players with pistols. Simple, great peek down.
He no-scoped him. He does that a lot. I was making fun of you talking about the potential for practicing burst fire, but it does feel like sometimes Simple is practicing no-scoping for what knows what reason.
Didn't he say that he practiced like the no-scopes at some point in his career, like maybe years ago?
I've actually tried to do that because I was interested in, you know, in just what that even feels like. Like if you go on Dust 2 with random spawning bots and only no scope, even at medium and long range, you will be shocked by how accurate it is. And if you wanted to be a real nerd, you could put like a little piece of tape at the center of your crosshair, so you always have a crosshair even if not. I don't know if that's considered cheating, but it does make it interesting, let's say that. Amanek goes down. Oh no! Trucked by Flamey as well. That's a CC just running in now. Hunter looks like he's got it under control for a minute here. Simple still alive in a 1 versus 3. Oh, and he's gonna get one more kill. That's a nice triple, and that's a round that Navi should not even be close to winning.
No, that's G2 failing in every single fight that was taken. And another situation where there's no teamwork in these fights. This one is a great shot from Simple, but that's an even better bait. Jax gets lured into that fight, but all the battles that come up, you know, right before this sequence are just won by pistols. The rifles had plenty of an opportunity to get the headshots, maybe even allowed to shoot 5 bullets before the pistols respond. They just miss. And this is a nice opening now for Navi to take the momentum, to take control of this map.
Amanek. I understand the logic entirely, but didn't work out.
I don't. I think he was trying to make that play from earlier, where he would get behind that box through the Molotov and have a flashbang from Nexa. But man, they're giving openings over to Simple, and that's dangerous.
I think he must
5 on 4. Now the problem for G. Yep.
I mean, he must have been thinking, if I run through the fire, you know, they're not going to expect for someone to actually, like, if anything, they're going to expect for someone to fall back from that position and not, you know, go forwards. But it's just dangerous.
Even the logic of that doesn't pan out, because we see Oppers stay in that flame at that corner and take a peek to begin with. Like, no Opper is going to get caught off guard by that late peek into the Molotov, you know? Like, everyone knows that most players are willing to take, you know, the 50 HP damage for the opportunity at that shot. That's a big risk. I don't think it was worth it for G2. And now the danger becomes, we know Navi's going to slow play it from here, and utility is going to run out for G2. The nice thing is, because Navi likes to slow play, you just have to get one important kill.
I was going to say, who's that dangerous for? I wasn't exactly sure. Jack's going down next. Now it's a 3 on 5. 30 seconds. They still have time. The bombers are coming out with Simple currently carrying it in between all of the trains. Next are going down next. And now they should be able to just run down the last defenders here. Hunter alone, but he's never going to get out of Pop Dog when 3 people are covering. And there's still 16 seconds here. Simple on top of the... And yeah, someone just needs to remind him. And he's going to go and plant the bomb. It's all good. No fear. I wasn't getting worried. You getting worried, Jason?
No, I'm getting worried for G2. All of a sudden, the switch seems to have flipped. Now they're losing everything. Navi are about to reset the economy. They're about to be at 3 to 5. Chances that they're going to get to 4 to 5 are very, very likely. And we'll see if G2 can recover from some adversity within the map, not just between maps. I think the real tough part is all this aggression from G2 is getting caught out by Simple. He's had the opening kill in the past 2 rounds. They've got to find a way to just not get picked off by Simple early on.
Well, if they discover that, they should try and guard that secret really well, because no one else seems to know how to do that either. I think that'd be valuable information if you could find a way to not die to Simple.
Well, I think the difference is, it's okay if you're getting picked off by Simple if he's being the aggressor. But this is now, you know, ladder room, the peek up the ladder.
Yeah.
From Jax, and he gets picked off, and then Amanek trying to make a play through the Molotov. You're giving Simple these opportunities instead of forcing him to make the move to get that opening pick. And that's what's really hurting G2 at the moment. So they're gonna have to sit back. Everyone right around 2,000, a little bit above. So no investment, not even really upgraded pistols. And round 9 should be Navi's for the taking.
Yeah, that's really the big issue here. I mean, at 4 to 5, this suddenly looks like a brilliant first half, or at least the beginning of one for Navi. And just the pistols in play, like you said, so I don't think they're going to accomplish that much in this round. Do you want to hear something funny, Jason, that happened today?
I would love to hear something funny that happened today.
I don't know. It's tragic and funny at the same time. My TV at home had died, so I decided to get a new one, and in installing it onto the wall, I had just assumed that the hinges or whatever behind the TV for the actual arm to set it up on the wall, that was just sort of at the center of the TV. So when I did all the measurements, I just said, oh, this is fine. Like, you know, this will be the perfect height so that I can put whatever DVD players or whatever underneath the TV. And then it turns out it was like way off center. So when I'd done all the drilling and everything, and I finally like cooked the television up, and it was just way off, and I had to redo all the drilling. Now I have like an extra 8 holes in my wall for no reason. So it was a good way to start the day. I had a great time.
Isn't that something you checked when you bought the arm, like the stand and the TV and everything? You didn't.
Obviously not.
Yeah. I guess that's why it's tragic, isn't it?
the feeling when you lift the TV like onto the actual arm and like you hit it and you can just see like this makes no sense at all. I'm missing like 10 centimeters.
I bet you were so proud too after you drilled the initial holes. You're like, yeah, I'm doing some real stuff around the house today. Getting a lot of stuff done.
Nothing makes you feel like you're being real productive like drilling holes in a wall. It's true. It does feel good. It's a powerful feeling.
Drills, screwdrivers, hammers,
all those things.
All good stuff.
But I got it right on the second time. I'm just listen. At least I didn't need a third try. So it's a victory of sorts.
That's a good point. Yeah, you recovered nicely. G2 running out of nades. 30 seconds into the round, and here comes the set piece from Navi. This time they will not have any issues with the timer on the clock. Boomich is already in ladder room. The defense is falling back outside, but it's pushing up inside. They need to find a way in, and Jax and Aminek have done a phenomenal job of slowing it down. That needs to take Flamey's attention away from watching the flank. Now he's got to take part in this hit, or does he? He's found Nexa, but the double flank is coming in slowly but surely. Hunter, he's got one, and Simple can do nothing about it. They were trying to find an escape route, and it's not going to be there. And Hunter's going to pick up the AWP for Kenny S in the next round. 6-4 for G2.
Good round, but there's something, it's hard to pin down, and maybe I'm wrong, but they get those opening kills. Before Hunter shows up, this is a it was a 5-on-3 for a second, and it still feels like that A defense out there is super nervous. Like, they're moving around a lot. They're sort of acting like they're under way more pressure than they actually seem to be. And it could just be that Navi have won a couple of rounds in a row here or whatever, but it's making me a bit frustrated. Oh, nice opening. I think Kenny completely flashed. That was a flashbang set up by Boomich. Good trade for Hunter, and he will continue. He is doing almost all the work right now for G2. It's a little bit of a miracle. It's going to be him assisting Jax with a kill on Flamey as well, and that means Simple is now at a 1 versus 3. And again, this is where you need to slow it down and just play the fundamentals and not allow him to get anywhere into a 1-on-1. And inside of the smoke, Hunter's waiting, and the timing is unbelievable.
Simple's moved this along this bomb site so well.
Yeah.
Right around the smoke. They're never going to expect it. Hunter's looking back right now. A long time. Oh my god, they've just missed again. Still, I think eventually Jax is just going to get dropped from behind with no clue how Simple got here. But there's plenty of time for him to work this 1 versus 3. He just can't find anyone.
Yeah, and that's a real problem. It'd be nice to find, you know, a free kill, maybe especially if you could see 2 players at the same time, so you could sort of get one and maybe be quick about the other one. Now the problem as well is that there's 40 seconds left on the time, so he's going to have to get a kill, go pick the bomb up at E-box, and then out of like, it's too much now. At a minute, maybe it's more doable. He's going to be walking right around the corner. Hunter's sensing it. He may, in fact, also be, I don't know, some kind of a superhero. That's a nice duck and a no-scope, but yeah, he's been spotted. There's only 20 seconds, and they're going to find him eventually, so a bit of an expensive round for G2, but still a good one. And Hunter, he's 13-4. He's doing so much lifting at the moment.
It's expensive, but it's a really important victory for G2 because they shut down that fast outside play, even with Kenny S going down immediately. So that at least might persuade Navi not to go back to that tactic for a while if they can hold outside that well, even with the first kill going the way of Navi. First time out taken by G2. They're up 7-4. They've got the money advantage. They've got an AWP on Kenny S. And it's Navi who's going to have to sit back with just upgraded pistols. Looking much better for G2 on this map.
It started to turn in the right direction. I really think 11-4 would be... It's a bit of a tough ask still. There's still a couple of rounds left here, but if they could reach that, I think they're going to start to feel somewhat safe and like this is a potential comeback and into a third map, which would be quite something. Speaking of which, what would be this? Is it Nuke the third map? Am I making that up? I could be lying.
No, you are indeed correct. That will be the third map.
All right. Had like a 1 in 5 chance. I don't remember any of the Pigman, but it was... Glad I got it right.
This one you've nailed, though. That's all that matters. And you've showed off the fact that you remembered it as well, so good for you.
Okay, well, that was a quick one. They don't have any armor, so big chance for a cleanup here. Very important for G2 actually to not lose more than one person in this round, I think. They need the economy.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be... It'd be nice if they can keep all 5 alive and set yourself up for the final 3 rounds of the half. Simple, waiting. Remember, he got that pick earlier with the AWP in this position. This time, no one's going to offer themselves up, but that's an angle that I think is going to be tough for Hunter to transition over to.
Aggressive train noises in the background.
I hate fights like this with my crosshair in this position. This is... it makes me uncomfortable even just looking. Simple, just staring right back down. No one's pushing. A stalemate.
Wow, it's intense and boring at the same time. Can someone move? Intensely boring.
There's so much tension for such a boring sequence. Nex has a Molotov as well. If he doesn't like this fight, he can just fall back and drop the flames at the plant spot, at the default plant spot. He's got Kenny S up on the high ramp as well. Nah, gun out, baby. Oh, well, that sucks.
Oh, and he fell off before he got the grenade in. Flank is coming though, so no bomb plant being allowed for, and yeah, that's why I wanted the grenade out, just to deny the money bonus. Electronic doing more damage, but at 10 seconds, I mean, they shouldn't be fighting him, but they'll get the kill on him anyway. So I said, don't lose more than 1. They lose 3, and again, that's actually a problem.
Yeah, that's great work from Navi. And if they can win this, they'd have to win a couple, but I mean, there might be a window of opportunity to take one of the last rounds of this halves away if they can take enough money out of the hands of G2.
Speaking of which, those fights where you look straight up, did you know that if you play with the server setting SV cheats on, you can activate a command that lets you look, you know, more than straight up, so you can sort of keep looking all the way around like 360?
Yeah, you've mentioned that once before. So we've gotten to the point in your dementia where you're starting to repeat stories.
That does not surprise me at all. But,
just so we can keep track of the progression.
Yeah, well, I'm glad someone is. It'll be valuable information. We can start tracking it over the years. How long can you be in esports before it starts to have a detrimental effect? But yeah, people should go. It's actually shockingly difficult to play with. Someone should go check it out. It's fun. It's a fun experience.
Fun experience for some, nightmares for others. Double nade in towards T mid. Molotov as well, gonna slow things down. Ooh, they want to do another fast-paced timing hit. This is a different speed of Navi. Electronic is out at E-Box. Follow-up flashbang. Oh, and he's got one blind. They should know he's close to the bomb train. He's had so many opportunities. Jack's unaware of his position. He never turned, and the Molotov's gonna force him away. And this is crazy. This is so hectic. Electronic now starting to burn. He finally is rewarded.
What a wild play from Electronic. He's finally going to be going down, but man, he did a lot there. I don't know. I mean, I'm not even sure how many people would have even seen him. They might have been flashed as well when they came in, but it looked like he was just sitting there in the middle of the enemy team for a long, long time. 3 versus 4, and this is where that last round from Navi, where they got the 3 kills, could really be huge. If they win this round, oh, it's going to put so much pressure on G2. 8-4 right now, but make no mistake, this is the CT side under a lot of pressure. Navi have slowed it down. They want them to make the next mistake here.
Yeah, well, I mean, how do you not make the mistake if you're G2? You don't know where anyone is. That's a good find. That's a big risk for Hunter to make that track, and a good kill from Kenny S. Now, it starts to recover, but that's so brief. Kenny S knows Perfecto is locked in, but on the other side, Perfecto knows everything, and Kenny misses the flick. He's got to find this, and he does. Into a one-on-one we go, and Flamey's at the bomb train.
He's just charging in. Kenny wants to get close with the USP. That's a dangerous fight, and he can't win it. Flamey will take him down. I like the aggression. I like the attempt there, but ultimately not going to work out. And again, I just have to point this out. G2 right now, top of the scoreboard is Hunter at 19 and 5. The drop-off to the second on the board is Nexer at 10. That's a long way down to find the next guy that's helping out.
I know you liked that play from Kenny S. I didn't. I hated it in the 1v1. And I know it's going to be nitpicky, but I almost feel like use some patience. You know he just planted the bomb. He's got to be around the bomb train. There's rifles on the floor everywhere. You know, make him sweat a little bit into that bomb timer, trying to find some safety. You have the op as well. He might have gotten a call that he was low, but whatever call that was oh so wrong. 8-5. And Navi closing the gap, and now again, fast pace outside. That earlier success at defending this bomb site has done nothing to scare Navi away from it, hitting it over and over.
No. I can kind of understand why. I mean, the kind of run they had with Electronic, Simples had a similar run where he just ran out there with the AWP and sniped someone away. And I have to point this out again. G2, if they would have secured that earlier round where they were up against just the pistols of Navi and lost no one, they would have had a buy in this round. That is the difference that makes. So it's the difference between Navi getting, you know, like just a 5th round or now a 6th round on the board and suddenly having a very respectable
and a chance for
first half.
7.
Yeah, and a chance for a 7th even. It's a real issue.
All right, last round of the half coming up. Navi's going to be just fine, obviously, with everything they can buy. G2's going to be a little bit beat up. Kenny S has to drop down to an M4 with just 1 flashbang, no head armor. Kits are going to be a valuable commodity that I don't know if G2 are going to have. Amanek, the only one left to buy who could afford a kit, but he's going to have to sacrifice nades to do it. And he won't even go for that. So retakes are scary. Amanek prioritizing the Molotov to keep this outer bomb site safe.
What a letdown it would be if G2 didn't at least get the 9th round here. If they actually let Navi have 7 rounds, I feel like that would be kind of heartbreaking. We're building this cool comeback story for them to revival into the second map, and 8-7 just doesn't feel like that, does it?
No, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, 9-6 doesn't feel like that either.
No.
They've let this one slip out of their hands. Navi very proficient on this map, and the idea that G2 is going to be able to grind 7 T rounds against Navi, against Simple's AWP, is a bit crazy. 8-6. 2 players at Ivy, 2 players over towards box halls, just gaining control for the moment.
Yeah, so I'm waiting around to be done. I mean, they know G2 won't have that much money, so actually waiting in a round like this makes so much sense. I mean, they haven't heard of smoke go down in the last at least 20 seconds. Oh, that is not the right time to be jumping.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a mouse wheel jump, or I would assume it was, but that gives G2 a gift. All they could really do in this round was get aggressive. They don't have the utility to hold everyone back. They needed to find out what was coming, and the default is punished by that jump.
That's a good kill for Jax. Very important, taking down Simple. And he's going to continue dropping Boomage now. Things are looking a bit better. Maybe on track for that 9th round. It's going to be Flamey traded next, leaving Electronic 1 versus 3. And Kenny spins for the shot. It's 9-6 at the end of the half, with, again, a lot of work put in there from Hunter to even get them to that. I don't know, 9-6 doesn't feel like a huge victory. But, yeah, they could have even been, it could have been worse for them anyway. We'll see how they go when they go into the second half. That's coming up after the break. Stay with us.
Welcome to London for week 3 of Blast Premier. We've got some top tier Counter-Strike coming your way.
The 100 Thieves and G2!
Down now, 2 quick kills. They should not lose this game right now. This is not a team that yet has the pedigree to beat an AG.
It is Valentine's Day, guys, but what happens under the desk stays under the desk.
Dad and Dad, we're back together again.
So what we have to do, we will win this game. Deal?
But they're coming in from long as well. Freezer's gonna be there. What an upset. It took all 3 maps.
And this is going to be a spicy one. 100 Thieves versus EG!
They take them down in overtime and win the whole series 2-0.
A banger of a match between G2 and OG.
Chance for this, and it's down to 1v2 to close it out.
EG versus OG for a spot in straight finals in Moscow.
We are legends of this game. We will rip, shoot hits. Deal? Let's go, Alexi.
It was an upset last time and everyone was shocked, but here we go. OG absolutely living the dream, and they will take him down for a second time.
Let's focus, bros. Let's focus like we played first time against them.
They've done it. They've bounced back on Dust 2. We're going to the final map of Blast Premier Spring Series, baby.
Let's take it just like this.
And G2, 1 frag away, 1 HP away from shutting down the dreams of OG.
There we go. G2 Esports first place in Group C. Fantastic stuff. We'll see you in a couple of months, of course, for the showdown. And for now, enjoy the rest of your evening. There we go. Bye.
Second half, second map, it's G2 and Na'Vi. And it started pretty well for G2. It really looked like they were going to run it back. They look way more alive than on Mirage, which I think is good news no matter what. But they still let Na'Vi have 6 rounds. And that poses a pretty big threat, I would say, going into the second half. What do you think, Jason?
Absolutely it does. I mean, and you could just see Na'Vi, I mean, not only do they look great on Mirage, but, I mean, they've come in today just looking on point and focused, but you could also just see on this map how much comfort there is, and even when they ran into issues, how many different ways they have of getting themselves out of trouble, and I would expect the same thing to come on the CT side. The only chance G2 has at winning on this T side of grinding out 7 rounds or even 6 to force overtime, you've got to neutralize Simple, which is a near impossible thing to do. But remember, on Mirage, he went 8-1 in opening fights with that AWP on that map. You cannot let him just run rampant on the CT side, finding opening kills, finding first picks before you're even ready to set up an attack. Simple must be neutralized.
Well, let's see how it goes in the pistol round that's coming up right now. They do have 2 smokes and a Molotov on the G2 side, so if they get into the right positions without losing anyone, they could certainly mount a pretty good execute into really either bomb site. Simple and Flamey, though, are so far forward in a position that's hard to clear in a pistol round like this. Even if you spot out Flamey, will you guess that Simple is also there unless they both fight at the same time? But if one of them stays hidden, you might just forget about it.
Yeah, and it might not even be worth the fight making that run to Flamey. Although, unfortunately, it looks like everyone from G2 is going to come in this direction. This setup could work perfectly, because remember as well, if Simple and Flamey get 2 or 3 kills, you can bet your house Electronic's going to come flying up that ladder for a very quick flank to get involved in the action.
Yeah, and it's unlikely they would use the Molotov back there, although if they did, that obviously would be a godlike decision. We'll see. Here's the fight early on. Flamey's still alive. Simple's waiting, biding his time. There's one good kill. Another follow-up. Big double for him, and a third one to add on top. What a monstrous quad kill. Taking down 4 people. Back in it. He wants the ace. Let him have it. He's almost crossed into it. It's just Kenny left. He's a bullet away. And he's right back there. Simple trying to see if he'd get it done. And oh, there it is. The last one is in. The pistol ace comes through. And that must be crushing to G2.
Well, you could see it building up into that. Simple, I don't even know. This is so freakish. Obviously, those first 2, shit happens. This one is dominance. This one is Simple letting G2 know he's their daddy for this entire series. What an incredible showing.
Well, you did warn them. They needed to neutralize Simple. And then they just didn't.
I was thinking that I was in my mind's eye, I was envisioning Simple with an AWP, to be the real play where there was going to be a problem. I didn't think it would be that pistol round where he just shuts everyone down. That is disgusting.
Yeah, but it's the good kind of disgusting, isn't it? It's like, I don't want to. I'll see it again. Let me see one more time, and then That's the last time I want to see anything like that. Glocks all the way around on G2.
Yeah. Not even trying to take advantage of the reload.
No, they've lost faith.
I have to imagine that's gonna make G2 so scared moving forward. That one round from Simple. At this point, you almost have to know it's done and over with. Molotov gonna come out. Perfecto's gonna drop down. Good spray, and again, no one from G2 even willing to turn that corner. All the bodies fall in the same spot. Perfecto with a quad kill, and now a boatload of cash.
Simple seems to be really enjoying himself. Seem laughing, having a good time. Bad sign if you're on the G2 side. Now, they will have AKs in this round, and they're going to have a similar advantage as to the one that Navi had in the first half, which is they're mainly playing against MP9s for Mars and an MP4 there, sorry, an M4, M4A4. There we go. It's a lot of numbers, Jason. Too much.
Numbers, letters, all of it is just so
I bet if I just say
confusing.
it quickly, people won't even realize what I'm saying.
He even got a dink. He just shot X on the face with that SMG, and he's backed away without losing any health.
Yeah, they need to put these AKs into use in a strong way at the beginning. Boomich has been checking out main for a little bit. Now he's gonna start to just at least take a look at Pop Dog. He doesn't actually follow through all the way on it, so just gonna be backing in here. I like this play. If you have an MP9 and you're in main like that, it could be really, really powerful because the AK is not gonna have a big advantage when you're that close.
All right, here we go. Ivy, this is a very important battle for G2 to be able to win. They're going to have to push through this smoke. There's not a lot of time for them to just sit and wait, and that puts them at the mercy of that HE grenade. 40 seconds on the clock. Nexa with the pop flash to come through, and Flamey, he's going to turn. He's going to be so blinded. It's pegged Amanek. He's blind as well, and Flamey's not making his play, but there's a gap in the smoke. They turn, but it's too late, and nobody else is responding. Nobody reacting. And the round's over. It's all tied up, and that does not bode well for the rest of the half.
That was actually such a good play for Flamey. Even before he got the first kill, it was just nice movement around. You could see that he had him, and as you pointed out, he put up the smoke. He kind of knew, you know, at 40 seconds that they have to be close to that smoke. They might even have to go through. So he just does the grenade, and even as they flash him, he's hiding inside of their smoke. Like, that was all really well done. Yeah. And look at that, 4 AKs and an AWP on the Na'Vi side. My god. That's a problem.
I mean, the bigger problem is there's only 2 kills in this second half so far. And yeah, it's only been 3 rounds, but remember, Perfecto also got a quad kill with an SMG. There's just so much money that's built up so fast on this Na'Vi side of things. Perfecto's got 7,500 in the bank, Flamey's at 4,800, Boomich at 4,700. Simple's poor only because he just upgraded to the AWP, but they've got plenty of AWPs they can drop him over if he does fall for whatever reason. And this is where, I mean, this is why I have a lack of confidence in G2's ability to grind out 6, 7 rounds to take this map to OT or to close it in their favor. Especially now that they haven't won the pistol.
Yeah, I think that's where you get really concerned, right? It would have even been a different outlook, right? If in that last round they got, you know, it was a one-on-one and they got, you know, a lot of rifles away from Na'Vi, then you could, well, you know, still some good damage and they can maybe force that eco, but that's not even on the cards right now. They're gonna have to fight at least a couple of rounds here before that's even a question. See if they could do real damage in this round. That would still be super beneficial to them. 3 of them coming out Ivy, 2 of them coming out main. 1 good kill here could definitely do a lot to destabilize the A defense. So we'll see if it's going to be possible or not. They're going to swing against Flamey. Electronic, though, has already shut down the other arm of this push. So now this last part is almost no danger to it. There's 10 seconds left. They just need to find a way to die here. Kenny looking for a last headshot. 7 seconds left. And yeah, now he just has to run for it, hoping that they'll be merciful. Oh, he gets 1 more with him, but now time has run out, and he will go down after the clock, so that's a bit unfortunate, especially being the AWP player.
Yeah, I was thinking in my head if that would be worth it for Navi to take a kill to let him save, but I mean probably. Now that he doesn't have the AWPs, back down to a Tech 9. It's going from bad to worse, especially considering how much money Navi had to sustain a loss like that. 1 round lead for Navi. And G2 better start responding. They better start hitting back.
Yeah. At 9 to 10, it doesn't feel like, feels like, but it should still be possible, but it's just the style that Navi's winning some of these rounds in. That's what makes you feel a little bit hopeless at the moment. Kenny is starting to join Hunter up there, or maybe Hunter's slowing down. I'm actually not really sure which is happening, but regardless, they need more than just Hunter playing well on this G2 side. Kenny has the Tech 9 in this round, so...
Yeah, I don't believe Hunter's had a kill in the second half quite yet. He's yet to get on the board. So 2 players at Ivy looking to push down. That's Jax and Amanek. But they're out of utility. All they have is the 1 Molotov on Jax, so they might have misplayed this a little bit because they haven't used any of that stuff to get close up. Kenny's coming over. He's got smoke, flash, but this is essentially the same thing you just ran 2 rounds back, where Flamey decimated you with an SMG. Now he's got an M4.
30 seconds left. If this goes wrong at Ivy, they're not going to have time to recover it. That's really scary. Amanek now leading in. Electronic 1, big headshot. 20 seconds left, and they're trying to take a wrap around. That was the bomb on Kenny. If he'd gone down, it would have been a nightmare, but he will get the kill. So, good news there. 16 seconds, and Flamey wanted to catch. Oh, that's the bomb being dropped. No plant just yet. 10 seconds, and more people almost swinging for it. He's trying to shoot him under the carriage, but it's not going to work out, and the bomb will be planted, and Simple goes down. A very, very close recovery there for G2, tying up the scoreline at 10-10.
Yeah, that was well done. Very nice trading from G2 to get into that bomb site. This time the early damage onto Flamey down to 30 HP. It made him passive. He did not want to get involved in the actual attack. When it came out of Ivy, a little bit later they're able to find him, and just enough time on the clock to recover from kills like that. Nice attempt from Boomich. Traded off, and it's all tied up. That economy that Navi had has been eaten into with the kills that Kenny was able to get at the end of the round previously, and now that win for G2. Perfecto's down to 100, Electro at 0, Simple at 100. And Boomich is going to spam through that smoke, but Hunter's waiting quietly.
I swear Hunter just moved away from where the bullet was like 2 seconds before the shots came through, and he moves in to get the kill. He's tuned into this game at such a high level right now. That'll reveal the fact that Electronic is back here, so even if they don't get the kill, it's still pretty good. Flamey gonna get the 1 kill there, taking down Kenny. Jax waiting by the E-box. That was Electronic trying to push through his own smoke to get in and help the A defense, and somehow Flamey's still alive out here. He's been here the whole time fighting. He's finally gonna get dropped by Nexa, and it's a 1 versus 2 for Perfecto, and well, they probably know where he's been playing from. They get to guess this a little bit. Nearly a kill on Jax. But Perfecto is still a disadvantaged position, and he's going to be going down to Nexa. So a very close round, but a huge win for G2.
Yeah, Perfecto flanked on the ladder in the previous round as well. So, I mean, G2 is well aware of the possibility, turned around just at the right moment. And here's a lifeline. They've reset the economy of Navi. 11 to 10, a chance to go up to 12. Navi's gonna have to sit out a round. So close, Flamey, from bringing that back. The double, the second player he never saw through the smoke. A little bit of luck almost pulled him back in. And Simple, that's his reaction. Getting caught off guard by a MAC-10 from Amanek, wildly swinging into the bomb site. That was a pretty critical kill. He had an AWP that hit the dirt.
So this is where it gets real interesting. I mean, this is the wave that G2 just need to ride for a while here, right? It's taking the rifles away from Navi when they have them. It's making sure they never build a really strong economy, and then win those key rifle rounds when they do come up. Not this one, but the next one for Navi, obviously. That'll be interesting, especially if they can keep them away from the double orb.
Next round's going to be important because there's a $2,400 losing bonus, so most of Navi is going to be right around $4,400 to spend, $4,000 to spend. The important thing is Flamey's got 4,100 right now, so he'll be able to drop an AWP over to Simple in the next round, so they'll actually have that powerful weapon, but the rifles will at least be low on utility, so that's the important gun round for G2. If they get stopped there, I think it's still going to go back to just a struggle, grinded out game. If not, G2 have a chance to run up the score quite a bit.
Grenade. That actually does a lot, but he still does somehow not win the fight. He did close to 300 damage to 3 different players, and they're just going to run away. Only a MAC-10 loss, though.
Yeah, no big deal. And Almanex had a tough game as well, so I think that's him trying to play himself back into it. 9-15 on him. Hunter leading the server at 21. It's 3 players on Navi at 15 kills. Simple, Flamey, Electronic. And Perfecto again with 14 as that 4th player in line. Here we go. This is the round. This is the one I just set up. This is all important to see how G2 is going to do in the later stages of this map. This is a great chance to at least give them, you know, a little bit of a head start to getting to overtime. A head start of being able to maybe get to 15.
What a relief that would be. But yes, you pointed it out. This is the big test, and it's coming right up. 23rd round. G2 making their way over towards the B bomb site fairly early on, leaving Amanek down here. So could be a quick hit here if they feel like they need to go before the smokes disappear out in the A yard. Let's see. Still slowing it down quite a bit.
Yeah, well, at least they have, it looks like they're headed towards Flamey and Perfecto. They haven't really attacked this inner bomb site since the pistol. Maybe some of those save rounds.
Oh, Simple
starting to shift towards Connector as well. Yeah, he could hit a nice timing. G2 might have slow played this a little bit much, but Simple still staying outside. So for now, it's just Flamey and Perfecto.
Good counter Molotov, actually. They're going to have to run through it. Oh, that's so much damage coming through the flames there, but they're actually burning down on this site.
Oh my
That's 2
God.
Molotov kills. They both stood right on top of it, and they were flashed half the time. Swinging for a fight is Simple, and he'll take a quick double kill, setting up this retake. And with the flank coming in from Boomich, this could absolutely work out. Electronic and Simple need to wait a little bit. Boomich has to be able to time this as well. Seeing the feet, and Electronic, that's a quick kill. He's about to get shot in the back. No, he's not. It's actually Nexa looking the wrong way. I'm so shocked. And now Hunter in a 1 versus 3. Quick headshot on 1, and he's not able to flick that up. Electronic with the triple, and a great retake from Navi.
Those 2 players were so afraid of Simple. They were pinned down, no one shoulder peeking, nobody considering behind him. And since nobody could peek, nobody had the information that Electronic is pushing. And Navi's able to have a relatively easy retake. And that is a stunning way to find entries for G2 that you give away to really, I mean, to be fair, that's a beautiful shot. Kenny S couldn't contain Simple, and Electronic is given free reign. Huge win for Navi.
I was sure that Electronic would have been shot in the back by Nexa, but I guess he was busy looking for something else.
That's the more wild one to me, is how there was no response to everyone getting that kill on Electronic. No peek from the bomb site. Nexa didn't even turn around.
Well, it ended, what, in a 2-on-1 there? Or was it a 3-on-1? I can't remember, but...
It was a 3-on-1, and Hunter got the 1 kill on Simple.
Okay, so they lost 3 rifles in the round, Navi, I guess was the point. So, yeah, they're gonna be still short on money, as we can tell. And I think that is the opening that G2 have right now, is keep the money low. Make sure they don't continuously buy. Here's the 1 flash setup, more grenades coming in. They want to try and see if they can do it again, at least get onto the bomb side here. Perfecto, not Molotov out. He's going to go for the fight anyway, and Jax will take him down. And Flamey, he might want to jump this, but it's dangerous. And he misses a huge opportunity that's hard to even explain. The rest of them are far enough away that they're going to back on out and not even try it.
I like that call a lot from G2, because the previous round, the strategy worked exactly as designed. They got everything they wanted, and they lost the post plant. So go back to it, because the strategy is designed to get you into the bomb site with an advantage, to get the bomb planted, and from there, how you play dictates whether you'll win or lose the round. So go back to that strategy that had success, and this time they close it out. This time, there's not even money for Navi to consider the retake. If they were to lose everything, it'd be an absolute unmitigated disaster. And you have to say as well, the Molotov usage from G2 these past 2 rounds has been perfect. It's found them the 3 opening kills. 2 previously in the last round when 1 Molotov burned 2 players alive. This one forces Perfecto out into the open, which is an easy entry kill as well.
It's a nice little trick there for Jax. Again, the smoke at his side to make sure that if there was an open connector, it would be hard to find him. That all looks really good. They save the rifles, Navi, the rest of them, but... And that's, I mean, that's good. That means they're still dangerous in this round. They can still keep on fighting. But it's 13-11. If they lose a round now, if they miss their step here, Navi, G2 could be at 15 rounds quick. And what an aggressive move. And another kill coming in as Nexa taking down Boomich. Flamey tapping away with the FAMAS, but he needs some backup quickly. I think Simple is coming around with the AWP right behind him. So if he could put that in the right position, that might be all they need. Here's a bit of a peek as Perfecto taking down Hunter. 3-on-3 all of a sudden. Kenny waiting for a chance. He sees the gun barrel and he knows that Simple is coming. Easy kill for Kenny. And now Perfecto, he's low on health back here. A bullet and he's dead, and he's in such a lot of trouble. He goes down. Big win. G2 at 14 and all of the rifles wiped out for Na'Vi.
Oh my god, they might have just done it. I didn't think G2 was going to be able to grind this out, but they're proving me wrong. 14-11 and an advantage, and Na'Vi does not have the money to buy. This would be way too risky of a force buy, and you're close enough now to where you can sit a round out and wait for more money in the next and try and rattle off 4 straight. G2 down the stretch of this map have won all the critical rounds that give them the advantage of economy.
Yeah, this is really quite the turnaround. Didn't look like it was going to be possible, but here's Hunter opening up the round with a headshot, taking down Flamey. Aminet quickly traded. Didn't expect for there to be 2 people. Fair play. But still, should be no real issue closing out this round without too many casualties. I'm actually impressed. I don't think this was any kind of an easy, you know, return for G2. They really had to grind this out pretty hard.
I mean, oh dear, oh dear. Perfecto almost gets another one. Gut shot into Hunter, leaves him with 9 HP. There's still danger in this round. Boomich and, of course, Simple, who's over at E-Box for the moment. You're right. This hasn't been an easy map for G2 at all in my mind, especially when you consider how it began. The pistol round ace from Simple had to have just been such a scary feeling.
Yeah, the fact that it started off in that fashion is something that probably took a little bit to shake off. They almost didn't. Not to say that it's done yet. There is another chance for Na'Vi, even after this round, assuming that they don't just straight up win this one, which, given the fact that there's only 28 seconds, could happen. Simple's out here, ready with a deagle and a plan in mind, looking for a shot. He's got one more chance, and they're going to double team him. Now Boomich is back here, 20 seconds, and yeah, they've got him locked in, and there's the headshot from Jax. A bit of danger, a little bit of worry, but they get to 15. G2, 1 more round out of the next 4, and yeah, I'm going to say that would be...
We're going to nuke.
Yeah, they were going to nuke, and it would be quite something. Again, a lot of respect for them not folding as a team behind all this pressure.
Yeah, and not, I mean, bouncing back after the disaster of our first map that we had in this series, also just withstanding the storm of Na'Vi on train. Simple, 1 last round with the AWP. Navi's got to win 4 in a row. Plenty of money for G2. Kenny S going for some spam that's not going to connect. And a default spread, 2 players above ladder towards box halls. 2 players towards Ivy, but being very cautious. And 1 player that was in T-mid now moving towards box hall as well. And Hunter has control of ladder room.
I mean, they've been pretty successful at the B-bomb side. Could try and do that with just another wrinkle added, like, you know, do a little bit somewhere else and then go B. That kill on Boomich is absolutely huge. It looked like Boomich was anticipating getting flashed in by a teammate, or did they just throw too shallow? I don't know, but there was no flashbang.
I mean, he took the peak pretty hard for the angle that Hunter was playing. That was the fight he was looking for. I don't know about the pop flash, but Maybe, yeah, someone called it off. Maybe he was calling it for it from Simple. Either way, close up with the AWP. Simple gonna get the first with a flick. Oh, cannot convert over to the second, and that might be it. That might be the knockout punch delivered by Nexa and Jax. It's Perfecto who needs to step up.
Ooh, he's back here. It's a very exposed position. If he gets found out, it's going to be trouble. Flamey going down, trying to help out, and now it's all on Perfecto. He's going to get dropped by Kenny, and that's a win, 16-11. Second map goes the way of G2 after what is, I mean, it's a very, very uphill struggle. Again, I'm super impressed they managed to pull through on this one, and that means we're going to go to Nuke, and that's great news for everyone involved. Maybe the final map, both teams will show up ready to play from the start. That'd certainly be something. I look forward to seeing what the analysts will say about this one when we get back after the break. Coming up next.
All the while, we have a player walking up, and now he takes that kill. The question is, can he land another? Flamey, there he is, straight in front of the crosshair on the edge of the smoke, and he's gonna work closer. No kid, the spam is his! He's gonna walk right through this, and it's gonna be an easy two-piece, because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
He's got an ace, man. That's an easy kill right there. CEST Vitality are starting to clear things out, so if timing is correct, yeah, they have an opportunity. Alex, he'll end up dying. Perfecto gets the first kill of the round.
Yep, too many players to handle. They all come at him at the very same moment. RPK meant to be slain, but he connects three! USP taps, and Zywoo only gonna get one more. Still, Perfecto in a 1 versus 3 clutch. Yes. They're gonna start sprinting, and if he doesn't pull that trigger, he's got all three! He sprays down the back two of the caboose and can't finish it, but my goodness, has he primed his team. But Flamey is his kryptonite again. RPK takes three!
He didn't just do that! Magus gets blind, and there's a chance. Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree, and a 4th on top. 5-0.
Goes to middle. They know they are on catwalk. They're going to take the fight right away, and Config will land a party headshot, taking down Device and Megan, and he'll follow it up, taking down Dupree. That's 3. That's a whole arm of the attack gone, and the follow-up is amazing. They don't know if someone's in there waiting for him with a rifle, so he can't just book it there immediately. Dupree has somehow wrapped around them with the Deagle, and he's tapping away and taking down Poison, and there comes Device with an M4 instead. I can't believe that Astralis are back in this in a 2-on-1 now. Obo alone, he's got 30 seconds, and he's picked up a Galil there. Not really sure that makes a big difference right now. I think that bomb plan is going to be what's really tricky. And he goes straight for it. Dupree almost catching him in the middle of it, but that at least gives him a little bit of space. He gets that headshot immediately. That's very quick. And now does he know? Device pretty much can only be at this angle. He's out in the open, so if he doesn't win this fight immediately, Device will take him down, but Obo will do it! That's a triple kill. A little smile at the end. Complexity, 2-on-2. They have a slight health advantage, but against these weapons for Astralis, it might not matter. Magus, he had the health for it, but now he's been taken out, and Sip just trying to buy time, flank it around. Blame is hunting him down, and he turns for it. Immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16-12. Complexity taking down Astralis 2.
It was looking a little bit scary for a while there on Train Malik, but you guys seal it. Did you expect them to pick Train this time around? Because we know they've been having struggles on Dust 2 similar to your own.
Yeah, actually, yes. Actually, we did. We thought Nuke would be maybe a map as well, maybe, because the last 2 games they had were actually very, very sharp on the results they had, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, we were like, yeah, maybe they will take Nuke, and we had Train prepared as well. So yeah, we were ready to play this map as well, yeah.
So you're prepared for Nuke as well, which is coming up next. Now, last time you guys played it, they managed to beat you 16-4. What have you been able to learn from that going into this one?
We are online. No, I'm kidding. Was it the one online? No.
It was the Katowice one, yeah. It was the LAN.
Yeah, you see. So now, yeah, of course we learned. I think we improved. They are very sharp. What I see in this game compared to the last one we played against them, they are like more prepared. They are having more space for each other. I see Simple taking some moves, and not him as well, but also players. Maybe he didn't show on train, but I do expect them to play the game and be active and do things on this last map, and we are prepared. And yeah, just looking forward. It will be a bloodbath.
I'm down in I was going down a rabbit hole there, boys. We need to get out of stats and start actually just talking about CS. I'm over here just looking at like, okay, hold on, what can I make of this? And I'm so in it that I've just completely tuned out. Welcome back from the break, everybody. Obviously, we're gonna be here to discuss the second map and G2 fighting back like absolute bosses in the second half. You think you've written them off? You think it's gonna be a 2-0 for Navi? Think again. Kenny is here and the rest of the lads as well. They're doing damage. So let's hear what the analysts have to say about this and hand it over to Chad. Chad, what did you take away from that map?
Yeah, look, after that first half, I wrote in the group, I said, if they win pistol and then they convert, because Navi are going to force buy, the first gun round will be a low buy, and then they have a really good chance to win. Well, they managed to do it with losing that pistol to that awesome, simple ace. The fact that these guys on the G2 side of things stayed strong throughout, they didn't get flustered, they didn't get worried. They stuck to the game plan, and they just kept working at it. You could see that this team right here, it didn't look like they were going to give up at any point, and I think that was the key to G2 staying in this one.
Yeah, I have to agree. I am so enthusiastic about G2 right now. I swear to God, I was listening to them even on Mirage, and to bounce back on Chat's point, even when they were down 14-3, this team right now has one of the healthiest TeamSpeak or communication or whatever they use that I've ever heard. Everyone is always giving ideas. They clap for each other, they cheer for each other, and try and find solutions. And that was the same here. Chad painted the perfect picture. Navi, they had everything they needed. They won the pistol round in an absolute... We're gonna have it. Just enjoy it for a second though. It's just too great. It's just ridiculous. This guy is just too good. But anyway, he gets the ace, and then Navi actually roll on to win an MP9 buy, so what we call a bonus round. And then G2 are one map down. They're on the T side of train, and they get absolutely smacked. And they still fight back. It's insane.
They refuse to say die, Maniac, and that's the key thing. I'm actually, when you're talking about the healthiest communication, healthy atmosphere, not only am I thinking about Marek, but I'm also thinking about Nyak, the GM for this G2 team, the manager for this G2 team. It always feels like this would be the kind of atmosphere that he would want for one of his teams, or that he could be having a hand in, because it feels like, I mean, and you've been there, you've been with him. It always feels like he's trying to encourage just this kind of atmosphere on a team.
Yeah, he does. I also think that Hunter and Nexa bring a lot in that, just the whole communication aspect. But I want to mention some of the strategies that G2 were using, and specifically the B hits, because they had a couple of them that were absolutely beautiful. Look at this round number 23, and I'm going to let the viewers at home appreciate the absolute hell that is unleashed on Perfecto and Flamey. Would you please look at the life that they have right now? They've flashed them everywhere. The whole bomb sign is burning. This round will unfortunately not go G2's way. They'll end up losing the clutch. A good retake from Simple. What I do appreciate is that they realize, hold on a second, we were very close. So they go back to beat the next round. They're about to break Navi and Perfecto. He didn't learn the lesson. He thinks, it's okay, this time I can stay on both sides. No, you can't. You're going to be burning again. Jax is waiting for you. Flamey has no idea how to help his teammate. We see Amanek sneaking in the smoke. A little bit of a fail from Flamey, and there you have it. That right here is G2 breaking Navi's back, their economy, their mentality, everything. And on the back of a beautiful B execute.
That's so well orchestrated, right? That right there, you don't see executes that get that thrown out that picture perfect every day of the week. And I just want to add that string to the bow of G2. Not only do they have fantastic individuals like Hunter, their man we have to credit for a lot of the impact in their first half within this game, but it's deep, the talent. They have the attitude that Maniac's talking about. They have the right organization and I guess vibe around this squad, and they're only taking positive steps. Now, whether or not they're going to go into Nuke and take that map, this is still going to be yet another clash. But in terms of looking at a team and what you want and what you would want a team to be, G2 are that. G2 are exactly that. They've been able to mold these guys into something truly remarkable.
So let's start talking Nuke. I think this is a good time to move on because obviously Train, I'm just happy to see players throw Molotovs and watch to see if anybody comes out of the Molotov. Crazy concept. But let's talk about Nuke. Third map in this series. Fairly even again for both of these teams. It's funny saying that for Navi, obviously. So what do we take away from this? What are we watching out for here?
I think one of the first elements that we can take is from Alex's interview, right? He said Nuke might have been a possibility for Navi's pick, so I have to think that G2 will be ready for Nuke. I have to think that they will have plans for that. Electronic is the man that we always mention when we speak about Nuke and we talk about Navi's outside. He will take a lot of space on the T side. He'll be behind that wall of smoke. Sometimes it's going to be him. Sometimes he'll be with teammates. But he is the one man that you need to put down if you want to break Navi's game plan. And on the CT side, it's the same. If you can win that battle, if you can win the yard battle, then G2 might have a shot.
I want to actually pull out Jax's name here for when they're on the CT side, Semler, because we saw from Navi the other day, they had two moves. One was get electronic space in yard, the other was get simple space at ramp to go for late ladder flanks. If Jax can stop them, if he can stand and use that first bullet accuracy and how well he plays some of those off angles, he will deny one of the moves for Navi in this game right here. So Jax for me is going to be a key. And remember in Katowice, well, maybe you don't. Boomich had one of the best games I think I've ever seen a player have. He completely shut out G2 single-handedly on a map like Nuke. There's no way I can see him doing that level of performance again. That's a Blue Moon type level of performance. This time around it should be much closer, and I hope we get that bloodbath.
All right, I think we all do. Apart from James, perhaps. I think he just hopes that it's a clean Navi victory here and that he gets his prediction right. But as for the rest of us, you know, the G2 huddle is going, and we're going to be taking a quick break before we get into the action. The final map coming up now in this best of three. Who's going to win it? Navi or G2? Let's find out.
You got to draw a line somewhere, I guess.
Only good for that 1 week.
NBK is going to be in for a bit of a tight time here. Whoa. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the fourth as well. French CS.
So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 30-second mark, but a D from JKS.
Corner. And Kenny's going to just have to hit some heads. He's hanks for them, and it's just the first. He's able to fall back. He's got to put his weapon back together. And he will. It's a good time flashbang, but he knows the magazine's low. Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot onto Valda. Hunter's going to help him out from pit, so Alexi B is all alone in a 1 versus 5. Nobody gets out from porch. Nobody gets footing close to that site. And it all goes around Kenny S.
Wow. Alexi, the 1-on-3, you'd think he's got no chance. One player back default, one in the pit. It's one of the most dangerous crossfires, even when you have 5 alive. Saw they struggled in that situation. Headshot through the wall. Alexi's out of the round. What a round from Kenny S, though.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills, and he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. Wow. 3 frags from him.
Let's see if they can get out mid. Again, smoke spam. Great timing coming out of the CTs. OG throwing Alexi B forward, only able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job.
Oh, what?
Nexa robs it back. 3 kills, but here comes Valda on the flank, hot on the heels of the mid play. 2v2, and he dodges the op. Kenny sprints into the B side.
Yeah?
Yeah, wants to get some exits here.
Ruin the ratio. Oh my God.
He's gonna get them both.
Oh, Kenny's gonna die to the bomb. So he's got to come out with a wicked Kenny peek, and it's just gonna feed.
I mean, we say Mantu shouldn't get all 3, but Mantu also had 100 HP, and the door's open. Emanek's gonna rush it.
Whoa, his teammate
it's not
there.
planted. 3 seconds.
Cover that. There's no way.
Emanek robs the round.
Close the door.
Has to form a miracle to be able to win that.
Oh,
Once
but
again, running into the blender versus Fur, Hunter, top of the hut.
Finally.
Oh, good trade comes out, but Nexa looks to pick up the pieces. 2 up versus 1. Alexi only Mac 10 in hand. Better guns all over the place if he can find them. Don't know how close though. And
quite...
Kenny is now moving in for the kill. Interesting though to make it a 1v1. He drops off, and Alexi, he loves to take this fight. We saw how patient he was. In this moment, Jax pops up behind him, pops his hat right off.
And we are back for the final map, G2 and Na'Vi, and the odds are almost dead even. Jason, do you think that's an accurate reflection on reality? Does this feel like an even game at this point?
Yeah, it does. And I mean, both of these teams, we were questioning what level Na'Vi would kind of show up in today. They answered that question. After the first map, we were wondering if G2 is just going to wiped out. They answered that question as well. Both teams stealing their opponent's map pick. Nuke, you'd hope, I mean, much like Train, you hope this is going to be late into the game. This is going to be a back and forth affair. I have no idea who's going to win this final map, Anders. I'm not going to lie to you.
Well, I'm not sure either. Honestly, it's been hard to stop Simple. I mean, he started that second map with an ace, so that was really something. Hunter was doing really well. Does he have more in the tank? Is it gonna be hard for him to keep going at that level? I feel like someone has to join Hunter. Kenny was playing well, but maybe a third guy in there. Who would that third guy be?
I would like Nexa. I think Hunter, Nexa, and Kenny would be a pretty solid trio. I think Jax has some very, very crisp aim that I've watched throughout this last week of Counter-Strike or so, 2 weeks of Counter-Strike. That has been a lot of fun to watch. So, I mean, there's a couple different options. I think the big one is going to be outside. Obviously, if you're G2, who's the player that you have attacking outside? Because that's where you face off against Electronic as that main defender of outside. But Simple is also going to rotate over with the AWP. And he is super mobile and rotating between outside, ramp room, and up the ladder. So no matter where you go on this map, you're going to face off against Simple in support of the initial defenders. So that first fight everywhere you go, if you're G2, needs to be a clean win on your T side so that you're not battling people while Simple's peeking with the AWP.
Yeah, that would be a good start at the very least. I'm not sure about who's going to be actually picking this one up. I feel I had picked G2 from the beginning. Some of the reasons why I picked them, I feel like have kind of slipped away from me in the meantime. Like I'm not seeing the same strength that I really wanted to see. So I'm a bit nervous about that. And now we seem to have a good day, but I guess I have to stick with them now. There's no changing it, but we're gonna find out exactly how this is gonna be playing out.
Everything is just split right down the middle. I mean, both of these teams have a decent win rate. They're very close in percentages. 62% win rate on Nuke for Na'Vi, 58% for G2. 13 maps played by Na'Vi, 12 maps played for G2. So pretty equal sample size as well between the two squads on this. That's all within the last 3 months. So this feels like it should be a very close affair. There's not one favorite in my mind on this map.
No, maybe not. I mean, that's the kind of map, though, we like. It's good news if it's going to be, hard to guess. That does make it more fun. Electronic had a great Nuke game on this particular... was it like two days ago now? We've seen Simple on this map, too. I think this could be... I think Electronic... very tricky.
Just by nature of the position he plays outside, he's always going to get a lot of attention, so the possibility is going to be there for Electronic to pretty much have a solid map every time this is played. For the moment, G2, everyone's in lobby.
Molotov has already been used, and looks like they want to try and see if they can cause a bit of a distraction on the A-bomb site while then running straight down towards the ramp. So they get ramp control, but they're not going to get anyone with that. Not yet, anyway. They want to keep going. Oh, this is really fast. G2 not slowing down, but he'll be slowed down by Simple. A big double. Flamey with a double of his own, and that is the end of the round. There's nothing to do from here on out. Hunter in a 1 versus 5. Man, they wanted, it's the fight they wanted, just weren't able to win it.
That's Yeah, that's the same kind of pistol round that Complexity ran against Navi just a couple days back. That utility usage towards the upper bomb site and book it towards ramp room. That too was shut down. In fact, that kind of a tactic of like, you know, faking towards the upper bomb site didn't even work for Complexity until later on in the half. The first 2 or 3 times they ran it, Navi had an answer each and every time, and it happens again here. Pistol round for Navi, another good one from Simple. 3 kills, 2 for Flamey.
Man. Well, I mean, in some sense, you can't even really be sad about a round like that. Like, you got a lot of what you wanted. It's just that you weren't able to get any of the opening kills once you actually got into the bomb site. So, just have to move past that. No bomb plant, obviously, so they haven't bought in this round. And we'll see if that third round, if they can overcome. There's a lot of MP9s in play here. If they're going to have the same amount, and presumably they will in the next round, maybe the AKs of G2 could be impactful.
That seems like a waste of a boost with a Glock. And what? Are you run boosting him right into death?
Yeah.
Oh, Electronic's gonna love that delivery.
I was excited. I thought actually maybe he could make it all the way to the stairs, and then, you know, he'd just be catching Electronic. That would be great.
I was thinking when I saw that boost, I was like, well, maybe he's got like a deagle that he's like peering down the stairs a little bit, but no, it was just like a weak little pea shooter.
That's where you need the Zeus. Like, just imagine it.
Yeah, it would have been no different from what we just saw. You don't even have to imagine it.
You say that, Jason, but I don't know. At this rate, we'll never know.
This we won't. No one's even given it a try. No one's given it a thought. Lobby crunch for the defense really early on in the half. I like this, especially with 4 SMGs getting up close, using a lot of utility, and now just sneaking back as well, making it look like they have control of lobby, and we'll see the response from G2. This could be some early information gained by Navi.
No wall of smokes, just a flash to swing. But again, when you have AKs versus MP9s, you can afford to do that. You don't have to use the smokes. Not that they have that many, but later on, obviously, that would be just an absolute lethal choice. Oh, what a grenade around the corner. That's going to do a fair bit. And again, that will make the MP9s way more efficient, really narrowing the gap between what it takes to kill someone with a headshot as soon as you get any grenade damage in. So that's interesting. They're not finding the targets out here. I mean, they get so much yard control, but they're not getting any fights, and they love it.
Well, no one wants to peek, except for apparently Flamey, who does good damage on an Nexa as well. So yeah, G2's taking a lot of chip damage before they really figure out where exactly they want to go. If they go downstairs, the one nice thing is it's only Simple. He's the only one down here, but G2 isn't even pressuring it, and now they're losing a fight at range.
Ooh. Nice knockout punch there. Flamey going to be going down next. It's a 4-on-3, but both Jackson and Kenny are extremely low on health, and 15 seconds now. They got to find a way in here and get that bomb planted right away. Kenny's actually running outside with this 9 seconds left. They've already almost run out of time. There we go. Finally going to be doing it. That is so close. Electronic will go down. I was scared for a minute there. It looked like Kenny was shuffling around outside of the bomb site and not even really doing anything.
They're running those Navi tactics, making everyone nervous. Man, these SMGs have done so good in this round. They've outdueled a couple of the AKs. Look how close some of these HPs are. Kenny S with 1, Jax with 17. Perfecto finding an AK-47 is magnificent, and Almanac knows with 20 health, he can't even chase. They have to make sure that they're secure from the bomb explosion.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Navi knew how much damage they did, but certainly if you look at it, that feels like a round that could have gone a bunch of different ways. But I don't think G2 care. You know, it's a close round, but whatever. They win it. That's really the only crucial thing here. Obviously, now they're going to be able to bind this next round, and they did steal an AK-47 on Perfecto. So that was sort of the first part of the test. They passed. Now, here comes the second go-around, and that's this buy round from Navi. If G2 can win that, they can start to build. They've got the permits.
Yeah.
To put something up.
Well, let's... permits, eh? Let's see what Simple's going to do with this op for the first time in his hand. Electronic with an early flashbang. They've gotten to red box very quick these past few rounds. Oh no, they're going to challenge it. Have they lost their minds? Are they outside of Oh my lord, Simple is gonna cut a couple of easy kills. They're trying to beat the timing. Electronic still hasn't even been shown. This is way too easy. And no damage even being done. No kills for G2. And they might have thrown this round away.
It was bold, though. I mean, you've got to give them that, Jason.
Yeah, points for courage.
A lot of courage. Doesn't always.
Isn't there like that saying, like there's a fine line between bravery and stupidity? Seems like that should be something someone would say.
Well, I know which side of the line they landed on. Missed shot from Simple. He's going to get maybe one more chance here. Kenny, I don't know. Kills still always important, and they will get none of them. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this is about, to be honest.
You even set it up in the previous round. You're like, oh, the wall of smokes is fine when you're up against SMGs, but that was they didn't get anything they wanted. Maybe they expected the op, maybe because you could see the second player from G2 died with the assist from Nexa, who throws a flashbang. Maybe they were expecting that flashbang to be effective to force Simple from the angle for like a half second, and they could fight the repeat. But that's a big risk.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. In through the hut. Lot of fire, and now the smoke down, and they've all slowed down. I thought they were going to keep going. I was excited. We had Tech-9s in play, and it's against the spirit of buying a Tech-9 to stop running at all. Should never stop.
Yeah, well, they've used all their utility, so it's gone from bad to worse.
In fact, I think they should make it so that when you buy the Tech-9, you cannot stop running. You're just always in plus forward. You have to keep going. There's no slowing it down.
Okay. That's an interesting take. That's one of those recommendations you don't hear too often. Well, time for a field day. This is what I mentioned when I said Simple was going to be fast and mobile between all locations on the map with that AWP. A double kill in the previous round, double kill in this round as well. He's off to a great start. 9-1, 6-1 for Flaming.
Yeah, things are getting a bit troubling. Getting all killed at the corner. And again, it's not that they should have, you know, found a way to win that round, but they should have found a way to do damage. Something, anything. I mean, we've already seen once in this best of 3 what happens when Na'Vi end up with a bunch of flawless rounds and G2 can't do the economic damage. Why are people shooting at Boomage early on? 17.
Tom making him hustle up that ladder. He's got teammates following up. Here we go. Tech-9 on Kenny as he's keeping 1,100 in the bank to afford an AWP as soon as possible. Breaking the windows as well, signifying that maybe they want to fall into an upper bomb site hit later on in the round. Simple with that op this time is outside. Excuse me, where is Simple? You know he's inside. He's actually peeking into the hut. He's actually pushing forward to a new angle. So aggressive stance in towards lobby. Hears nothing, feels no pressure, and might be able to catch Jax off.
Yeah, it's easy to mistime this if you're walking through the lobby. Just forget about it for a second. And he's actually taking an even deeper angle now. This is really interesting. Quick shot there. He wants to go for more, and he's going to get taken down. Nice swing by Amanek, and he wants to go into the bomb site. Can he follow it up with a bit more? He's looking down there on the floor of the bomb site and finding no one. Kenny gets a kill on Electronic, and now out of the vent. A little bit of a fly-in from Boomage, who's not going to get anything done. He was trying to close the door politely. Perfecto on Flamey, now 2-on-3.
He actually closed the door on his teammate. Flamey can't do anything now.
Maybe that was the teammate that shot him earlier in the round. He was like, guess what?
That's actually, for some reason, just sent me... Oh, it's buckled me. Flamey trying to come out of the hut, trying to recover the situation. Molotov into the site, but it's a little bit too late. And Flamey has nothing left to do but go down.
He's like, bro, why?
It was his dying act as well. He was like, oh, I'm definitely going to die. I might as well close this door.
Yeah. Oh, it's not ideal. Ooh. Flying Kenny. He practically stomped Electronic. That was cool.
The Goomba stomp.
Yeah. 4-2. Excellent round from G2, putting the pressure on Navi once again.
Yeah, this is the last buy they're going to be able to afford. AWP again on Simple. He had that 1 kill with it in the previous round. Very aggressive in Hut. It's hard to... That's a play that I would probably never make. Like maybe that first kill, but it's hard to really criticize Simple for doing it. You just kind of, you have to let him, you kind of unleash someone like him. 2 kits on Electronic and Simple. But Navi's going to be out of money if they lose this round.
Yeah, that's the big takeaway. So, pivotal round, this 7th one early on in the match. Just some jiggle peeking going on here from Electronic. He's getting bored of that. He's going to move forward, but the grenade has him thinking twice, and yeah, that's because he can't also cover the roof there, so moving forward is super dangerous. Now in comes Simple, though, with the AWP, and oh, Hunter, he's so... well, he's dead.
Yeah, a little bit lackadaisical. Flamey's gonna drop on down, and Ramp Room is taken over. But now what can they do with it? Only 3 players here. Flamey finds Kenny S. He got aggressive. Kenny wasn't expecting it. Now he sinks deeper into the lower bomb site. He's got no backup. Actually, excuse me. Boomich has just dropped in towards vents, and Flamey might have another one. Jax is brought low. Nex is trying to creep up close. Flamey falls.
That's a good refrag from Boomich. Just some simple trading going on. Amanek, he should have been dead. That is a bit of a miracle. I can't believe he got that 2nd kill. Boomich looked like, looked like he should have had that one. It's still going to be a 1-on-2, but everyone's low on health now. Jack's outside, 35 seconds, and he has been spotted, and that's a problem. The bomb is, well, nowhere near him. It's down to the B bomb site.
Well, remember, he spotted 1 player. He didn't see Boomich, and Boomich was down here earlier for that trade kill, so Jax can't have any idea that both players were actually upstairs in secret. Otherwise, he might have hustled to get this bomb plant. Now, it's just a massive risk. No matter what you do, how do you get this bomb planted with... Oh,
no.
I don't think he has time for that. He's crazy. He's trying to fake it out. Gonna go back for more, but there's no chance to bait someone into the open, and Perfecto actually gave him the chance.
Yeah. That is just way more dangerous than it seems now that he's won it, and definitely could have gone horribly wrong. Anyway, yeah, so this was Electronic to his left. Yeah, I'm so shocked that Electronic doesn't get that kill. That's what brought the round back into contention. Anyway, 5-2, no bomb plant means no buy for G2. And Navi with maybe a chance to relax a little bit if they can survive the Deagles. The Dessert Eagles.
The Deagles. Well, Kenny gonna turn the corner first, and the shadow will show. Oh, Simple can't survive it, and neither can Electronic. Here's Jax in for the fight. M4 picked up by Hunter, and wow, what a battle. Hunter is gonna have to reload. Perfecto brought down to about half HP, but it's a winnable 1 versus 2, and another peek from Perfecto. Triple kill, and he saves the day.
That's some excellent shooting out of Jax. Check this out. he's so dead. What a beautiful round. Oh, he gets a headshot on Nex. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Actually, maybe if that doesn't come through, they actually have a chance to turn that around. 1 extra player would have been a beautiful thing. Still, economic damage is dealt, money's still low, and G2 have a chance to reset Navi again.
Nex only has 1 kill, but no wonder if his teammates are shooting him. It's unfair. Hunter, oh, look, that's just an elbow showing. It's simple. They did the same thing in Hut earlier, and instead of backing up like most sane people would do, he's just continuing the aggression. He wants to keep going. Flamey, they walk through the smoke in front of him, and he's going to get both. That was an all-in from Kenny with that AWP coming through, and now they need to relax here. This is a 2-on-4. No reason for Navi to lose a bunch of rifles in this round.
This feels much more like Mirage than it does feel like Train.
Yeah.
This is not a one-man army from Simple, but the impact he's having is making things so much easier for the rest of his team. He's being dynamic in the early stages of the round. He's getting first kills left and right, and he is stopping any map control from G2 wherever he goes.
$50 seconds, and G2 just hoping for, again, a mistake. Sometimes, if you wait around, you know, the enemy team will just give you a bit of an opening. Navi, though, pretty well restrained at the moment. Not being too crazy. That Molotov was the last grenade that G2 had, and it doesn't really give them anything. Simple. Always interesting, a little technical detail there, which is re-peeking as he's putting an X-Bullet in, so you could get a glimpse of where Jax is running. Amanek's got a kill in the meantime, and now he's going to put the bomb down. Oh, he's going to fake it once. Wants to make it a 2-on-2 before he does anything else, and might have almost baited someone into that. Looked like Simple wanted to go for it. Now he's going to definitely have to follow through. 10 seconds, and he gets one more kill. He's going to get traded, and even if not, that would have still been no time to actually put the bomb down, but brave effort. That's actually pretty cool for G2. I thought they made a real round of that.
Yeah, that was actually a really nice attempt. I enjoyed that as well. Man, next on Kenny S coming through the flames. Jax is even lucky to get that kill.
What do you think, Jason?
That's a bit rough. Nothing. Yeah, nothing's working is all I was gonna say.
Well, you're right. Well, that's why I thought maybe we could spend this time to come up with maybe a powerful plan. What if the community, what if everyone just tweeted all of their favorite pro players and asked them to do the Zeus run boost? Like if we put, peer pressure. It's the old, grade school tactic. Works well there. Why not on the internet? It's kind of like grade school. Say it, come again, Jason? What was that? I'm gonna need that sound on replay.
Holy hell, Jax. That makes no sense.
No, it doesn't, but here we are. He did it in the other round.
Social media peer pressure seems to be a hot topic of late, Anders. I'm not sure if I feel comfortable championing and being
well,
the guy to ask
for good.
For it.
This is for at least
for good, not evil.
Exactly. We'll see if they can run down the effect. Look at the transfer. Jax is there, and apparently he got the right deagle. It can only hit headshots, which is quite the pickup.
Must be nice.
No, don't use the M4. Get back with the deagle, Jax.
He needs to have faith in Kenny S to be able to protect him from above, but they're basically letting this flank come in. Kenny S spots the jump. He's
no
blinded,
armor.
looking above now. Yeah, they're close to him at this point, and he peeks in, and no, that's not enough. Electronic is going to peer back towards the site, might open him up. This play from Almanek needs to come in now. Jax is in way too much pressure. I cannot believe G2 has slowed it down to this degree. There's the tap. Electronic being cautious, looking behind him. No one's being fooled, and the Tech-9 works either way.
That's a big shot, but again, they don't have armor. Well, only Amanek does, and he's already low. This Jax being jumped on. Boomich comes flying around the corner, and they will just barely lose the round. I mean, this is so close. Again, the lack of armor, especially on Kenny when he goes for that shot there, it's so unfortunate. Some really heavy losses here for G2. Must be upsetting. It's going to be 8-2 in favor of Na'Vi.
Man, I mean, I'll get into it after we see this replay, because Simple just asked Jax if he was jumping, and Jax said no, but I feel like he was definitely jumping. No, maybe we're not going to see it. I don't know. That 3v3, it felt like G2 is playing that out of I don't know, like really uncomfortable. I don't know why the bomb wasn't being planted. Kenny has had an op over by the vent in the squeak door to guard heaven. You can put the bomb down there, and Almanek can still play his flank situation the exact same way. But the fact that Na'Vi never had the pressure of time allowed them to, I mean, they got to dictate a lot of when the action began in that round. If you have the bomb planted and ticking away, you force their hand.
Man, this is... I can't believe that G2 has managed to keep the Na'Vi economy so low for a long, long time. All they need to do is win this round, and they can essentially cash that whole series of checks right here, and suddenly they could be from 2 up to 4 rounds, and then it's a very open game once again. So just a single round here would mean everything to them. Amanek going to win the fight against Electronic outside. He was hiding out there. That's a huge win to start the round with. Still a minute on the clock, and where do they want to go with this, though? There's that worry all the time about Simple and that dreaded AWP of his.
Yeah, Simon's over towards ramp room, and guess what? They're lining up, and it looks like they want to go right at him. At least for the moment, a couple players in radio room. They might just be watching for a push.
I recommend
but they're going to try and bust out the fake. Yeah, well, they don't know Simple's here. That's the difficulty. Almanek goes down. There's the repeak, and Simple's got that as well. Again, a new position and another double kill for Simple's off.
Oh, How does he survive? He was looking straight up into the sky. Spoonwich was shooting at him. Kenny getting caught with a knife out. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, time's running out. 15 seconds, and Flamey's going to get the kill on Kenny. Now it's a 2-on-2 with 10 seconds left, and he's just waiting down here. Simple. I don't know, 6 seconds? Can they even do anything at this point? Hunter's running straight for it, but
they missed it.
But why? Oh my god, he almost got shot through the floor. But why? I don't know what just happened.
Oh no, this is G2 crumbling.
I'm used to seeing G2 not defusing
Here's
the bombs,
that shot. Okay, it was the other person jumping.
Fair enough.
That's unreasonable. I feel like I was justified for my excitement still.
I'm used to seeing G2 not defusing the bombs, Jason, but if they start not planting them as well, it's a problem.
Yeah, that issue can really has to be contained to one side of the map.
Yes.
You can only really have that problem on CT, not CT and T.
Nine to 2. The economy for Navi is still dreadful. They're so on the edge all the time here, G2, of being able to turn this game around. That's the thing that's going to be really upsetting.
Yeah, this is exactly what Train was. Remember, they had him on that reset. They just had to get control of the economy. The problem is it's never actually occurring here. They could really go for it now. If they can claw this up to 5 rounds, that would be incredible. Molotov is actually his own Molotov burning Jax. Here comes the push. Boomich close up to the smoke. Oh, a late flash is perfect. Perfecto's burning. And they finally get into the bomb site. And now down to that pesky plant.
If they could find the kill, I mean, I'm not saying they should go hunting for the rifles, but again, if Navi make it out with these 3 rifles, then instead of a full-on eco, they get a bit more of a chance. Flamey picking up Kenny there. Simple, waiting. It's a 3-on-3, and obviously more than anything, they should not let go of the round at this point in time. I think Navi already just thinking about the exit kills. Simple, waiting around in the vent. Does he want to try and see if he can climb up and just no-scope somebody? Has he lost his mind? He's almost going to be able to find a kill there, but back down before Hunter showed up, and now it's a 2-on-3. Maybe another exit kill in store here. Electronic easy enough there, taking down Nexus. So, at the end of it, it's a 3rd round for G2, with Navi still saving a couple of rifles at the very least.
It might actually be a good thing that Hunter found that kill right at the end, because it looked like Navi wanted to go for this, and this kind of sealed it. Simple's still in safety and vents, so he's just able to back away. But that's an important round. G2 finally do it. They get their 3rd round, and they've destroyed the economy. There cannot be a buy in this round for Navi. They do have an AWP on Simple. They have an M4 on Electronic. You could, in theory, force up around these 2 weapons, but what's... Never mind. Let's not even go into it. They're going to go for it. They're forcing up. They're going to drop 2 FAMAs. Electronic was at 3K. Simple was at 3K, so not enough for M4s. They're dropping weapons over. This is G2's best chance at not only recovering in this half, but they might even be able to get to 6 if they can close this out.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if they can guess that Navi will... They have the rifles. Maybe they will. It's just... It's the fact that one of those is that AWP on Simple. That's making me incredibly nervous. He's 15-5, and Flamey's right behind him at 13-5. So, I didn't even notice Flamey had been playing that well, but shout out to him for putting it on the board as well. Here we go, outside. Electronic. Where's that wall at? They need the smokes. We've already seen what happens if you don't. Simple. Won't be able to see them now. They're going to be down on the low ground, and no timing shots either. So, Amanek has made his way across, and that's some good news at the very least.
Oh, into the upper bomb site we go, though. Electronic has 2 kills. They tried to wrap in. Oh, that's not ideal.
And
Jax has to go for the TK because he must win that fight. 2-on-4 inside of the upper bomb site, and there's nowhere to go after this plant.
Man, this is so heartbreaking. G2 all the time on the edge. They make Navi force, and Navi come right back. Big double outside there for Electronic, and Kenny fighting at the edge. Flamey on the other side will be going down, but look at how low they are on health. Missed opportunity there, and Kenny has to be a little bit active, otherwise it's not going to happen at all. Now he can't stop the defuse. smoked off and shut down to the MP9. A 10th round on the board for Na'Vi, and wow, the round loss bonus is in their favor with the bomb plant at the very least, but that's not something that you're going to be celebrating at this point in time.
Man, Electronic just playing in standard positions inside of the warehouse, and they've never been able to clear him out. He's had so much safety there throughout this half. And an easy retake for Na'Vi when they have such a man advantage and positional advantage. 10-3. The force-up works, and it's back to grinding for G2. They've got plenty of money for at least this next round, but if they want to fight for the last two, they need to win it.
This feels...
At this point, it almost... I would like to see G2, if they're going to go outside again at any level, I think that wall that's close up to Mini might do them better, because they can at least use that to not only negate Simple, but, you know, clear out Electronic if he's in warehouse. If you're going to make that kind of a play turning into Mini in that fashion, you're kind of just rolling the dice that someone is there or not.
I mean, you could even make it a little hit squad to go and find Electronic and fight him if you really want to do that. Flash your way in or something, yeah. This just feels like such a mentally taxing game for G2. They must know all along that they've had Na'Vi at basically $0 across the board, and yet 3 rounds is all they have to show for it. Electronic back around the corner. Looks like they have a Molotov. Might just want to try and burn him up, but no, instead they throw it to the stairs, and he's going to have a huge chance of getting at least the 1 kill if they wrap around this smoke. There's the spray down, and he continues. Beautiful double. Molotov just to the stairs instead of on him, and that made all the difference in the world.
There's just way too many multi-kills when the action begins on the side of Na'Vi, whether it's Simple with the op. Electronic these past 2 rounds has had a double kill each of them. We've seen Flamey have a couple double kills. There's just not... The trading for G2 is just not good enough. Nexa over at door, but he's got to wait for his teammates to move outside and get into position, and they don't have any smoke, so they can't even cross outside. They have to go towards Mini, and that's where Electronic is ready to go.
Yeah, he's just watching it. Might be an easy kill. Again, the gun barrel's going to be showing a little bit. Ooh, nice duck from Kenny. Stops from dying immediately. Boomage double, pick up another one, and whatever nice kills are coming out, it won't matter at this point. It's a 4-on-1 at the end there for Nexa, and he can't do it. So 11-3. Na'Vi so well on their way to picking up this series. I don't see how G2 are going to make a comeback from this point in time. It's just such a long road back yet again.
Yeah, they better get this last round to have that little bit of extra breathing space. This is a really good showing from Na'Vi, who looked like the Walking Dead yesterday. Jax fully bought up. Decent amount of utility for the T side. Jax is going to have that AK-47. And here we go. Nexa towards the door. I guess at this point, if you're G2, maybe just bust out a good old-fashioned upper execute. It's a nice little set piece.
Yeah, I mean anything goes, right? It's hard to come up with many things that actually have worked out well for G2 in this first half.
This is one of them, though. If they actually go for the upper hit, this is one where Kenny earlier had dropped onto Mini Roof with the Tech 9 and been able to get 1 pick on Electronic rotating into Mini. And everything is lined up to be pretty much the same at the moment, except for the addition of Amanek outside.
Electronic is looking for him. It's a fight that Electronic has been winning a lot of the time. They're both hiding inside smokes, so we'll see. Amanek behind the container. You can see Electronic now feeling very, very exposed. Yeah, that's not where you want to be. He's going to go back for more, actually. Oh, he's running with a grenade out. What a mental plan from Electronic.
Well, here's the thing. Nexa better be a god in this round. He's got 1 and he's traded off, but there's no utility. There's nothing to block off these doors. And Simple is here, clotheslining Amanek with a deagle, getting aggressive for more, and now the op's out. Now it gets even harder, and they have no desire to face off against him. They're being funneled right back up the vents. Nobody is there for Na'Vi, so G2, at least for the moment, have fooled them in a 3-on-3 post plant that G2
Simple
desperately needs to win.
He wants to shoot them through, doesn't he? It looked like he was going to try and take that shot, but he's still worried about someone being there. So never mind. Yeah, 3-on-3, 15th round, so all in for Na'Vi and trying to retake this. They have a single flashbang, plenty of kits, but 1 flashbang to enter the side with. That's just not going to be easy at all. Looks like G2 might have been able here to find a 4th round they absolutely needed. Kenny all the way in the corner, probably the first point of contact as they turn the corner. Flashbang does really nothing at all. They try and drop down. Good enough shot from Simple. He's down on the low ground and he's not able to do it. He wanted that no-scope, but Jax will end it. And 11-4 in favor of Na'Vi at the end of the half. Man, it is going to have to be a brave comeback for G2 if they want any shot at winning this series. We'll see if they can after the break.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros, about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy, what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people who are mine. Will you live for yours? That's what I want to say. Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
Here it comes, the final half. It's Na'Vi versus G2, and it's gone the full distance, all 3 maps, but this last one looks like it's not quite going to have the same competitiveness to it. It's such a strong lead for Na'Vi. I mean, G2, how do you do? I mean, 1 round at a time. Are there any more, any more sort of common phrases we can bring out here? Any more encouraging words for G2, Jason? What's it going to take?
No, I got nothing in the tank. It's going to take, first and foremost, you got to have guys like Nexa and Kenny S step up to the plate. They were pretty much shut down in that first half. 1 and 2 kills on those 2 guys about 10 rounds in. So, I mean, they have to have a good second half if you want to be able to control it, especially considering Nex is playing in mini. If he is having a rough second half as well, this whole outer portion of the map is going to be in so much trouble. Got to be careful with that duel. They are dropping down, starting to spin towards the window. Spam coming through, and Kenny S. And look where those two players that I just called out are. Guarding outside. Kenny's got one jumping up over the top. This is a bold position to remain in if you're Kenny S.
He's actually gone out of the window. He's out in the yard behind them, shooting him in the back. That seems like an incredibly risky play. I mean, as much as it is staying in there, that could have also backfired. But he did get a 2-for-1 trade himself going down, so maybe not so bad after all. Round is definitely not done yet. We still have Electronic and Simple alive.
That's a huge risk from Kenny S, but I like it. At least he got the reward portion of that risk to come out. He got a double kill, able to stop them from getting towards Heaven. Now that he's gone down as well, team has got to be on notice that Heaven is exploitable, that it's open.
Just now, 35 seconds. And they don't have any more grenades to set anything up with, so they should leave themselves at least a couple of seconds to actually get the fight in and not just count on everything working out almost immediately. 20 seconds, that smoke's going to be fading, and they're going to go and try and crunch this bomb site. Oh, good opening as they just get a little bit of damage out from Hot. Another shot comes in, but they can't find that player in the bomb site. It's Avanek with a beautiful triple. That is so well defended. I actually thought that was going to work out for Navi in at least getting the bomb down.
Yeah, I did too. I was very afraid that pinch from the bomb site. One player in Hut, 2 P250s from above. That would have been wild. What an important first shot to hit as well on Boomich. If that is a drawn-out fight, Kenny S is not able to transition over. Simple may even be able to pounce from the warehouse. 11-5, and Navi had a very nice setup and just could not convert it into a win. Deagle's out for Simple, and Glocks will surround it.
Yeah, just the one Deagle. Some of these rounds, when it was G2 on the T side, they did manage to continuously do damage. They sort of kept the pressure on Navi. They just were never able to convert it into that crucial one-round win that they needed. Like, that just never happened. It's crazy to think about. But maybe Simple could carry on that tradition on the T side and do some damage himself with it. Why not give it a shot? It's been fun, Simple. It's been great, Simple, in this best of 3.
Yeah, he's been on point. He's been really exciting to watch, which is cool. And it hasn't like even strayed into that area where it's punishing Navi in any way. He's kept it at least contained to that degree. He's been so spectacular with openings on the op kills. This round is very slow for Navi. 4 players about to turn into mini, but look at this. The defense is actually wild. 2 players in mini garage watching this. Kenny S over at the windows. Simple gonna go down. Little bit of damage onto Kenny S, but they still haven't even met the main force of this defense.
Boomich will carry on the Deagle for at least a kill. More people are trying to pick it up, and they're dying as they do it. I don't blame Electronic for wanting it, but yeah, that did get him killed. Anyway, 6-11, and G2 will survive without too many casualties in that round. So I think it's good news. It's 6-11. It's not looking so bad now. Obviously, the real test is here, but if they can make this work, that would actually be quite cool.
I think a lot of it is going to depend on this look we see at Kenny S with the AWP. What is he going to be willing to do? How much is he willing to risk? How aggressive? How assertive does he want to be? A lot of nades towards the upper bomb site. That's going to give Electronic some space to work with, and the smoke wall is up. Electronic is going to be able to cross.
All right. Some damage for Nexa, trying to just essentially have a really, really safe play there. Still pretty annoying. But he smokes it off, and it's just one person. It's just Electronic out here. So I don't think he cares about the smoke going down in any way. They are set up for a potential crunch to this A bomb side that could be really powerful if they could get 2 men in through Mini and the rest through Hut and Squeak Door. That can actually work well. They're going to be Molotoving off, well, not quite the Hut, I think. I thought maybe they would, but seems like it's going to go up to the rafters instead.
This is risky. There's 2 defenders with SMGs at this upper bomb site. Hunter's close up in the Hut as well. Here comes the wrap from Mini. Hunter, not able to find anything. He would have to be aggressive. Perfecto is baiting. He's waiting, and this is perfect for the attack. They're handling this so well. Hunter does find one kill, but it's too late to stop anything. The drop down, Jax falls, and now it's all about making sure you do not risk this AWP too much. It needs to be a winnable scenario, and Hunter's done just that.
Again, Hunter coming up really big for his team. He almost got shot at the back in the beginning when he had the SMG, but he does turn it around, and now they have a big shot. 18 seconds, Simple and Flamey left, and finally that bomb is being attempted, and it will go through, but Hunter coming in with a third kill, saving his team. Absolutely brilliant. That is... Man, I don't even know how he plays it so well. He actually turned back to look at the site, and then somehow was ready to turn for the first kill on that lobby player. This play here is... That's so hard to do.
Perfecto even played that so well. If the hit is coming from Mini and Squeakdoor, the worst thing you can do is give up that position inside HUD, and you can see what it means. That is a hyped up Jax.
Good. They should be hyped up. This is a big opportunity, maybe the biggest they've had yet on Nuke. Flamey gets a kill, but will go down. That means no bomb plant should be happening here. Not completely out of danger, as Kenny and Hunter are both pretty low on health. Oh, and the smoke timing. Hunter's going to get shot in the back. Oh dear. Jax getting caught out in the open. And that is a disaster. That should have never got that far. Shot attempted through, but yeah, he's in a lot of trouble here, Kenny. They're both right on the other side of that smoke. So, Kenny, does he see it? No, he doesn't. I don't know. It could look different on his screen, but that was at least an opportunity right there. Now he's going to be going down, and a steal from Navi. That's kind of unforgivable for G2. That's one of those rounds that if you want to win this game, you cannot throw away.
Yeah, that's completely unforgivable. They even had all the Molotovs in position. They were actually dealing the damage. They stopped the initial hit. It's everything that came afterwards that was so brutal. Man, that hurts. G2 was looking like they were going to be able to build into something really cool in this half, and Navi puts a stop to it early on. Final timeout used by G2. Now, they have to buy up in this round. They have to go for it. They have to try and respond immediately. Especially because Kenny can afford the AWP.
Yeah, Kenny on that AWP. We've said it a number of times. He's had a real quiet game here on Nuke. And not necessarily just, you know, him alone. I think this is also just a side effect of the whole team sort of being in a bit of a tough place. But he's got 9 kills overall. Second low on the board, it's Jax and Nex above at 8, but we know he could do it. We've seen him on Mirage. He hit some amazing, you know, multi-kills with the AWP on that map. So this isn't just because he's having a terrible day overall, but there's really no more space to mess around with. It has to be now. He's moved up so close to Perfecto, and oh, he took him right out.
What a risk. What a risky play.
I love it.
Wall is going to get set up. Flashbang has out, or maybe at least just an island of a smoke to allow Electronic to cross. However, Nexa pops up, finds a kill, and backs away. Good nade to follow things up onto Boomich. 2-man advantage for G2. Now this would truly be unforgivable if they cannot convert this.
Same thing happened to Nexa last time. You see people do that a lot now. Instead of sort of, you know, jiggle peeking for any information, people just shoot at it now. Simple had a round like that yesterday.
I mean, we saw that was Nico.
Oh yeah,
Nico just ended the map with that peek with the deagle.
Yeah, that was disgusting. Good chance here for G2 to get up to 8 rounds. See how many rifles they have alive at the end of it. Decent Molotov into the corner,
Nex
but
is
no...
the only one.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Nex is the only one down here. They haven't rotated anyone else in a position. Thankfully, he's going to get one. Kenny S can drop down ramp room and at least find a pick as they cross in. They know his position. There is a second player. That's a nice shot. But that was a bit dicey if Nexa was to go down.
Now that, though, was a rat play from Nexa. In a good way. But that...
Literally, crouched in the corner.
Yeah. Look at 4-round difference at the moment. Money is still there for Navi, not on everyone, but I think enough to probably justify continuous aggression here. They know they have G2 low. Might as well keep it up. Make sure you can. You just have to win that one round. Oh, are they gonna go halfway there? I'm almost a little bit shocked if they do. No, Simple's at least investing.
I think there's enough money to invest, especially Navi. You know, they do like to go for the 4 spies more often than not. I mean, maybe it was a snap buy of the P250 for Flamey, not the other way around, especially with the utility. This is interesting. What are Perfecto and Boomich are going to buy up? But again, everyone's okay. This is decent enough. They've got some money left in the bank, but still a very dangerous buy.
Yeah, so trying to be a little bit responsible with the economics here, just not investing, not throwing everything into it. Don't really mind it. Again, I feel like this is one of the things that's really been working out well for Navi as well on the T side so far. It's just been continuous economic damage, and G2 were riding that same train. But the problem is, obviously, again, as we were pointing out earlier, if you don't get that crucial round where you actually close down the economy on that CT side, then you can still be in trouble. That's exactly what happened to G2, and Navi are experiencing maybe not quite the same thing, but something similar.
There's also so much pressure, so much more pressure when you're doing that coming back from 4 to 11 versus just playing the half. Here we go, flashbang out from Boomich. Amanek not blind, still hasn't turned, still has not revealed his position. And Hunter is just, he's a god. He's got a triple kill before anyone else from his team gets involved. And Kenny S pushes up ramp room. That's a great stop, and now G2 is starting to believe.
Yeah, and I mean, that grenade landed on them before they even got in through the hut, so they were so soft already. But yeah, watching Hunter play is just... I actually still... It's so weird. It's almost unfair, right? Because Hunter came from being just literally a name that no one knew to being a superstar in such a short time that, like, we didn't even get to build, like, any stories. Like, oh, he's just great at the game. Cool. Like, there was... So, like, oh, he might be a cool... He might be good. Like, you know, it just happened overnight, which is kind of incredible.
Well, I mean, I guess that also kind of happens when you're cousins with Nico. You know, you're in a shadow for quite some time.
Yeah, but I can see how that could even, like, that could, you know, almost backfire on you, right? Where people say, yeah, well, you know, people just know him because of that. It's like, I felt like that didn't even happen. It was like, it was just like a fun fact for a short while. And then when we actually saw him play in, like, some bigger games, we're like, oh, God, he's really good. And everyone just accepted it.
Yeah, that's fair. Smoke down to try and isolate Jax, but no pressure applied after the fact. And Navi locked out of finding any entries with these Deagles. Simple's got a pretty decent leg up on top of Mini. And one smoke left on Flamey to do what they will.
Hunter going down. I was just about to say, this is a round that looks like G2 can actually start to build money. They already have a little bit in the bank. Hunter, though, actually was out of money. He's at $50, so him going down is a bit frustrating, perhaps. 34 seconds on the clock, and Navi probing for just one more Deagle headshot before they decide where to go. Massive jump. Simple breaks his legs and is immediately put out of his misery by next.
What is... Are they saving? There's 15 seconds. Kenny's gonna find a kill onto Flamey. Okay, they're all gonna go down at the end. I was so very confused. Kenny really struggling with that P250, but he finds it in the end. Okay. I was like, surely they didn't just not notice the timer in this round as well. 2-round lead for Navi. This is a great comeback for G2, Anders. I did not feel like this one is likely. And remember, they've used their final timeout, so they have no chances to pause and come up with a solution. It's all done on the fly at this point.
Yeah, I think I really agree. It's impressive what we're seeing here. They've also built an economy behind them. They could afford to lose around and still buy. That's a bit of a luxury for them that they haven't really tried that much yet. Oh, Kenny, he was flashed running into that, and Boomich on the other side will take him down. They were absolutely suffocating out here on both sides of the container. Hunter, does he want to try and risk it to get it back? No, just going to toss out a grenade, but great start for Navi in this round. They need 4 rounds to close out this map in regulation. And it's not been looking good for them in the second half here. They've only won 1 out of the 7 rounds we played on the T side here.
Jax and Nex are going to be called upon in this game. I'd like to see them get aggressive. Jax is stepping in front. That's a good shot. They needed that kill. They needed it clean. Na'Vi still haven't made their move. But Electronic was a big part of it. That control downstairs was a huge part of it.
Well, they're checking out everything outside, and they seem to have a fair bit of control out here. Could help them out. I mean, usually losing yard control could be pretty dangerous to the CT side, but I feel like we haven't seen either team make a lot of use out of it.
Well, that kill onto Electronic really helps them sustain no matter what. Jax and Nexa are both going to be here. Boomich is going to start climbing up. Oh, that's the bomb as well, and Simple's going to pick him off, but there's still, remember, there's still Jax in location. If he can stop this, they're wrapping around towards heaven. That upper bomb site defense, Hunter and Aminek have a huge problem. Big kill onto Flamey, and Jax needs to be involved in this hit, but he doesn't go up the ladder. That's the bomb down. 10 seconds on the clock, and Navi's got it.
Wow, that all happened in like 3 seconds. They were fighting everywhere all at the same time. I don't know what would happen if he hadn't come up the ladder. It's hard to say. Such a close round here, but yeah, it sort of starts off here. There's so little time, but great spray from Boomich and heads up to catch Jax coming out. Wow.
That round is a perfect example of why we always talk about one of the best options on the CT side that you can do when you lose outside control and you know they're wrapping on heaven is push in towards lobby. Look at the way those 2 players in the bomb site are just stuck and so susceptible to Molotovs and flashbangs inside of the site. Even having Jax underneath the ladder is not a deterrent for the attack.
Yeah, it looked like it should have been working out, but you're right, shooting straight up like that, I mean, you don't have to be missing much, and certainly there are more people out there. 24th round. All of the money that they had saved, more or less, is in this one for G2, and Na'Vi similarly, well, actually they have a little bit more cash to work with, so yeah, the comeback that was looking good, it can all be wiped out if they lose this round, and suddenly Na'Vi are practically at the finishing line. And again, a very slow start here as they've got that yard control, more or less. I think they're just listening in G2.
They don't have... G2 has no one who has any idea about any of this. Yeah. They don't have anyone watching Mini at all. There's a lot of space that Na'Vi has to work with. Jackson Nexa doubled up again here in secret. It's all in this push. They have to kill Electronic here. That's the first. And Nexa, do you have the courage? You do. And now you've got to fall away. Kenny S in the lobby finds another one on top of that.
Perfecto sneaking around outside, and the rest of them are downstairs, so they're a little bit split up in this 3 versus 4. And again, there's only 25 seconds. I mean, if they lose another player here, it's done. Nexa, straight headshot to take down Boomich. She never stood a chance. And now it's a 2-1-4, 18 seconds, and I mean, Simple's down there. He's going to open up the door, but it's just a matter of time, and he's going to get caught with a grenade in hand. 11th round for G2. No bomb plant for Na'Vi either, so they're denied a little bit of a bonus money. They still have enough to buy, but and probably will force it, I imagine. But this is getting so tense now.
Yeah, it is, and I mean, you have to imagine Na'Vi, if it's being given this, if Electronic's able to get to this secret this many times without taking any damage, I'm amazed that Na'Vi haven't tried to send more bodies down there to actually attack that lower bomb site. But they're getting yard control, warehouse control, and secret control, and the slow pace of that is really, really tough to deal with if you're a CT team, because you don't know where they're going to attack. And yeah, Navi's not really doing a whole lot in those rounds, so you're kind of comfortable in your position, but there's very little timing before you realize where the attack is going to be and when it actually begins. So it's hard to get players into position properly. Yeah, and I mean, that difficulty is compounded by the fact that they seem to lose yard control almost all of the time. And, you know, it's become a really, really hard map to read right now for G2. They have Kenny out there. As far as I can tell, Symbol doesn't have an AWP in this round. Maybe Kenny could try just for a slight... I mean, the one time he tried it, he got shut down by the container, so probably feels like it's not worth it, but... You have to think at some point Electronic is going to be like, every time I've gotten to secret with an AK-47 on my own, Jax and Nexa have both been there. And that's going to be a big tell. If G2 is rotating 2 players to deal with it, that opens up other areas on the map.
Look at Electronic. He has just stormed down on the lower part of the map. He's really far forward. He beat the corner as well. He's not doing anything with it yet, but almost wish he would have kept going. If he wins that fight at the lower part of the map where...
oh no.
Oh.
Look at Boomich. They haven't seen this. Kenny has no idea. Kenny's in for a world of hurt. Oh, it might have... I don't know. We didn't get to see it. I don't know if he saw him. I don't think so.
I think he did.
Boomich.
Oh, he's trapped in the corner, and he'll go down on the other side, though. Flamey and Simple have both gone down, and Boomich will be put to death as well up at the heavens. So now it's Electronic outside who was lurking all along. That actually looked like it was about to be an absolute disaster. If not for Hunter and Jax getting all those kills, I mean, that would have collapsed the bomb site immediately. But it looks like 12 to 13 here. I don't think Electronic could do much in 30 seconds. Oh God, this game is...
I still feel really uneasy with how much space, how much freedom, and how much confidence Electronic has outside. And I'm also just amazed that Navi haven't been able to win rounds off of it.
So close. He's almost got that one as well. But the lack of a bomb plant here really became a problem for Navi. Again, they've only won 2 rounds in this second half at all. That's kind of hard to explain. G2 are actually running it back. They're a single round away from tying up the scoreline. They've got to keep the focus now. I mean, usually this is where comebacks become really tricky when you finally get to the actual mark. Hunter, Molotov out of the corner. Oh dear, Flamey and Perfecto, big opening kills into the site. Nexa trying to fight his way back, but he's going to go down. And the last 2 are up at the high ground as well. They're going to throw in some grenades, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. There's a Molotov right on top, and I think they've lost this round already. Jax goes down. Simple, while Flash is still going to pick him up. And Kenny, 1 versus 2. Is it worth it? The AWP, they don't have the money to rebuy it. Oh my God, that's a horrible way to lose a round.
It's hard for me to think of anything to say about that round except that G2 deserves it. It goes back to Electronic just having the freedom outside every single round. He's walking into Mini at 1 minute and 33 seconds with nobody from G2 even looking at it. Like, no one's watching it, no one's looking outside, no one has any idea that it's happening. I mentioned it a few rounds back that at some point, Navi and Electronic were going to figure out a way to exploit it, and that is such an easy crunch on the upper bomb site to come in that early in the round. G2 is going to have to really buckle up at this point and have some kind of strategy to deny map control, especially outside.
Yeah, they probably do deserve it. 14 to 12. They've put together whatever buy is possible here, and it's not looking too bad. Obviously, Kenny's saving the AWP, but they're really out of run rate right now. G2, this has to work or it's all going to be over. Kenny with a big kill. He's actually pushed through the smoke, and now just hiding at the edge of the vent. He's in a little bit of trouble there. Low on health, and he's going to start to fall back. Good kill on Boomich, and Flamey has almost gone down as well. Is Jax boosted up in the corner? Yes, he is. Is there going to be the track? Yeah, Nexus on the other side. They're all going to be looking for Nexus shortly. No one's checking it. Big kill and a big double for Jax. And that should be the round here. 1 versus 4. The simple trick down there at the ramp room, but combined with the early kill for Kenny, they made it work. Hunter with the final one, 13 to 14. That's money back in the pockets of G2, and well, they can still buy on the Navi side, so no, still dangerous.
Yep, and I mean, one of the crazy things about this game so far, I don't know about all 3, but definitely 2 of the rounds Navi have won on this T side have been those force-ups with Tech 9s, with Deagles, with P250s, and attacking that A bomb site very aggressively and very fast. They have not been good in the gun rounds, surprisingly enough. So maybe the extra money is actually a benefit to G2. Navi need to find something that can work for them. And I have to go back to it. I feel like outside is the answer. You're getting electronic. Send some more bodies. Actually make it an attack to the lower bomb site with multiple people.
Yeah, that would be cool. Like
it's almost like Navi is surprised that they're getting so much control outside that they think it's like a trap. You know, they're spending so much time clearing everything out because they're like, surely someone's going to be here once in the half. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I would say leave Boomich behind, or actually maybe Perfecto now that he has the Mac 10, but leave someone behind in the lobby, just far away, and have the other 4 people run down there quickly. Doesn't look like exactly what's going to happen here, but Simple is at least up on the silo, not spotting anyone. And Electronic again working it outside a little bit alone, but much further back this time than in previous rounds. It looks like we are en route for another somewhat slow round out of Navi. Wow, yeah, just all quiet across the map for just a couple of seconds there. G2 don't want to do anything. How do you blame them?
Yeah, neither do Navi. They're just now putting up the wall. Jax is watching for the cross outside from Heaven. Nexus and Mini. It's a close wall, though. It's not the deep one. Kenny's going to have a big role to play.
Yeah, at the ramp. With that AWP unscoping at the wrong time could be a big mistake. There's the first jump. He's waiting for more. A little bit scary here. Flashbang not gonna do too much, but now they're getting close to that Molotov. Yeah, he has to fall back. That's so dangerous. They don't quite catch him, but that's a question of seconds, and if he messes that up, he's dead. Look at the time, 35 seconds here. Now we started to bring the bomb back in, and G2, yeah, they're over-rotating right now down to the B side. That's a huge mistake. 3 of them are down here, only a couple of people up on the A bomb side. Really only Amanek at the moment. They could have absolutely been outplayed here. 20 seconds, and now surely the hit is going to be on. Amanek burning in the fire in the corner, and he's going to die no matter what here. 14 seconds left. Nexa getting a kill. Did he get one more? Oh, that was Simple with the bomb, and if he'd have gone down, that could have been the round. They're planting it in plain view, but Hunter needs to get up, and he can't do it. Electronic will take him down. It's 15 for Navi. They absolutely baited them out. That is a huge over-rotation for G2.
Yeah, well, they didn't have anyone down there except for Kenny S. They realized it's so late that it was a panic rotation. They got lost in the craziness of that round. Kenny drops down, no one in secret, no one to watch his back, and they sent 3 more people down to the lower bomb site. They were convinced it would be a hit downstairs. Oh, what a brutal way to lose a round right at the end. And you're out of money as well. 2 shotguns in hand. A UMP, a Deagle, and a FAMAS.
All on this. They need to find a way to win another 2 rounds and force it into overtime. Kenny, I don't think he saw that, but he had the right idea. Boomich is right up there, and he's not really looking for it yet. There's the turnaround, and that's the free kill that he needed. Big opening there, and actually looked like that could have backfired. It looked like he wasn't aware, but heads up play. Electronic is, again, you've been pointing this out round after round, but he's again made his way down there, and he's just not sure what to actually do with it. It's almost like he just wants a fight, and that he's never getting.
Yeah, he's got to be surprised by that. But, I mean, again, that position, the fact that he made it down here, Nexa and Kenny S are both in secret. They have to start moving forward. This is the same thing as last time. Hunter close up with the shotgun. Ooh, he sees nothing. They're all going to be coming from door. This is beautiful. Hunter might have done it again. Oh, what a turnaround. I can't believe he got that. Immediately traded off. And Jax, a follow-up flank.
That looked like straight up hacking, didn't it? He just spun around and shot him in the face. What an amazing kill with the shotgun. 3-on-3, and they are not out of danger, not anywhere near yet. They must win this round. Flamey hiding by the vent here inside of the bomb site. It's Simple and Electronic. They're almost out of grenades, but they have one last flashbang, and let's see how this goes. Auto shotgun is immediately shut down, and yeah, this is going to be at 16-13. Navi find a way through a very, very tough second half, but they kept pushing them, and eventually G2 fell all the way over. What a tough game. Almost a comeback, but not quite. A little bit of relief there on Simple, as you could tell. Man, that is interesting. There was so much to talk about on Nuke. A lot of mistake for both teams on their defensive side and maybe their offensive sides too. We'll get the analyst on breaking all of this down. That's coming up after the break.
All right, so what's going to happen now is I'm going to split you guys into teams. So each one of you will end up with a pro player to coach you through the Blast performance map. And what you'll be competing for, this beautiful little trophy here. Yeah, it's so amazing, isn't it? See?
No money?
No money, no.
That's pure silver.
Silver?
We got yeah.
Right,
we're all.
done already. No, trust me, it'll definitely be worth it, guys.
Who's the best out of them three?
Oh, you put me on the spot.
Well, ranking-wise, I think.
Ranking-wise, it's got to I'm this guy, yeah. It doesn't work like that. You go back over there. You got to wait for your spot. We're going to let these guys choose from the hat who they get out of you guys. Starting with you, Dupree.
I'm going to go with this one.
Who you
No,
getting?
that's one. I got Fredericks.
Oh, he got who he wanted.
Dream team. Yeah, we got
All right. Rush, your turn.
This one. Oh, you get to pick one. Yarmolenko?
Oh, it's me. It's me. It's me.
And you got the
Congratulations, bro. We will win.
I don't have to choose. It's not Grace, it's you.
Yes.
Sorry, bro.
Use my names.
Sorry.
All right, let's go get ready. Let's go and try that performance map. It's training time.
Okay, so if you're moving, it's not going straight, except with the pistols sometimes. But you know, it's not going forward.
It's nice that you've played before. What is it? This is the mouse.
Cheats, yeah.
Really good one in black.
Who do you think the best teacher is going to be?
I would say Dupree's pretty calm when it comes to it. It would make a lot of sense. You'd be able to explain it pretty well.
I guess. Just press your keys.
Oh, she's complicated.
I gotta say, this is where my expectations are high for Rush. Just good synergy here, man. I can feel
you've
it.
gone for Rush. I'm taking Dupree then.
Yeah, no chance in Apex.
Apex as a coach, maybe. He likes to have a lot of fun, but I don't know, man.
Right.
The mouse. This is just trafficking. It's not like pivoting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please. Him like running around in a circle on you.
That's better.
All right, put the mouses down. That is the end of the training. No more cheating, no more time. Let's see how they're going to get on now. All right, it's time for us to see these players actually show what they learned in training here. And we'll be starting off with Dupree and Fredericks. So let's see if they're ready. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, let's get this over with.
Boomich, a hard-fought victory here, but Nuke, my oh my, did that get close. After an 11-4 first half, did you feel like, okay, now we're starting to get a little bit scared at one point there because they were making a serious comeback?
Well, we know they have good city side. Slow rounds didn't work because they was really aggressive on CT. Kenny was finding open frags. He was always pushing ramp and behind the red on outside. It was really hard to do some rounds. Then you 4v5, but we did it. It's okay, we won.
And that's the main thing, mate. Now, Electronic kept getting down secret, right? And he had so much room. They were giving you loads of space outside. When you're seeing that, did you kind of start to think, wait a second, is this a bit of a trap? Like, this is too easy?
Yeah, they little bit surprise us because then Electronic go to secret. They always was like two guys pushing him, and I think it was like their game plan. And they really surprised us. But we know rounds on A was working, and we just try to split A with some rounds.
Man, what a match! Oh man, I was just having as much fun listening to the commentary as I was following the WhatsApp chat between you two guys, because I think you were literally losing your mind this entire third map, just non-stop. So, let's just get into it, gentlemen. Nuke, fantastic third map. Navi take it 2-1 over OG, and so, over OG, G2. So, Maniac, what did you take away from this one, man?
This series right here was the best one we've ever had this week. I stand by it. There's no doubt in my mind. This was an absolutely beautiful third map. This was such a deep level of Counter-Strike. This was such a high level because as we already, it was highlighted in the interview, Electronic kept getting lower and he kept getting secret access, and you think that's a mistake, it should never happen. But G2 actually accepted that fact. They played with their eyes closed, knowing that Electronic might be down with a lot of people or alone, and it made their life so hard, but they actually kept finding way to win rounds. So Kenias pushing in ramp, he got a few kills from the ramp as well. I mean, this was a beautiful game. Honestly, it could have gone either way, but when Counter-Strike is such a high level, prediction don't matter. I'm just happy to see it.
Yeah, look, I echo that sentiment, right? It was a great game of CS here, but when you saw that scoreboard just before we get into these highlights, you can see there isn't a huge disparity from top to bottom there, and that's what we want. That means we don't have to come here on the analyst desk and say this guy didn't show up or the team was frazzled and it was completely flat. Right now, the swing rounds of this entire game was in the second half where G2 lost twice to the low buys, right? Twice to those pistol rounds. And that right there is the difference between G2 potentially winning this map and losing the map in the fashion we saw. That is, for me, where it is, right? These gun rounds, they were close fought. They were back and forth. Both teams had some good rounds. Both teams had some great rounds, to be honest. But it's the pistol, the low buy scenarios that really undid G2. And they're going to be kicking themselves that they lost those rounds.
I mean, we saw Kenny's reaction right there at the end. I mean, it kind of says it all. You know that he was feeling it, that he was getting that much closer. Didn't dominate outright, kind of mid in the pack in terms of frags, as we saw on the scoreboard there. But still, I mean, Kenny wants to get back up to the top. And he's got a team that can do it. You know that they felt that they had this within their grasp, especially once they got the ball rolling in the second half.
Yeah, I'm going to give props to Kenias, honestly, because in the first half, I guarantee you he was down in the dumps. I know him. I know how he plays when he's lacking the confidence. And the first half was the story of Kenias trying to do the perfect play instead of doing the simple play. And this is usually how people react. They're not feeling confident. They try and overdo it. They peek when they don't have to. This was the Kenias of the first half. In the second half, during the pistol round, when Kenias sneaks outside the window with the USP, I'm thinking to myself, this is madness. This is insanity. But these two kills he got, exactly what he needed, to get back into the game. And so we saw actually Kenias going back to life, which is something he wouldn't have done 1 or 2 years ago. So I'm gonna give him props, but it was just not enough.
It was agony. It was agony watching it as well. But all right, let's take a look at the brackets. I kind of want to move on just because it was such an excellent match. It's kind of tough to go over it. There's too much to talk about. And, you know, I also want to get to the predictions. But FaZe Clan versus Complexity obviously is up there. This is it. You know, this was a lower bracket match. It was an elimination match. And G2 are out of the tournament. That's it. Navi, they progress on to the lower bracket final. And, well, the next match that's coming up is the one where we're going to find out who their opponent's going to be. Is it going to be NIP or is it going to be Team Vitality? That's what we're looking forward to here, gentlemen. But I almost want to get James Bakes on here just so he can you know I got to be the host. You know, I predicted EG. It was fantastic. There we go. There he is. Congratulations, my dude. You got it right.
I gotta say one thing, right? I'm not disappointed in any of you guys other than Chad, because Chad, you're a Navi man with me, and you lost faith at the last hurdle, man. You can't ever give up in this simple and electronic duo, no matter how bad they may be looking online. I'm so down for this. I'm so ready. They're going all the way now. See, I'm just ride or die at this point.
But hopefully they can keep that mentality though, you know, right? That was the thing. In both these teams we cited a little bit earlier in the week, the mentality wasn't there, and both of them showed today in this game that they can step up when it matters. And that's why I think, you know, regardless of the result right here, both the teams should be obviously not happy. One's going to be unhappy that they lost, but they both actually carried themselves in a very professional way. And it was a great game of CS, you know. I hope that Navi now, we can see that through the remainder of this lower bracket.
See, Chad,
the Navi we want to see. It's the Navi we're waiting
ignoring
to
you,
see.
James, because I don't think he can see you, and so don't worry. He's not ignoring you on purpose. I don't realize if he can actually. But you put on a good face. You put on a good face. Oh, congratulations, man! Solid on the prediction. I know how it feels. You know,
I'm coming for you, Sam.
Going here throughout this tournament. Oh yeah, buddy. I'll watch my back. I'll watch my back. Here are the predictions as they stand for the spring finals, and well, there we go. Point on the board for James Banks. He's up here. Right behind you, Sponge. Or right behind you. I mean, he was right behind you. Now he's tied up.
4-horse race now. It's just like the tournament. We got 4 good teams left.
Maniac just can't catch a break to save his life right now,
No,
unfortunately for him.
I told you, the quality of the game just outweighs the prediction all in all. And I agree with Chad. If this is going to be the Navi we see, then yeah, they're going to have my predictions as well. I mean, this was just nice to see. It was a nice spectacle. 2 teams going at each other full force. And that gets the result we had, an amazing game of Counter-Strike.
All right, well, gentlemen, on that, I think it's good time to move on to our next lower bracket match. Another team is going home today from the European bracket. It's going to be either NIP or Team Vitality. And, well, this is a spicy one. It's a bit of a split. little bit of a divide in the predictions on this one. So let's see. Let's just dive right in. What are we thinking here about Vitality going into this match?
Oh, that's a complicated one for me, because if you remember the prediction bracket, I actually turned my back on Vitality for the first time. And I did that. It was against my heart, against my feelings. But the fact of the matter is, this is a team that right now is in full hesitation. It's a team that is trying to find his breath, trying to find his style. Apex has been the IGL for about 3 months, but I still don't think that he's got to the point where he has the full control of the game. He's had the aggressive side of it, and obviously I think he's able to snowball into the game, strategically speaking. But when they face opposition, when they face cutbacks, they don't really change the rhythm. It was one of the problems that Chad put out the other day, that they kept on rushing against the wall and couldn't find a way to slow down the pace. And I just don't think they're there quite yet, honestly. And even individually, I mean, we could open the discussion, but some of these players are just not showing up.
I think at least going into this one, they're very familiar with the matchup. And I say that with the laugh in my voice, just because if you look at how many times these two teams have played each other in recent history, including when Lecro was on the team for NIP, it's crazy the amount of times these guys have matched on up. So going into today's match, I think the woes that I have for Vitality when they're versing, say, a FaZe, a Na'Vi, an Astralis when they're at full force, it's a different worry than what I have today. Today, I just worry about the moment getting the better of Vitality, or it could be the complete opposite, because now the back's against the wall. We saw how fired up Apex was getting yesterday. That I feel will be surging through the rest of the team today, knowing that this is a do or die match.
One of the men who is supposed to make the difference in these exact sorts of scenarios here for Vitality, one of the reasons he was brought on is Shoxy. We were able to catch up with him going into this match.
Shoxy, last time we did the interview, you were happy or maybe surprised to see that you'd be facing NIP once again. You've played a lot of games, best of 3 wires against them. What's your mindset going into this one?
Basically, kinda a funny mood, I would say, as we played them so much in the last few weeks, that it's really hard to know how it's gonna go this time, specifically against NIP, as we always had a close series. But on the other hand, we are looking forward to take our revenge, because the last time we faced them, they took over the win. So hopefully this time it's going to be on our side.
And that's an interesting point. You took the first win out of these 2 last best of 3s, then they took the second win. Do you see an improvement in them? Because certainly from what we're watching, we're seeing them change kind of at almost every game since adding Hampus as an in-game leader.
Yeah, definitely, and we kinda see the same thing, which can be sometimes a bit creepy to prepare as a preparation, for a match, because I think they are trying to implement new things with Hampus, like as you just said, like match to match. So it's really hard to expect what they're gonna prepare for us this time. So the better we can do is on our side, prepare something for them and see how it goes.
Focusing on their own game plan here, it sounds like. Shoxy dialing in. Maniac, do you hear that talk from Shoxy? What are you taking away from that one? You know him so well.
I know him very well, and it pains me a little bit to not see the full confidence shocks that I've been used to watch. And honestly, it's been the case for a while now, so I should just accept, right? But what really breaks my heart is that I know that Peak Shox was one of the most confident player that ever was in Counter-Strike. He knew that he had the ability at any given time to win any round. And now I'm listening to the team speak, I'm watching them play, and I see him second-guessing himself. I see him picking angles he don't feel comfortable in, not exactly sure when to peek or not. So you have a man that is trying to find his rhythm again. It's been going on for a while now, and don't get me wrong, he still brings a lot to the table in Vitality. He calls a lot, he has a lot of ideas mid-round, but he is not at the best in terms of individual level, and I think that would be such a difference maker for Vitality if he ever could go back, not to the prime years, because maybe that would never happen again, but to a confident state.
All right. Well, then, Chad, let's just go ahead and listen to an interview. Let's go ahead and listen to an interview from Nock.
How hard is it for you guys as a team to keep changing things and not becoming too predictable in this scenario?
It's really difficult facing the same opponent over and over again. Switching things up all the time. It's like I said, it just becomes like a mental part of the game. It's all mentally. you're always thinking what is the other team gonna do? What do they think we're gonna do? So yeah, it's really hard to face the same opponent.
Now, we often see Zyru to be the man that can take over a game, even when some of the Vitality players aren't performing, and it just becomes hard to deal with. Similar like a scenario, right? But do you guys have like a plan for when that starts to happen?
I mean, not really. We don't really think about one player. We think about their team. Of course, Sivo can do some insane clutches, and that's gonna happen sometime eventually. So we just brush it off and that's just focusing on the game.
So focusing, both of these teams feel like they just need to focus on their own game at this point. That's what I'm taking away from these interviews. They've played each other so often. The mind games are going to get so deep that there isn't a whole lot. But I think what we should do right now, guys, because we're actually getting very close to game time, is I want to give us time to talk about NIP, but I also want to give us time to talk about the pick and ban. And so we're going to go straight into the pick and ban here and find out which maps this match is going down on.
Okay, I can just say Dust 2 shouldn't be. Exactly, Dust 2. Oh, hold on a second. NIP removing Nuke as a first?
Well, maybe they're trying to bait Vitality into it. I'm not sure why we would be seeing that.
I'm not exactly sure. I love it. I love it. Which I had a plan for this veto, and this right here just went down the drain instantly. So Dust 2 is actually on the cards, right? I just wanted to point out, in these last BO3s, the last two BO3s, each team won each other's map pick. So there is a lot of confusion regarding the maps, not a lot of certainty. So I don't know where you would go in terms of pick. I'm a bit in the fog right here.
I think right now the fact that they've left us 2 open is baiting, right, for Vitality. It's like, hey, well, are you ready for this? Do you know what we've prepped? Do you know how we can take it to you? Because, well, no, you don't. There's not a lot of demos on us. I think there's 1 in total. And is that with Lecro? I'd have to go back and double check the stats right there. So the pick right here from Vitality, I feel like they've been baited into this. There is no way that Threat and NIP leave Dust 2 open if they weren't ready or if they weren't prepared or if they didn't spot a weakness. So the fact that they get Mirage, a map that there's very good with Hampus on the team, all the individuals seem to be able to frag, and then going into Dust 2, mate, can we just get to Dust 2 now? I want to see what they have in store.
I would just like to see Semler's face when Dust 2 comes in and he realizes Vitality might have fallen into the Deathly Trap. Oh my god, Inferno as a third. Okay, that's more of a middle ground. I can see that coming, but man, this is a spicy veto.
I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. Oh, jeez. Okay.
This is fantastic.
This is
fantastic.
We're supposed to come with like.
This is so good because again, I'm gonna get it right. I mean, it sucks being this good, because it just alienates everybody else around you, and eventually you get envious, it all just goes downhill. But Vitality are going to murder NIP. They think that they're pulling a fast one. Vitality have played Dust 2 18 times in the last 3 months. They've got plenty of experience. They know what to do. It's done. Let's just go to Dust 2. Call it. We're out of here.
Look, okay. Here's the reason that it's looking bad for Vitality. NIP across the board, pound for pound, have more firepower other than ZywOo. And the fact that they've taken it to a map now where Vitality are looking around the room going, wait, holy shit, did they just leave Dust 2 open? And they think they're jumping on something. Well, guess what? You're jumping straight into the trap that's set because there's no way they'd be leaving this in. Think about the potency on Dust 2 that this team can possibly have. Nork and Twist with the AWP. Plopsky entry fragging with Reza by his side. Okay, you can think about that as a Dust 2 team. They could be very scary. The problem is they don't have a lot of competitive practice on it. So let's see how map number 1 goes. Let's see what version of NIP we have to start off the day.
No, exactly. No. Sorry, I got to cut you off because we actually have to hand it over to the casters. The players are ready. Just going to end on this. Vitality believe in crushing souls, and that's exactly what they're going to do here. They're going to say, oh, you set a trap. We're going to destroy you in your trap. That's what's going on. We're going to Mirage first, though. We got to hand it over to Anders and Moses.
Well, thank you. That was a spicy analyst desk coming up there. I like it. I like the confidence on Semler.
I don't think Semler realizes that Vitality is telling him they're gonna crush his soul after that prediction. They're just like, yeah, we're gonna let you down in a big way, the way all French teams do eventually over time.
That is true. We've all been there. Many of us, multiple times, in fact. Odds are looking fairly even. I mean, this is we've certainly you and I have been there in the past. Everyone has to go through it a couple of times. So how it is. Here we go, though. Vitality going to be on the CT side, NIP on the T side, and we start on Mirage, even as we do think about a little bit of what that second map might be like. we have to get through this first one before we get there. So let's just see a couple of smokes, a Molotov, a flashbang on the NIP side, and already Plopsky showing up in middle. That's the Molotov just straight into the window, creating a lot of noise and a lot of chaos. And are they going to end up in A? They're going to try and run down Apex, and he's going to shut them down. Big double kill. First taking down Plopsky, and then Twist close. I think that whole thing was like a knockout towards the connector, and it didn't work. Saiwu going to be taking down Hampers, and now it's Nok and Rez left. 2 on 4. I don't think there's anything they can do. I think this whole round was sort of designed to try and kill whoever was in connector. And Apex, he's been really good the last couple of days.
Yeah, the last time we saw Vitality play, he had a very good performance. And you're exactly right. That entire pistol round is designed to destroy this player. And look, ooh, that's actually a great aggressive peek. The follow-up is even better. I thought they got the exact fight they wanted, but Plopsky wasn't even ready for that kind of a peek. Great aggression from Vitality here on Mirage, and they're off to a 1-0 start.
Just a P250 picked up on Rez. I think there are so many things that make this potentially a round that can swing, or like a game, sorry, that could swing pretty wildly in either direction. Because what Chad was saying was basically the firepower on NIP is really looking great, but then there's Saiwu on the other side, and what happens if Saiwu really shows up in a big way? I mean, like, that could be the factor that Vitality need. If he doesn't, maybe NIP will just overpower them. I don't know. Or it could land somewhere right in between. Like, that makes this game really interesting.
Yeah, if you look at the peak of Zaiwu, there's no one on NIP that can counter him. But I mean, if you look at the past month, the way this NIP team has played ever since Hampus joined the roster, and the improvements, the strides that they've made so quickly, like Hampus has been impressive. Plopsky has obviously been great. He keeps showing me that he can actually. Oh, great shot from Shox through the smoke. Speaking of the devil, Plopsky, he has shown me every step of the way that he has more potential than I think he has. And it's super impressive how he keeps being able to do it.
Misuta just looking straight into the smoke. A little bit scary. Oh, Rez had snuck by, but Saiwu's been thrown over the AWP that Shox had earlier, and he gets a straight kill on Twist, so a minute left. Big opportunity here, but Rez out in the open, no cover at all, and Apex will win the fight against him with the FAMAS, so that's a critical fight, and I think that kill is probably what secures this round for Vitality. I don't know how they're going to get the bomb down in this environment. It's not going down next, and it's a pretty good spray. They shouldn't be fighting Hampus here. I mean, there's a minute left. He has to get onto the side somehow. Yeah, and they wait for him to get a little bit closer, so good round from Vitality.
I mean, it's actually even a cool idea for NIP to try and, recover from this pickoff by just walking up A ramp quietly. Unfortunately, even when you get the kill, like, there's nothing to do after that. You could see Rez with the bomb had no cover. There was no smoke to put down. He had no teammates with him in the bomb site. He was exposed from every different angle, and there was no safety whatsoever. So a quick 3-0 for Vitality.
Yeah, and not even the bomb plant. So, maybe slightly annoying. Easy enough kill. There are some deagles in play on the other side, so he has to respect that a little bit. Apex, on the other hand, is offering no respect at all, but is putting on a bunch of good kills on the board. Triple for him in this round, and overall he's 8-1. Only really 4 kills have gone in favor of NIP so far. Probably going to change soon enough, but I actually think it's really interesting how well Apex has been playing in the last couple of games we've seen here for Vitality.
Yeah, he's been so incredibly impressive. It's been very awesome to watch. And it's really cool to see it do it from, I mean, even more so than his individual level, I really like the calling that's been coming out from Vitality and from Apex himself. I think there's been some really, really neat things. We'll see plenty of it today. Miss Smoke could spell the end of Nok. That's a huge issue. Apex swinging a little bit wider, trying to take advantage of the mistake, has seen nothing yet. And now they're all going to back off the aggression.
That was definitely dangerous. I agree. I mean, if he gets spotted out there, could be a problem. Hampus walking into a grenade. And they're setting up for a bit of a hit here at the catwalk. They're going to boost over. Oh, this could be really interesting. The timing for it is not that bad, but can Shox see who's underneath them? It's a big problem here. If the gun barrel shows for Shox, I think Nork could probably fight him without Shox being able to do much. Oh, and instead it's going to be RBK on the other side. Big getaway there, and I don't know, now it's 4-on-4, but with Hampus on low health, and the rest of them over at this A side could end up fighting Apex.
Yeah, I don't know. They have 2 ops as well, and one of those ops is Hampus. I guess he's got a Molotov and a smoke to cause some kind of a fake. Thankfully, Vitality think it's going to be a B hit, so this might just be a false positive for the Vitality defense. It might just confirm everything. They've found out that it's nothing. NIP's got to go. Here's the utility. Flash up into the air. Apex over towards ticket booth. Plopsky takes a lot of damage.
Rez trying to put that bomb down, but it's... Oh! They lined up for him! They peeked right on top, and that is certainly the end of the round. Apex, so hard to put away these days. Definitely not the role that we're used to seeing him, but man, it's great to watch him perform at this level. 1 versus 4 here for Twist, just trying to save the orb. Last 4 seconds. Going to be walking in, and look, oh, he's still getting the kill. That's not so bad. Now, yeah, they probably can't catch him here. That is... Oh, if we see the replay of that up close, that's going to be painful.
This is just such a weird round for NIP. I don't know why they took that so slow. As soon as that player goes down in B halls, they need to be getting into the bomb site. Obviously, you don't realize there's 3 defenders there, but you have to pick up the pace. You have to get in before they rotate back. And they gave plenty of time for everyone to get into position. 5-0, and money looking good for Vitality as well.
Money's looking good. Apex is looking good. Apex looking really good. Did I mention that already?
A couple times, but you can keep saying it. You are not wrong.
That is a weird scenario. Saihu still goes down. Apex, though, just apparently can't be stopped. It's wild. He's going to go for a crazy spray, but he'll live through that as well. And, yeah, might be time to back on out with about half health against any of those Deagles. Never a fun time. Now they're, yep, on a skirmish leading out of B. RPK and Shox. So great amount of map control being brought forward here. Gonna go for a bit of a fight against Plopsky, who gets dropped very low, and they're gonna come for him. He misses the chance. And yeah, whatever damage or potential threat there would have been in this round, it's probably been nullified with that 2. Well, now a 2-on-3, 2-on-4. Still should be a good round here for Vitality.
Yeah, well, bad news for NIP. This seems to be a Vitality that's very switched on, that's very willing to be the aggressor. That's an important kill for Hampus because Apex was about to find out everything. Suta gonna come in through the murder hole, and he's gonna get a kill onto Rez. Hampus still has the bomb, and the defenders are now split. 25 seconds for Hampus to make his decision. Is it the B bomb site versus Shox, or is it A versus Masuta?
He so wanted someone to come look for him, but that's not gonna happen. He might be able to sneak in to get the bomb. Oh, now Shox is actually all the way on the other side.
Shox on catwalk.
This is so smart, isn't it? Not going to get a chance to put the bomb down. Very, very well positioned. And that is a 6th round on the board. 6-0 in their favor. This is looking so strong.
Vitality players are working really well together. I mean, just that subtle shift. Masuta with the kill, drop back into CT spawn. Shox push up on catwalk so you can help each other to a certain degree. Shox has all the lines of sight you need to work together in a post plant. But even previously, this is twice now, in the mid-round, Vitality's made the aggressive call. Once a push up mid, this time a push through B halls to make sure they can clear everything out and know what's coming.
Rez manages to get pretty quickly into the ladder room. Good central position to be in. Really, no matter what you're doing on this map, it's always fun to have someone in that position. So they can spend some time now figuring out exactly how they want to move around it. If they want him to go in the window, or if they, you know, just want to have him lurking late for any kind of a B catwalk hit. Still have 1 minute and 10 seconds left to discover exactly where they want to end up. That's going to be hurt by Nork. with Hampus this close up in connector as well, seems like there's a lot of opportunity. It looks like it's going to be a little bit late to B, but if Hampus could stick around in middle and not get discovered, he can stop rotations, and then all they need is basically one fight being won in B, and they're probably good to go. But he gets caught by Saivu, and that's a bad start to this B hit. Now they desperately need to win. Nice drop down and a good follow-up as they clean open that bomb site. And I don't know if they should be going for this Vitality. Maybe they could show up on the edge and just look for an early kill, but if they don't get one, it'll be hard to fight your way into this.
No, you actually have all the players in position to just keep them locked into the bomb blast, take away as many weapons as possible. You have Masuta watching this exit through the B halls. You've got Apex in middle with that AUG watching for an evacuation on Catwalk, and you've got Zywoo with an AWP watching for the push towards Market and CT spawn. So you have them all blocked in as much as humanly possible, and how many guns can they take away? NIP about to get their first run on the board. It's a question of how costly it's going to be. Masuta almost challenging for a third, but Apex has arrived, and he's going to fall as well. So actually, it turns out to be very costly for Vitality instead. That's a nice win for NIP.
Yeah, that helps them out, well, at least a little bit. Still some money in the bank, obviously, for the French side. But 6-1 as we move into round number 8. And that's a bit there that NIP have to live through just to get a single round on the board. And all it really does is set them up for another round that they must win again to completely crush the economy here. So their job is not done yet. They picked up an MP7 on Nork, which could be fine. Feels like you're watching Chris J play all of a sudden.
Ooh, pop flash in. Oh, and they know he's blinded, but he still wins it. Masuta a little delayed in taking that peek, and Nock was able to regain some vision. Look how passive this round remains, though, even with that opening kill. No one's really progressing across the map. Just now, NIP starting to apply pressure. A lot of utility into connector. This double op setup, both ops are going to be concentrated in this same. They have a crossfire setup, one from Catwalk, one from Chickapooth. Nice flash, nice kill for Shocks.
Yeah, they need to move quick before Saivu starts shooting them in the back as well. 48 seconds, they're picking up a bomb, but oh, Apex going down. I was going to say, that was the insurance policy. Having Apex up there, that's huge, but now that he's down, again, things looking a little bit better here for NIP. The double AWP as well, retaking with it is notoriously difficult, and it looks like they want to back on out. They don't want to be throwing this away. Already Twist is out looking for one of those rifles. Doesn't want to get too far away, but if he keeps going, maybe he could be there to beat Saivu to the timing. That's a second round for NIP, and things looking up slightly at least.
Yeah, well, Apex might have been able to save that round for Vitality, but he got baited into a shot. Didn't have the trigger discipline, and it gave away his position. Still a very stunning headshot delivered by Rez. But Apex forfeited the element of surprise. So NIP fighting back after 6 rounds in a row for Vitality. NIP have put 2 on the board. Their money grows, and Vitality was forced to save to preserve what cash they have. It should be a buy. It should be a force up on Masuta and Apex. Drop them a FAMAS, have them get pistol armor. You've got 2 ops in an M4. This is well strong enough to force up this stage of the game.
Yeah, there's sort of the added bonus of the fact that if you win that round, maybe that's going to stop NIP's momentum before it gets too out of control. So they're thinking about it for a minute. But I kind of agree. There's something that really worries me, and you highlighted it in this round. Even as they get the opening kill over on that A ramp, they're still being very slow and cautious here, NIP. And the problem is, I mean, there are a lot of smokes down in that round that made it hard for Saivu or Shocks to hit any shots with the orbs. But if you're going slow and cautious against orbers of this caliber, I mean, even with smokes down, like you could get picked apart. It hasn't happened yet, but that's something that I'm a little bit worried about.
Here we go. We'll see. A little bit faster pace this time down mid with the cover of the smokes. 1 in window, 1 base of Catwalk. Rez is already going to be able to challenge. It's 2 FAMAS here, and I'm not sure Apex is really interested in that fight. Last round, the Ops were concentrated to peek into middle. This time, they're a bit more spread. Good win from Apex, that boost. If it wasn't Apex, it would have been Masuta.
Yes, he clearly would have been there for the refrag, if nothing else. And what do they do now? I mean, that was first part of the plan. Now they're walking in, and an easy kill from Masuta. At least Rez is there to get another one on the board, but they're still 4-on-3. He spent the first minute of this round not really accomplishing that much.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Let's see where they go. I mean, they're going to be, there's what, one smoke for Rez to use. You've got an AWP to go up against, and with that one smoke, you better put it in the right position. Apex is in support with the FAMAS. 35 seconds on the clock.
I mean, even if you smoke off Shocks, what are the chances that he just jumps on top of the box and just tries to fight you anyway? Bit of a flash setup. They go straight for the spray and only do a bit of damage. There's the smoke to try and block him off just a bit. 19 seconds. Apex here. Ooh, he looks just away from the grenade. Might have thought that was a flashbang. He's still going to get a kill. Shocks will go down and Apex to fall right afterwards. Bit of a chance here. 9 seconds and no one there to stop the bomb. So, first part of the mission has been accomplished. Now they're fighting out in the open. The FAMASas are just doing so much work here for Vitality. Really quite amazing. Nork alone in a 1 versus 2, and he is trapped inside of the bomb site. He can't really escape. He goes for a swing, but RPK is there to take him down. Close round. But it'll be the AWP saved. Could save the other one if they really want to. And a 7th round for Vitality.
Yeah, they got away with one there. Shocks went a little bit early. I think him and Apex tried to challenge a little bit early due to the time on the clock. But unfortunately, when the bomb gets planted for NIP, they can't go anywhere. They're trapped inside of the bomb site. There's only, what, 2 places they could have gone. You stay at default, and you put someone at the boxes in the back. That's about it. So 7-2, and Vitality pick up the double up setup. That's a nice force up, and they get to preserve their economy and continue to buy and continue to fight.
Yeah, now they've managed to throw away some of the FAMASas. So they're into M4s instead. Still think it's... I mean, it's such a luxury when you actually do good work with the FAMAS, right? Because it doesn't feel like quite the same downgrade. And they obviously didn't have the money for anything else. Flash out. I don't know if he saw that. Nork should be checking. Ooh, there's a bit of an opening. That's a nice kill.
Yeah, he's actually fortunate. He saw just a little bit of that shoulder, but he was going to give it up, and Zaiwu, he's making a lot of noise. So that lets him know exactly what the play is going to be, and he's fortunate they haven't come through the smoke just yet, but now he's looking at it. Now he's waiting. Into the smoke goes Apex, and Zaiwu all alone, and he's got 3 different choke points to worry about. This is a worst possible place for the AWP, and he's going to be a freebie. Bomb site is lost. Shocks and RPK will save, and NIP on 3.
He ended up worrying about none of those choke points, Jason, which I think might be a key there. Can't really be disappointed or stressed out if you just don't even try.
Yeah, well, you know, when his teammates go down, I think if I had to guess what his play was, Hampus might be able to take some of these kills at the end. That's great damage. If he could find either one of these, it would be spectacular. And RPK is kind of trapped. And Shocks is getting shot from behind as well. No, this is a big issue. Yeah, RPK is definitely going to go down here. 23 HP. And he falls. To get back to it, what I would assume that Zaiwu is thinking is, more often than not, Palace just has 1 player, right? So if you would ignore all the danger, get up that ladder and challenge unexpectedly in Palace, if he wins that fight, he can find, or excuse me, if Zaiwu gets up there and goes and challenges for that fight, he can get some kind of safety in Palace, and he can choose to fight, or he can try and save from there.
Yeah, I think you're right. That makes a lot of sense. They are actually finally forced to eco a bit here, Vitality, so NIP should have a good shot of getting maybe a little bit of an easier round. Not for Hampus, though, in the middle. He's fighting the entire team, but should be a free plant at the A-bomb site.
He was fighting, I don't know, like Yao Ming. His crosshair was about 3 feet way too high. Gonna fall back now. And yeah, the 1 AK-47 on Masuta is there, and Vitality I guess now you just try and take some guns away. Ooh.
Well,
what's happening?
I don't think they can win the round. I mean, they don't have the kit, so that's a bit of an issue. But they're certainly doing some damage here. Third kill coming in favor of Vitality, and why not? I mean, that's 3 AKs
Holy
that they're
hell.
now escaping with. They've just robbed NIP.
That's not an ideal situation that you want to give up if you're NIP. What a huge turnaround. That's Vitality with this one save round just gave themselves 2 buys. Like the lack of money that they have to invest here with just armor and utility they have to buy, they're gonna have so much cash left in the bank. Really well done from Vitality in the pistol round, and really sloppy as well from NIP.
Yeah, I mean, losing the first rifle in the middle, I guess that can happen, but from there on out, it does feel like they're still maybe a little bit too confident in taking some of those fights at a point in time where, yeah, I mean, even if they got one of the kills, what would it have really mattered, you know? Just let them come to the bomb and if they want to. Hampus in the middle alone, but this time it looks like they want to go quick at B. So let's see if Hampus can, create a distraction. There's the kill. That's a really, really big opening. And now they're going to be down hunting for RPK. Shox going to be showing up inside of the market, but RPK is already down. Plopsky with a good follow-up, and it's time to back on out. So yeah, they're going to need the money from those saved AKs. That's one hell of a hit.
Yeah, but you have to admire the dedication. I mean, a great shot from Hampus in middle, but everyone from NIP storming out with the utility, and they all know which routes they're supposed to run. They all know exactly which part of the bomb site is their responsibility to clear, and Plopsky was like a heat-seeking missile. 7-5, and NIP have gained pretty nice control. Actually, there's not a whole lot of a buffer built up in the money of Vitality as I thought. They got 3 free AK-47s, but they've spent all the cash regardless, so that's pretty surprising. A big advantage for NIP down the stretch.
Yeah, but I mean, it would have been entirely impossible for them to get anything if not for that. So you're right. I thought they maybe would have had a little bit more, but it still sort of will suffice to make them dangerous in the upcoming round. 7-5. It took a while for NIP to build this comeback, but now that they're here, it's looking respectable. It's looking reasonable.
Yeah, it's starting to look very good. I mean, 5 of the last 6 have been in their favor. And you can see how much easier it's getting now that they're able to open up more of the map and they're able to take money away and they don't have the double op to worry about. And NIP starting to gain some confidence. That's a risky jump from Plopsky, but look at the advantages it's given him. I don't think Shox will ever expect this. However, if he gets baited into looking for that fight on Shox, RPK is going to put him down with ease.
Oh, and Shox could be flashing
Might even be a
RPK
pop
in.
flash peek.
Yeah, indeed, and he gets both. That is, yeah, you're right. It could have turned out either way, but that was set up so nicely.
Man, that is brutal. Nice work from Shox and RPK.
Really, really interesting. I don't know what you do here if you're NIP. You got 45 seconds. What's the best possible outcome from here on out?
Bomb plant would be nice. You'll never know what you can get off that because Catwalk is being split. There is one more player. Shox turns from the flashes. They don't clear him out. They need to find him. There it is up Cat. And once you get this bomb planted and you get Twist with an AWP in some kind of safety. Oh, that's fast. That is fast. Zywoo gets it before the words can even finish coming out of my mouth. Rez up next for a challenge. That is a perfect shoulder peek, and he wants this. But Zywoo's not going to give it to him just yet.
The time is the problem here. Yeah, he had to do something, and Cyber will find him at the end. So slightly expensive, but they'll still get that 8th round on the board. NIP plenty able to buy again. And, yeah, that's going to put us in the 14th round. This is such a setup. It's only fitting, really, that Vitality are that good with the FAMAS. It's a sort of a French military rifle normally chasing, so maybe that's why they love it.
Is this the team that you think is going to bring about the PPB zone meta that you've been waiting for?
Yeah, it could be. That actually does make a lot of sense.
I notice you've quieted down a lot on that front of being the champion for the PP meta.
It's the PP and Tech9 meta. Get it right, Jason. When you just say that, it makes it sound silly.
Nice.
You've got to pair it with a Tech.
Yeah, what a combination that is. A great nade damage onto Rez. Waiting for this smoke to clear. Who he's going to come right through it, and he was just rolling the dice that Apex wouldn't be in that position, but of course. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh no. That's not ideal. We caught it all on camera as well. Masuta back at ticket booth. Shock's waiting in middle. ZywOo's coming up as well, so the longer this takes, the more dangerous it is for the Ninjas.
Yeah. Oh, nice timing on that swing. No chance now. 50 seconds here. Shock's bursting through the smoke, and it will be a 9th round for Vitality. We're going to see the last 1.5 coming up now. 15th, and well, they have some money. I mean, Nork could probably... Well, he actually drops an AWP. I thought maybe he'd drop 2 AKs, but never mind that. Would be nice for NIP to be able to have this 6th round here. But again, it's Apex on that org. Apex is 15-9. What a god.
Yeah, he's had a couple of really nice days of Counter-Strike that we've been privy to watching, which is very cool. Twist with an op at top mid, and nobody presenting themselves from Vitality, so a pretty standard round coming out for this defense. 3 players over at A, Shock's on catwalk, and RPK in that very same position as we just saw previously.
Nork is angling for a shot, and he nearly takes down ZywOo. That's potentially very, very risky for him to try and do on his own, but if he could have created a space with a kill there for them to come out of connector, and I think they might just do it anyway. It's gonna have to be some good flashbangs to set this up, and maybe it could work out. Or ZywOo with that grenade, it might go a little bit far behind them. Yeah, it doesn't even do any damage at all. And now Masutra and Nork could be having a fight up in the apartments while they're streaming out into CT spawn. They're everywhere right now. I don't know if Vitality are actually aware of what's going on at the moment. Big trade, an RPK with a double kill. That's gonna be the bomb on the ground, and I think that'll probably do it.
That should. I don't know how you win this if you're NIP. Look at all the utility. There's 3 smokes and a Molotov that Vitality can just use to stall this out.
Yeah.
They can just continuously re-smoke and re-Molotov that one choke point, and what are you gonna do from there? Even the nade fails to get ZywOo. The shot from Twist fails to get ZywOo, and he's gonna respond. Another smoke pops up, flames in the window, and Vitality hits double digits. What a great call for RPK to come back in support of Shocks over at the market. ZywOo with the finishing touch, and that's it. 10-5 lead for Vitality here on Mirage. A nice little run for NIP earlier, or in the middle of the half, but probably not enough. We'll see when we return from the break for the second half.
Yeah, sure.
Ooh. Oh, you took the easy way. What the fuck is this?
I can't get out of the VFs here.
Whoop, whoop. Oh no. No, no. No! How do I fail that jump? I make it every time in official. Oh no. Don't you still stuck?
No, I'm moving slowly.
Did you make it?
Yeah, I think I won.
Yeah, I know, because you're
That-
Swedish, of
That's
course.
pretty easy.
Johnny, we're waiting for you.
Sure.
How's it going, Sonny? You coming?
Yeah, sure.
He's a pressured man right now, you can hear it in his voice.
Yeah.
How long is
You're
this map?
actually trolling.
You have to go to... You have to go to AR's places.
Okay.
You'll see the finish line. Maybe you'll see it, maybe you won't.
Let's see. Finally.
Well, there we go. First half is done, and it ended 10-5 in favor of Vitality. The second half is going to be coming up now, and I mean, NIP 5 rounds is, I mean, I think it's enough of a buffer that you could do something cool in the second half. But I think NIP felt for a while like they could have done way more, and it's kind of impressive to see Vitality getting the last 3 rounds there and sort of coming back on top.
Yeah, there was a stretch in that first half where I thought surely that NIP would be getting to 7. Felt like they kind of figured things out. They had enough advantages, and just obviously Vitality puts a stop to it. So fair play. 5-round lead, and Vitality in this pistol round being a bit cautious for the moment. Shocks over in Palace starting to peek towards stairs, and RPK starting to get frisky coming up ramp, and that's a shot and a half.
Good night. What they don't know is Nork is actually in the same position. Could be a bit of a surprise. The bomb is really far back, though, and it feels like Vitality don't want to overcommit, although they are getting quite far into the site. Nork taking a bit of a peek now. Don't know if he's seen anyone. It's so hard for them to know what's going on right now. Almost getting caught as Twist in the window, and now they should know. If Nork goes down, this round is probably done with. Apex is also looking to catch a rotation. It's really worth keeping an eye on. He could get a big double kill, and that will certainly do it as well. Look at how smart they are, Vitality. This is just so cool. Apex, this one is on you. Glock in hand. Oh, they're going to swing for it, but he still takes them both down. What a play that is. 2 on 4, and they are in a world of trouble here. They're about to get shot in the back. I don't even think they realize yet. Trying to fall back and reload right into the open hands of Saigu, and that'll be the end of the round. 11-5. That was such a lot of control for the French side in this round. They just had it all figured out.
Yeah, but what a completely different pistol round than what we're used to. Outside of this 1 kill for RPK, no one from Vitality had to fight for any of this map control. You had someone pressuring towards jungle. You had Apex, aggressive on catwalk towards ladder room. You had pretty much the entire A bomb site was lost. But there was no real battles for anything, so you just had these individual players from Vitality set up perfectly across the map to destroy rotations, to disrupt the timings of those rotations, to take those kills. And you just had 2 to 3 people who were able to walk into the A bomb site and take it over entirely. It's going to be likely 12-5. And a full investment from NIP means Vitality might even be able to get to 13, depending on how many they're able to wipe out of the server in this round.
Bobski with a decent deagle kill. Couldn't find space to even stand on after that one. So that's a bit unfortunate. But they still have the deagles and the scouts and the armor. Might as well save it for the upcoming round here. I mean, it's sort of weird because you're right. This could be something like 5-13. And if NIP just failed their first rifle round, then this map could be over
It's
before
over.
before they even get really a shot at it, which again would kind of sort of swipe some of the cooldowns that NIP have had, or at least some of the control they look like they were about to build a little bit under the rug, right? If it ends like 16-7 or something, you're just gonna say, well, whatever for NIP. But I don't know. There was a point in that first half, at least, where it looked like they could have turned something around. But Vitality are such a cool team to watch right now.
Well, they're playing. I mean, they feel a lot like Navi at the moment, where like every time we see them, I feel like we get a different Vitality. Like this is obviously the really cool, the really fun Vitality. Individually on point, Apex delivering. Strategically look pretty smart, some pretty clever calls. And then, we've seen them on other days where it just falls flat, where it's only ZywOo showing up and no one else is really able to help contribute, and then just nothing works. So I think Vitality, just a lot of it finding their feet. Remember as well, these two teams have played each other so much in the past, like, 4 or 5 months. Like, they're going to be so used to playing each other. They know everything that they do. So there's a little bit of, like, a game within a game going on specifically within this matchup, since they're trying to fool each other from the habits that they already know they have.
Yeah, that's a good point. Could explain some of the trickery that's going on. Maybe that pistol round from Vitality that looked so good. This round, all about avoiding the Deagles, the Scout, maybe the Zeus on Plopsky.
These two teams have played 7 series and 1 best of 1 in 2020 against each other.
Yeah, that's also why that Dust 2 pick in the mix had the analysts so freaked out. Could mean that it's going to be real interesting. At this point, it sort of has to be. Plopsky snuck in. Could have used the Zeus right then and there, but he decided not to. We're all disappointed.
Yeah, the whole world is disappointed. We wanted the squeak.
Oh no.
That's a team Molotov.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's a bit awkward. ZywOo's on his own and he's wondering why no one's with him. Yeah, Plopsky does have one as well. He can put that down, and he's actually arrived with the Galil. Screw the Molotov, use the rifle. And that one Molotov thrown by Vitality stops them cold and gets them demolished in B halls.
Oh, man.
They missed the timing because of that. There was only one defender at B.
That is real awkward. Quad kill on Plopsky, though. That's so amazing. And you're right, I mean, that just made all the difference in the world. I'll forgive him not using the Zeus if he's going to come up with something like that. But yeah, one misthrown Molotov, and it all falls apart. Man. Apex. Still at it. Double up now on the NIP side. Could be real interesting. I don't even know what to say. If that's the round that opens it up for NIP, it would almost feel like it just wasn't even justified. You would feel like, oh wow, okay, well, so that's how they get back into it. just one little mistake.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not their fault, right? All they can do is just keep playing. It's not their problem to deal with. And I mean, listen, let's be fair as well. They also got to come back. They're still 6 rounds down.
Yeah.
So we'll find a couple of rounds in there that would mean that they deserve the comeback if they are to make it, even if that first one is a bit awkward.
That was almost my point. Is like they did all that work that should have given them a round like this in the first half, and they weren't really rewarded in the same way. So it's just a bit weird that
maybe
it
it's
happens
delayed
like that.
gratification. Karma just comes back to help them out a little bit later than they expected.
Could be. Could well be. Well, you're right. Let's not go reading too much into it yet anyway, because you're right. They still are 6 rounds down, so not a lot has to go wrong for that round to be swept away too. Nork is moving forward with the AWP, going to get a deep angle in towards the hallways. That usually means the second player in B, which is Plopsky right now, could start to move around and get a bit more freedom to go in towards middle. If he wants to, Rez is real close to the jungle position here, and he's not going to get anything done. Twist will get one shot. Hampers, nice turnaround for the flashbang. That was a heads-up play. And now the bomb is back in T-spawn with 45 seconds, and they're losing the fight coming out of the connector. So, I don't know, even if they'd won that fight, they would have had to run there and back again. That, I think, would have been very hard to do.
Yeah, this round almost feels like it was doomed before it began. Apex, the last one left, and hoping to take some guns away, but he's also equally hoping somebody just walks into his crosshair. He's not really hunting them down. So looking like he'll just save the AK-47. If you're Plopsky, maybe you want to start investigating right now. Find an AK on the ground somewhere. I believe there's one over at the triple boxes in the A-bomb site from Zywoo's hands. Upgrade that Galil. You're a Galil over a FAMAS user yourself, right?
Yes, I will. I think I would sign my name to that. I really don't like the FAMAS.
Is there a gun that you would use the FAMAS over at all?
I mean, I would use the FAMAS over dualies, for sure.
You take that back right now.
But that's probably it. I really have a deep dislike of the FAMAS, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. Well, Vitality back to pistols. 2,000 on pretty much every single player. There's, what, a P250, a Deagle, and a Flashbang for the entire round. And that lead that Vitality has is dwindled, and remember, we'll just keep calling back to that Molotov. That'd be a funny thing to ask about.
Yeah. Don't think they would, not yet anyway, find it funny. If they win the map, maybe they could laugh at it, but... Out of money here. Don't even have that many tools to make it expensive. And the money is really building on NIP right now.
Yeah, and Plopsky's still got that Zeus. We could see that come into play. So that's still on the board, Anders. Not all is lost. NIP's only lost, what? They've only lost 2 players in the past 2 rounds. So that's part of the reason why that money is growing. And they shouldn't have too much of an issue here, considering there's not really a whole lot of powerful weapons or utility to negate any of the range. A good quad kill from Plopsky. Knock with an up kill on the other side of the map will end the round. And NIP's just 4 rounds away.
4 rounds away. Sizable bank that's building behind them. Vitality, oddly a little bit slowed down on their T side, which is again is normally where you get to dictate the pace. If you want to be explosive and aggressive, which is what we've been seeing out of them in the last couple of matches we've seen, this is where they could do it. So I'd love to see them get back there. Maybe this position outside of the B bomb side is going to do it for them. CT smoke that lands this deep. That's pretty cool.
Well, flashes come over. There's a lot of footsteps. No one's on catwalk to hear it, but they heard a lot of utility. So the defense considered shifting. But Plopsky called him off, and he does pretty good damage with the grenade. 4 members of Vitality were in this B hall, so I mean, if they decide to fall back, there's going to be a lot of time chewed up just relocating on the map.
Yeah, well, they need to make up their minds, because if they want to go back, there's a lot of positions.
Yeah, they do look a little lost.
Yeah, and if they stay here, they need to move, because otherwise, you know, for all they know, someone could be pushing on the other side of the map and figuring out what's going on. They have no control over A ramp or A holes or anything. So I'd say what they're doing right now is incredibly risky. Now, they're not getting punished, we can tell on the minimap, but obviously they really won't know that. 40 seconds, and they're going to turn the corner into this AWP. If Nork gets the first kill, it's going to make Plopsky turn around, and he could throw at least a smoke there to try and buy some more time. Missed opportunity, and now there's almost no time at all. Good kill for Plopsky. He's looking for a second one, but Misuta will take him down. Great entry into the site. Very thin margin there to get through, but they'll make it. And now the bomb should be planted. No chance there for Twist. He's going to try again, but it's not connecting through all those boxes. And I don't know, they might want to call this off unless they can find a really quick kill.
Yeah, I think Campus is going to go investigate, and if he goes down, they'll call it off. But if he gets this frag, which he has, how much do they want to commit? Or are they just going to stick in their positions and take all... Okay, so all the guns is their design. And it's going to probably be funneled towards, you'd imagine, Catwalk, although Apex is starting to push in towards Market. I don't know if you caught this. Did you see... I can't really remember who were the 2 entry players, but for Vitality... But did you see them almost get into position and like jump, almost as if the footsteps were like the signal that they're ready to go?
I didn't catch that.
I don't know if you caught that at all. There was the first player who gets into the corner jumps, and then the second player moves into his position and then jumps, and then they both peek. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. That stuck in my brain.
We'll have to go back and check. Maybe you've caught on to something early before everyone else. The double AWP is still here. And some rifles behind it. NIP still pretty rich even after losing that round. But yeah, I mean, as soon as Nork missed that shot, there weren't many opportunities afterwards, so that's a bit risky. Jumping here would also potentially be really risky, although Cyber's gonna back off pretty quickly after that. Apex in middle, alone closing connector. One of those powerful positions where all you need is really one kill and it'll crack open that A bomb site.
Man, they have so much space in middle to work with. ZywOo with his op can be posted up, protect them from Catwalk, Apex, and RPK with this attack. This is going to be tense. Knock with the AWP is rotated back to market, but Twist, oh my god, not even a chance to move his crosshair. What an opening provided from ZywOo. 17 and 8 so far on the map, and now it all falls on Hampus. This double kill, oh, that timing could not be worse.
Rez now. I mean, I don't even know if there's anything he could do. Even if he has another kill there, it's probably still not doable. RPK actually flashed by a teammate. I think that was meant to be for him to go for the attack, but a little bit of miscoordination. That probably could allow the AWP to get away, which is probably still better news for NIP than if they'd stuck around for the fight. That, I mean, you would have thought maybe Twist actually had the advantage. Cyber looked like he was walking into that shot, but that plus the timing on that grenade was the end of the round. That's going to be 14 for Vitality. And now even if NIP have money to buy, they're running out of rounds.
Yeah, they don't have a whole lot of rounds left to play with to get back into the action. And I remember that little 3-round streak that they had started with a gift from Vitality, the Molotov and those B hulls. So they still, I mean, kind of haven't shown they can stop the momentum themselves. This is going to be tough. 14 to 8, a 6-round lead, and NIP will have another buy, but I think after this next buy, they should be running pretty low on funds. And that double up setup hasn't been nearly as effective as I think they'd like.
No, it's been pretty much never really put into use. I mean, we saw Nork try to hit the shot over at the B hallways. This time it was Twist going down, Cyber just sniping him away. Some good kills in this round for Cyber, and you see the frustration on Twist, and I could understand why. We are down to a 4-round gap now. It's opened back up to 6 rounds with Cyber leading the board 18 and 8 and Apex right behind him at 17 and 13. So this is just a pretty good map right now for Vitality, looking real comfortable. You have to assume that they're going to be able to find a way to close this the way it's going now. NIP spending almost all of their money in this round here.
Last chance saloon. After this, I mean, you have to rely on them to be able to save one of the ops, save some of the rifles if they want to fight in the next round. Vitality with a big lead and about to finish things off. 4 players towards A, 2 in Palace, 2 at the ramp, and you can see ZywOo going for a pick in middle, and he's going to stick around. He's occupying 3 people in the mid window for the moment. Although I think Hampus hears those footsteps for sure. So he's going to have 1 to deal with. Twist has just rotated back with an AWP.
It seems so risky to me, putting 3 people out of the hallways, and they're going to back on out. It's going to say if you try...
Yeah, I think that's the right call.
Yeah, it must be.
Well, once that Molotov comes in, right when you're about to execute, right when you throw a little bit of utility, the smoke to follow it up, you've lost a little bit of HP. You know you've been red. So it's back to ZywOo, waiting in the upper B halls, and there's no one actually in the site, so this could be a benefit. Knock can get smoked off. That's another piece of utility that just hits a player from Vitality in this hallway. They need to chill.
But look at how close Apex is. This is, again, 1 kill here will probably do it. What a find. Knock going down, and he is going to be so frustrated. Plopsky as well. Just managed to walk past him, Apex there. He's going to get a kill on RPK and tries to follow it up. Big double in return, trying to bring it back. And now Rez, close enough to maybe stop the bomb plant. Instant headshot taking down Masuta. And these are the kind of fights we're used to seeing NIP take and win. Flashed in, Shock still able to get it even while blind. And Saibu is left alive, and that is always going to make you a bit worried. Bomb plant being attempted here in the Molotov. Oh, it's going to land on top. He has to cancel that. Didn't want to burn alive. Now he's trying to hide in the corner, and it will finally go down at 8 seconds left. Let's see. Oh, Saibu gets taken out, and Shox, he's so low on health. There should be no way for him to win this. He's going to spray down one more. He's trying to find any place on this that's not on fire, and Hampus will find him in the end. Man, 9 rounds for NIP, but that cost them a lot, and they could have easily lost this round.
Yeah, that was a really brutal hit from Vitality. They played that so well just to even get the plan and get those 4 kills. NIP is lucky to have it. I mean, this, if you're gonna miss Apex coming up catwalk like this as Plopsky, this better be the response. This double kill saved the round, and I don't even think it was his fault. I think it was a timing where he was checking underneath window for a boost, and it was just really unfortunate for Knock. A free kill from behind, but Plopsky makes up for it. Still, NIP just barely hanging on to this game.
Oh, Hampus is down and out. Saibu just runs to the A ramp and blows him up with that AWP. And again, Apex is in the middle. He's successfully done this a number of times. That almost is him finding a bit of an opening there. But now it's a dangerous fight against the AWP that he maybe doesn't want to take. He's going to smoke out the window. Rez with a bit of a response there, trying to see if he can do it. Twist goes down. Another opening for Saibu. 2 kills in the round so far. And Apex is controlling this jungle. He's going to try and run through. That's a really aggressive move.
Yeah, well, I mean, I like it. He had the reload coming in with that spam. He had a flashbang, I believe, from a teammate. He just never knew Plopsky was in the corner. Good shot from Shox. And the last 2 players, their position should start to be known. Not gonna lead the way, gonna attempt to start this retake, looking for an early pick, and instead, he's gonna lose it all. Shox now with the double kill, Zyru with the double kill, and Plopsky the final one left, and I mean, NIP after this round, they have nothing to fight with. You can understand why they wanted to go for that retake. They've got no money built up in the bank.
Yep.
And I guess for Plopsky, it's all about trying to grab an AWP on your way out.
Yeah, anything at this point. Again, I keep noticing, even though Apex actually got no kills in this round, the fact that he's so deep in the connector is such a worrying sign. And he's done it many, many times. You can see how he's controlling much of the rotation as they come in through the window to try and help out. And obviously, wow, Twist. Unhappy. 9-15, so NIP need the next 6 rounds in a row. I don't even think JDM could follow that amount of leaning. Stretched all the way out.
He's the king of leaning. Knock drops down, and what a desperate situation NIP finds themselves in. They've got to rattle off 6 in a row, and Knock is committed. A slow peek around the corner. Masut has finished him off. Apex finds Rez as well. And now, ooh, Shox really took his time with that, and Hampus is able to punish him.
Oh, Twist. I was gonna say, well, step too far there and he would have died. Hampus looking over the smoke, spamming the deagle, but no connection on the other side. And now he's gonna run right through, and there's an AK waiting. Masuta not gonna allow that to happen. And this is looking good. Plopsky though is up the hallways, and Twist is on the other side. Maybe there's a chance here for a bit of a surprise if they could time it well enough. Plopsky has a flashbang, but he probably doesn't want to be the one to initiate this. And there's a jump. He's been spotted and taken out. Saibu again, just so deadly accurate with that AWP. And Twist 1 versus 3. Sneaking in, he's going to get the first kill. Saibu on the other side, though. He will finally miss a shot and go down, but Masuta will not. 16-9 as Vitality pick up the first map here. Big win for them. And now the real question is, what exactly is going to happen on Dust 2? And we don't know yet. Our analyst shortly will introduce us to the whole concept after the break. Stay tuned.
ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, alright?
Let's go.
Okay, boys, let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from a lead.
15 seconds on the clock. He turns around and the bomb goes out. Oh my god, the 180! Let's go! Another kill! This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Stewie, who is the easiest target?
Gold. He does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the board.
Let's go!
Let's go, guys. Let's close this out. Let's go.
Tickets booked to the spring finals.
The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19 to 17.
I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, guys. We have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for FaZe Clan.
Apex, you went into Mirage, which was their pick, and they obviously thought they could do what they did to you last time, but this time it was much better from you guys, looking like you're coming out strong, starting off. Was it just a good feeling, instantly being able to get that kind of start you wanted, which you've been talking about missing so long?
Well, I'm not gonna lie, Mirage has always been a good map for us, but lately we played like pretty bad on few games. So that's why they decided to pick Mirage again, but the feeling was good on this one. Everyone played super well, so yeah, it was a convincing one.
Now you've gone into this Dust 2 pick again, and it has a map that has made you stumble a fair few times. How are you going to avoid that this time around?
Well, they surprised us by vetoing Nuke, so we picked Dust 2. I think they have a plan, and we just need to play to be aware of everything, and I guess that's gonna be all right.
Well, there you go. He highlighted it. That is the main play, man. That is the main play, is that he knows that there's a trap coming up. Apex, you're not going to pull the wool over his eyes. You're going to have to be a little bit more clever than that threat. And so, you know, going into Dust 2, he knows that it's not their strongest map right now, but what do you think? What do we give our odds here, considering Apex and Vitality just look so good on Mirage? Chad, we'll start with you.
Yeah, look, I think that game was really flat for me, right? I was watching that game and it didn't feel like NIP had any life to them. Twist, who's usually the X factor, was kept relatively quiet. Zai, we picked him off a couple of times there. But as we can see in these replays right here, Vitality kicked it off in the best way that Vitality can, and that's by being assertive, right? We speak about Apex as the in-game leader of this team. He's always been an entry fragger who gets stuck in. Here's another assertive play within the mid-round, flashing for each other. We saw Palace pushes. We saw them actually taking the fight. And NIP didn't seem to have any answers for that there, especially when we flipped on over Their CT side is where I thought that their individuals would outshine Vitality, but that wasn't to be whatsoever.
Yeah, and the lack of reaction from NIP is really what stood out for me, right? Because we talk about Vitality, we talk about how reactive and proactive they were, whereas I felt like NIP, they were just playing the round, if I can put it this way. It just felt like they went in with a setup and then disregarding of what Vitality were trying to do during the round, they just said stuck, that's it, you know, 3 on A, 2 on B, good luck guys. We don't hear them, but we have no idea what they're doing, and I don't know, I got a weird feeling coming out of NIP. Maybe they saw themselves just a little bit too pretty on that one, but I just want to highlight some of the reactions that we were talking about for Vitality. I actually picked a clip to show you guys a little bit the philosophy that they had going into this game. So this is the last round of the first half. We see NIP coming in with an exotic tactic, to say the least. They go out of the smoke window. Zywoo gets the information, but just now they realize that here comes the bamboozle. Actually, all of the NIP lineup is going towards Kitchen, but look at this reaction here. Shox asked for RPK to come with him, and they, as a unit, together completely shut down. And this was a matter of, what, 2 to 3 seconds. Now, NIP, they're left in a 2 versus 4. They're not going to save the round. They're not going to make miracles. But I wanna give props to that reaction coming in from Shox and RPK, because this is not an usual scenario. To have 2 or 3 Ts going into Kitchen, that needed a lot of communication, and I needed to be quick and reactive.
For a second, I thought we were watching the Furia Bamboozle pistol round.
Yeah.
They're just going to start boosting through vents and then get it on over that way. But still, Vitality showed that they can hang and that they're not going to get caught off guard. And they're kind of playing into what we expected as well. They keep winning each other's maps. So Nitpick Mirage, Vitality take that. Now there's a trap that's been laid here by NIP going into Dust 2. So let's go ahead and talk about Dust 2. How could NIP catch Vitality off guard here on this map?
You want to take it away, Chad?
Yeah, look, I have to really just try and theory craft this one, right? Because they need to exploit the weaknesses that FaZe did. And to do what FaZe did is not an easy task. That's not something that I think that many teams are going to be able to replicate right here. But if I look to the strengths of NIP, a double AWP setup, now Anders pointed it out during the cast, it wasn't as potent as they were probably hoping for, but it needs to be potent right here. Twist and Norg with the AWPs, if they're able to set up on the CT side, they can lock down both sides, right? That's a fact. I think when we're looking at where the kills are going to come from on the T side, if it becomes gritty and grimy and clutchy, I want to see more from Twist yet again. Quiet in this first map. I'm putting a lot of stock in him, but when you look at the players in the team, Twist is actually the biggest veteran they have. He has the longest history in CSGO. So in a matchup like this, he needs to stand up and show the other guys this is how we do it.
I agree. I will also mention Rez. I think Rez also is in that position where now he's not a youngster anymore. Now he has to be one of the guys showing, the way forward. And the last time these two teams met on Dust 2, he was actually at the bottom of the scoreboard, 6-17. That was when Vitality won 16-4. That was at the end of May. So this is not looking great, but we have to rely on the fact that NIP made an educated decision to go to Dust 2 here, and there has to be a reason why. Maybe we don't see it, but I know there is one.
I disagree, Maniac. I think it's looking perfectly great right now from my perspective.
How do you know?
I think they're looking very good indeed. Very good indeed.
We're never going to get this smug grin off his face, are we? We are going to have to deal with this until the end of time. Look, this game right here
it's not done
should
yet.
be Vitality's. No, you're right. No, it should be Vitality's. With everything we know right now, NIP have just picked into the... we are blind right now. So all the analysis, all the data, everything that we have points to our Vitality victory. NIP need to come out and surprise us. I backed them. I said that I think this team can eventually become a top 5 team. I want to still be able to believe that. And to believe that, I need to see fight out of these Swedes, right? Not necessarily known for being the most Viking-like in personality, but that's in their blood. If they want to get out there and party for the Midsummers, whatever the bloody hell it's called, do it with a victory. Nobody wants to party when you lose.
There will be ample amounts of schnapps, though, regardless. So, win, lose, they'll be prepared. They're in the right environment for it. You're right. I've got my neighbors outside. I can hear them partying right now. So it's like I'm down here in my basement just, talking CS and everything, and everybody outside right now is just going ham. So good times here in Sweden. Glad to be so much out of you, buddy. But I think, guys, it's time to get into the match. I think we should get into this map. We see the players getting ready live right here. We have all of their feeds coming in. So I'm going to thank you guys for your analysis, and we're going to head into the action right after this break.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
Got the best teams in the world and complexity.
But Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh! This is it. It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time, flanking around, punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple contest. Oh! The shutdown.
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
Really trying to get in the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies them all. A beautiful spray! Electrons have got it! 16-14, now we do it!
Who's ready for Vitality versus Complexity? I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down Vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor, victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, you know, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
Well, here we go. Second map is coming up. It's going to be on Dust 2, and it's NIP versus Vitality, with Vitality looking very, very strong on that first map. I mean, a couple of hiccups here and there, but overall, they never really lost track of the goal, and they won that map with some ease. I thought that was very cool. I didn't get to see the NIP that I really wanted to see. We saw some of the fights that looked good, where they were sort of getting clean headshots and all the rest of it, but Vitality looked like a much, much stronger team.
I don't think anyone did. That NIP that came out in that game, at least for the start and through some major stretches of it, looked a bit uncharacteristically passive, which was surprising. However, on the Vitality side, we've gotten a gift, Anders. We had Simple in the first series. He was going nuts. ZywOo delivered a stunning performance as well on Mirage. So, I mean, we've had the two best players in the world and using the AWPs, having phenomenal performances today.
Yeah, it was really, really cool to watch. No doubt about it. Hampers with a smoke and a defuse kit. Pretty useful on this map in case you need it. I mean, if you want to defuse that bomb over at long, let's say, it could be weird without having the extra smoke down. And on the Vitality side, though, a couple of smokes and a Molotov to try and clean into a bomb site. Apex and RPK waiting up here and maybe just looking to edge their way in. It's going to be what thrown here? A smoke by Apex? Yeah, it must be.
Yeah, for the door, flash in, going to send RPK perhaps to his death. Hopefully he gets one. RPK is going to see no one. Oh my lord, that's a boost that puts a stop to this strategy real quick. And look at the re-rotation from NIP. They get caught out in the open, but Rez has a good response. He cannot go down here. He knows what's coming. Just stay alive for your teammates, especially now.
Apex would love to shoot him in the back end. Maybe he will. Oh, Rez spins for it. He could have definitely been dead, but now it's a 1 versus 3. And Masuta's just up on the box looking for them. The bomb is down on long, so he'd have to get a kill, go back and try and find it, and then continue to fight. It's such a long route for him to get back into this round. He can't even pick up that USP yet, I think. So, yeah, he's just in a lot of trouble. He swings for it, and they are all fighting him, and that will be the round for NIP. A nice triple kill for Rez.
Man, that almost even worked, despite the fact that that fake got shut down right at the beginning. RPK goes down with the first shot fired. Look at this little peekaboo moment.
Yeah.
Peace. But Rez hit some very nice shots on the other side of the map to save the day. Without Rez, I think NIP's in a lot of trouble in that pistol. 1-0 for the Swedes.
All down the middle they go. Not even really any real investment into this round for Vitality. Bomb is being led by Masuta all the way up the catwalk. It's an MP9 waiting for them out there on Nork, and With the two people playing down at long, this is going to be fine. Apex has managed to get down in the CT spawn, which in another round could be really cool, but in this round shouldn't make much of a difference. I still don't think they should be able to really get out from this catwalk position into any kind of a wide fight. But ooh, they're going to go back. Yeah, because Apex is there. They say, hey, wait a minute. If we go B and they start rotating in, maybe Apex could do something with the Glock.
Yeah, I don't know about mid as being the option. That seems like a crazy place to try and attack this bomb site, although fair play, tunnels kind of seem crazy too, but essentially they're trying to force a rotation into the waiting arms of Apex, and there's just no reason for anyone from NIP to move. I don't think there's enough firepower, enough weaponry to get the kill necessary to make the ninjas rotate.
Well, you sort of see the idea, but yeah, it does feel like it's tricky to do at the moment. They'd love it if they could. Pop scheme, seeing at least one. Now there's a little bit of a movement down towards the middle. Currently above Apex. Oh, he's been waiting all day for this kill, and finally he's gonna lose it. Burst fire coming out, and it does not work. But he tried.
He went for it. He did in fact try. 2-0 for Nip. The last time these two teams played this map was back at DreamHack Masters. It was a 16-4 victory for Vitality.
Ooh.
So
they're already.
We'll see if NIP's improved anything here on Dust 2.
I mean, they're already halfway to that result. Jason, now we got 2 rounds.
I know.
It's good.
They're getting there quick.
Lot of AKs in play. Fewer grenades on the Vitality side, but again, one of those maps where, you know, when you have this kind of a rifle, you could go and take these fights exactly like Shox is doing right now. Look at how far in he's getting. This is huge for him. The spray is through. The Molotov on top of Nork, and he's under some pressure here. RPK will pick off Hampers. A lot of people here for NIP, but they don't have the rifles to take this fight with any ease. Nork, oh my god, what a big double spray. That just connected instantly.
Oh, Shox down to 21 HP. He's forced into a passive, and this is a big flank. This has to be everything. RPK with the first tapping away. He loses that, but Twist is down at 48. It's Apex 1 versus 1, and he can't take a single bullet. I don't know how Apex wins this round. Twist is going to get aggressive. Apex will never expect it. A nice win for NIP. 3-0.
Wow. Wait. Did he keep the FAMAS? Was there not a rifle somewhere? This, I can't actually believe
maybe
that
just
that shouldn't have been, it felt like that shouldn't have been a kill, or at least maybe only the one, but that MP9 took both down.
Yeah, well, he swung and got the dink, and then I think once he realized he had the dink, went off of just like a shoulder peek spam shot. I think it was like, why don't I go back and just try and clean that up? And he got gifted a second one as well. They might have ran into each other's crosshairs, so the second player couldn't actually take that fight. But, I mean, impressive NIP's able to shut down that hit on Catwalk with just the SMGs.
Let's see. Bobski in the corner with a smoke in front, and with Hampers also shooting into the smoke. It's all working out fine. Shox is coming from the door to pick up at least a 1 kill. P215 hand. If you could find Hampers, it probably would be a bomb plant here, and that would help them out a bit. Also covering the middle is Apex. So 3 on 4, and Hampers just making himself very hard to find. And yeah, he's going to get the kill there. That's excellent work from Hampers. Big double. Apex going to be going down. NIP surviving with 4 members, and that is going to start to build way more of an economy here. So things looking good, although Vitality could buy in this next round. Yeah, this is such a good start.
That's a great start for NIP, especially, as we just mentioned 2 rounds ago, they've already matched their previous efforts rounds on Dust 2 against Vitality. So they got to be feeling infinitely better. The Desk kind of laid this one out as a big risk for NIP picking this, and what would they have in store, and at least so far it's starting out well. Shox is going to get a nice leg shot onto Plopsky and pass the op over back into the hands of Zaiwu.
Yeah, and that AWP on Zaiwu is obviously going to be, should be one of the talking points here for Vitality. Definitely saw just how much it could do on the first map. So far, Zaiwu's actually got 0 kills. even though it's early days. If he were to cool off even 10%, this would be a very different feeling for NIP, you have to assume. Oh, no, nearly falling into that. He does do a fair bit of damage in return. A grenade here on the catwalk. There are a lot of people grouped up, would be huge, but not sure if they have it at the moment. They really don't. Plobsky is the closest one by with an HE.
Yeah, and he's all the way towards mid. So you have to imagine this will be a set piece. Plenty of nades on the other hand for Vitality. No op yet in defense. Remember, they got hit pretty hard. It was Apex who had to win a 1-versus-1 clutch, so the money is not quite built up for NIP. The Swedes going to attempt to hold on, but it's going to be difficult. Thankfully, their first opponent is blind. RPK in rebuttal, and a nade underhanded on the catwalk does nothing. And Knock perhaps waiting for a flashbang, going to make his move now around the smoke. They don't see it coming. He's going to get a double kill. ZywOo coming out, missing a shot. Pistols out, flashes out. Everyone's blind, but NIP just won the round. Shocks can do nothing.
Ooh, man, that was close. Yeah, it's the fact that they had a third player on that A-bomb side all along. I don't think Vitality actually read that. I think once they got the kill on Twist there, they didn't realize that there was going to be a second man on the ramp, and that was Nork coming out with this play. And of course, flashed in as well. Oh, Hampus even jumping at the end. Didn't even catch that. So, 5-0, and with the bomb plant, I mean, fair play. They can still buy here, Vitality, but what did you say it was? 16-4 last time they played? Look at them now.
Yes, I know. They're living the dream. Love and life. Vitality call a timeout, wanting to put a stop to this as soon as possible. They're probably a little bit shocked. So, I mean, you can kind of hear Apex, you know, he even knew it. He was like, yeah, for them to, you know, let Dust 2 through against us, caught us by surprise. We're just going to have to be a little bit more vigilant and figure it out. So, first timeout is taken. And you have to imagine they're talking about the differences between that match at DreamHack Masters and the one that they're witnessing in these first 5 rounds so far.
Twist now on the AWP. ZywOo without his. Still pretty quick down middle and out long, and everybody is blind, but Rez is going to have his vision back a lot earlier. Twist with the one flashbang, as you can tell, Nork with the other one, some great supportive grenades coming out. And ZywOo, if they'd even just evened the fight up down there, this play would be so huge. It still could be. Oh, they've not seen him yet. He's got 3 people. There's one headshot, tries to tap away, and he nearly gets the triple, but not quite. Look at how much damage he did there, taking half the health away from Rez and Twist, but leaves RPK in a nearly unwinnable position here. And again, he's just trying to deathmatch his way through the round. That's not going to happen. A quad kill on Rez instead, and a 6-0 lead now for NIP. This has got real interesting.
That's a brilliant play from ZywOo, and it's what a difficult situation to actually make that work. But he could have pulled him back into the round. This is where things are really lost. I mean, Vitality just gets entirely countered by that nip defense at the corner. They come around so quick with the Molotovs, nothing Vitality can do. AWP picked up by Shocks, surrounded by Deagles.
An interesting play. Still have some money left, so maybe it's fine. Just try to hero your way through. We do all love it when these things work out, so at least they're giving us that. Now, where do you take this AWP? What's the spot for it?
I don't know, but it's the most passive one on the map so far. We've seen frequently at times the op coming out of middle and you know, peeking through CT spawn up towards the car, maybe trying to get a pick at window. There's a couple different ways you can do it, but obviously priority has got to be recycling that op, especially when you have ZywOo on your team.
He's gone all Golem on us, just hiding it. He's precious. Oh! Ooh. He just jumped inside of the site and he is dead and gone. That is so cool. Apex with a headshot on Twist, but if they over-rotate, if they actually just go for the B-bomb side now, which would make sense because they just got a kill there, there's still Plobsky and Nork inside. They can still lose this round, and that would be so heartbreaking given the opening here. There's a big chance here for Vitality. RPK at it again, and, well, that is a disgusting and yet beautiful way to win a round. Surely nothing they can do here now, NIP. 2 versus 5. Bomb is going to be going down What a smackdown.
Yeah, what a ridiculous round to witness. The shot from Shox, the jumping Hampus, and then the 1-deeks across the board. That is, Vitality's going to be pleased with that one, but not replicable quite yet. Sweet Jesus.
Oh, man.
Why are they buying AKs?
I don't know. Why are they buying AKs? That's actually cool.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, that's such an impressive round. But I don't even think Vitality were expecting any of this. Just like, oh, okay. Oh, another 1-deek. Okay, cool. Rez saving the AWP is actually like a little bit of a consolation prize here towards the end. Look at this. He's back doing it again. He's like, yeah, I can fly.
He just hovered there. He probably saw it right at the end. I mean, that's 3 different 1-deeks as well. RPK, Apex, and ZywOo all get a 1-deek, so fair play, I guess. All different parts of the map.
He was just reenacting that scene from Enemy at the Gates, wasn't he?
Yep, homeboy got to jump first. Joke's on you.
8th round here. It's weird, isn't it? That's the round that sort of gets Vitality on the board. And again, it's like, it will mean so much less if they can't continue now. This was just getting the foot in the door, but now they actually need to win a regular round, and that doesn't really, from my point of view, have to be in a regular way, but it's gotta start happening. Rez is 10-1-1. So that's cool.
He's done a great job at that A bomb site. Yeah, which has been where the majority of the action has been for Vitality. We'll see. They haven't really shown us they have the plan to overcome this defense quite yet. Maybe the adjustments that NIP making are that stumping, so we'll see if they can build on the success. The op in the hands of Twist is over at the A bomb site. RPK is going to hold on to Upper Dark. Vitality with the most basic level of mid control you could have. Going to start moving up Catwalk, clearing close mid, clearing close Cat, and then we'll see what they want to fall into.
I'm guessing RPK would love to have had some more grenades in response, but they haven't actually thrown anything against him. Now they're going to double up. There's a bit of an HE, but I think they're going to come try and see if they could catch him. So far, not throwing any grenades. Actually, they back on out. That's interesting.
Yeah, that really is, especially because they did the hard part, right? They put themselves in danger by getting halfway through that tunnel and then just backing off of it. So being called off by someone on the NIP side. Therefore, they don't have information of what's going on in Upper Dark, but a good push towards mid, 1-for-1 trade. Shox and CT spawn. Hampus goes down next. However, Plopsky has won his battle at the B tunnels. ZywOo, that's bold. You're gonna go down for sure. And Apex is at such low HP, I don't think there's a way he can win it, because Plopsky is playing this just perfectly.
Yes, he is. So defensive, making sure that, you know, at least until the bomb goes down, there's no reason to really panic. In the middle, Shox is also a bullet away from death, and they should know where he is. Surely it's been called out, but they are acting like they don't, and I'm not sure how they could have lost track of him, but he could at least get the 1 kill, maybe even a double if he's real quick about it. Apex all the way in the back. He's picked up an AWP. This could get interesting. There are no grenades left on the NIP side except for flashbangs, so this could slip away from them. Here comes Shox, spray to get the first kill, and now Apex standing up. Oh, he misses a big chance here. Oh, Shox gets one more headshot, and this might work out. Vitality on no health at all. I think they found a way to steal it. Apex, I can't believe he finally goes down, and there's another kill for Plopsky. He can't find the bomb in time. It doesn't even matter. A quad kill on Plopsky, but they lose the round, and he will go to the bomb. That is a steal.
I honest to God, I thought Shox misplayed that for like 10 whole seconds straight. I could not believe that he didn't peek earlier. But he gets that second kill. We'll have to see it. There's 7 combined HP on Shox and Apex when this happens. This next kill, how exactly does it occur? Just an instant headshot. Oh my God, Rez misses the opportunity. That's unreal. What a risk, what pressure put on Apex when they get that close to door and window.
I really am confused about how they lost track of Shox. I have to go back and watch the rounds to say. Plopsky with a nice kill, wanted the follow up. Oh, and RPK clicking people away now.
Yeah, they knew he was in CT spawn at one point, right? Maybe they thought that he'd slipped away in the smoke or something?
They must have. Like, they must have thought that he joined up. Good round. Great round out of
But
RPK.
where would he have gone? That's the next question.
Yeah, well, that's why I almost want to go back and see, because they definitely knew that he was there. He dropped down from Catwalk and fought someone there and nearly died. So I couldn't tell you. Someone will have to go and investigate. 6-3 is the current scoreline. And that's great. Look at Vitality, 3 rounds in a row and right back in the mix. Very open game all of a sudden. If you look at the NIP economy, they spent everything in this round. And yeah, that's what makes it so interesting. Cyril looks like he's going to run out the middle with an AWP because really, why not do this? Oh, and is he quick enough? That's so scary. If you're Rez, you saw that.
Yeah, he's quick enough, but he didn't flick over, didn't take the shot. However, he has forced the defense to be a bit nervous. And it looks like Vitality going to fall into a quick mid to be split, or at least put the pressure on like they will. It's pulled Rez to CT spawn. But no decision has been made to pull the trigger quite yet. Shocks and Masuds are going to come up catwalk late.
Look at Plopsky being waiting at the railing. Like, he's so low on health that it's making it very hard for, let's say, Hampus to go to middle or start to lean towards, like, you can't really leave Plopsky alone there. And why would you send Plopsky middle with 3 health? So, oh, Nork went to investigate and found death.
It's not what you want to find when you go for just an exploratory mission. Twist. Ooh, he sees the head. A little bit of a fake. That's bold from Shots. It's a leg shot. He's going to be rewarded. Almost gets the follow-up, but Rez can't fall back and can't go forward. So Vitality now starting to put the pieces together. It's going to be 6-4 as Hampus and Plopsky have to save.
If you're Twist in that position, you're just going to be so annoyed because, well, especially if you go back and look at the demo, you're going to realize if you had that kill on Shocks, you could have turned to swing for long and try to take that fight instead with your teammate, but yeah, that just spun out of control. Hampus also getting caught now, so only Plopsky trying to stay alive with 3 health from the beginning of the round. 4 rounds in a row now for Vitality. They are building it one step at a time and really coming back into this game in a big way. Round loss bonus started to kick off, but it's not enough for NIP to actually have a buy in the next round, so this is getting interesting.
Yeah, they're gonna have to sit back. And Vitality, the question becomes how many rounds can they just run off in a row? How much of a lead can they build? Can they actually take the lead away from NIP? 4-6, 2 rounds away. And Vitality being led by Shocks at 11-7. Zyru hasn't even really come alive. He's at 4-9. And Rez still leading the way for the Ninjas at 11-4. The rest of his teammates on NIP have 7 kills each.
What's Shocks doing?
I don't know.
Making memes.
The facial expressions on that team are just unbelievable.
It might be one of their best features. I mean, oh, he wants it. He wants it so bad. And all he got was a shot through the door down there. Puts him at 28. Bit of a slower round for Vitality. No one running crazily down the middle or anything else like that.
They have to know the economy's broken, so just playing it safe, playing it cautious. Don't do anything fast that's going to let you run into a deagle. Don't do anything that's going to run you into a pistol. Good kill from Shocks. There goes the rifle, the only one that was saved. And Apex going to press the envelope. He's got Twist, headshot angle, a double kill for Apex. And the round is theirs. Hampus falls next, and last in the alive is Knock. And they know where he plays, so 5th round for Vitality.
Yeah, this is just starting to look like a good recovery at the moment here. Almost getting it, but Shocks intervenes to save his teammate. Shocks at 13-7 right now. He's having himself a pretty good game on the second map here. NIP back with a bye yet again. But yeah, that 5-round win streak that they went on, sorry, 6-round win streak that they went on has nearly been matched by Vitality. So time for the Swedes to get back into it. Start to put some work in here, or this will not be enough. 6 rounds is decent, but if you're going to end up losing this many rounds in a row, I mean, the team will start to feel it.
I think more than anything, the question for NIP becomes, yeah, you might have come into this with a game plan, but now that Vitality's rattled off 5 in a row, do you lose confidence in that game plan? Do you try and switch things up, or are you going to stick with it? I wonder if the P90 is part of the game plan.
Well, that's the best part of the plan, in fact.
They're coming at it, baby.
Here we go. 50 bullets. I'm calling it out. There's no way this can fail. I've never seen a
How many kills are you going to get?
10.
10.
He's going to spray them and his team and then grenade himself afterwards. Here we go. They're trying to see if they can make their way through, but the P90 is here and it'll get a big double. He's got so many bullets, and in the end, it'll be the Molotov to get one more, but we're going to call that a success anyway. He held it down for a full hour and never ran out of bullets. Mathematically sound approach.
We'll give him the 10 kills. He's earned it. Shox is going to pick one off. Hampus is going way too quick into this flank. His teammates are not prepared. Apex fires clear. He's got to be cautious of the window. He was being quiet as he gets into the bomb site, and he's just going to wait and look and see if there's any kind of a play coming before he puts the bomb down. This has got to be a fake plant, but the ball's on this guy.
Yeah.
Look at the balls on Dan.
New Apex is, he's got it all. He's styling on people. Waiting back here for a chance to maybe swing for that AK-47 fight. And he's got the crossfire with Shox. That smoke is a bit annoying to Shox, though. Hard to see anything. Oh, that needed to be a kill, and somehow it's not. Shox misses a chance. I can't believe they actually make that retake work. I thought that was going to go in favor of Vitality. So the 5-round win streak is finally broken up, but that looked oddly sloppy for Vitality, considering how well they actually fought their way back in.
Yeah, again, it's just like no eyes on the retake whatsoever. Everyone is just hiding. Well done with that P90. Some beautiful work. No one actually ever spotted Rez moving into the bomb site. He had such a wide angle before anyone realized it. And Apex might have been able to do something if he had that kill clean, but all that hard work has gone to waste. Still plenty of money for Vitality going into round 13. They've got an op again on Zaiwu. $6,000 in the bank for RPK and Apex.
Ooh, there's a good pickoff. Nork going down, and that's Zaiwu again. He doesn't care that there's a double orb in place somewhere else on the map. He is sniping away at people. Hard to stop him when he's in this mood. Oh, and they're going to go back to B, aren't they?
What are the chances he buys a P90 twice? And it was also Knock that they killed. They know it's one of the B defenders, so they're going to get caught off guard by Hampus being here with the AWP, and that might make them change their mind.
Plopsky's playing it close. Twist is in the middle versus Apex. That's a secondary fight that's of great importance. Apex actually going down to Twist, so not bad at all. No scope coming in from Zaiwu, taking down Plopsky, but Hampus is still back here doing so much work, and he needs to play it cool. Just wait until the team shows up. Shox will take him down, and just like that, it's another 2-on-2. Twist and Rez on the outside, Shox and Zaiwu on the inside. What a deadly combination to be up against. And the bomb, they're going to fake it once. No response yet. They're jumping on the other side. Zaiwu firing the gun a single time here. Let's see. They have a smoke on Rez. They could try and do the same thing they did last time and sort of smoke off to block out the AWP and then go for it. Another fake here. Oh, and that's the top of his head showing they're going to win the 2-on-2. This time, triple on Zaiwu, double on Shox, and 7-6 scoreline. And that is bad news for NIP's economy.
And this time, because the two players from NIP were stomping outside of the B bomb site, there was never any concern that the flank was going to be coming in. There was never any concern whatsoever. They knew where the final two players were at all times, and they handled it well. Man, I'll tell you what as well. We might have to revise our opinions of Vitality. If this is the Shox that we're going to get with any sort of consistency. Now, the past 2 years have proven that that's not a possibility that we'll be treated to. That there will not be any consistency in this kind of a performance from Shox. But, you know, this kind of just him hitting these shots and helping them come back in rounds is enough for Shox to be a force on this team.
Oh, Jason, you're falling back in love with French Counter-Strike.
I'm not. I'm just trying to lure other people into it.
You deny it, but I can hear it in your voice, Jason.
I've been one of the most resistant to French Counter-Strike and the lures.
Got the first butterflies in your stomach, you know. One day you're just sitting, you're looking
You
out
got
the
that
window.
dry mouth.
Yeah, you think about Shox, and you catch yourself smiling, just staring off into the horizon, and we know how this ends.
Plopsky, I don't even know where to take that. Oh, Masuta's gonna find the entrance. I feel like if you're a lover of French Counter-Strike, right? You either fall in the Shox camp or the NBK camp.
Oh yeah, that could be true. That could be like a bit of a split there.
I was always, yeah, I've always been more of an NBK man myself. Neither camp is doing super well these days. If we're honest about it.
Well, that's the most French part of it, isn't it? This splitting up, you know, the factions, and then all of them doing badly. That's part of the mission apparently. But yeah, there's nothing. You don't have to deny it. There's nothing. I catch myself daydreaming about Shox sometimes. I think it happens to the best of us. You know, the trick is to not, you know, like to just don't go all the way in there. Just keep it as like a, you know, just a thing. Don't give your heart to it. Oh, Saiwu standing in the fire. You appreciate it, but Plopsky with some restraint on the other side would have been dead if he had turned to his right there.
Okay, mid control coming in. They spotted Twist.
Out.
That is a risky jump, having known the information. That is not a follow-up HE grenade, thank God. Nock has one. He could have tossed one over behind the Xbox. And Apex is going to have to play this game with 24 HP. Final round of the half to see which of these two teams takes a lead going and switching sides.
Decent grenade there on Masuta. They have, I think, potentially a very strong defense at this A-bomb site. So, Nock could just take a couple of steps back. We'll see if it's actually going to be any kind of attack towards A. Saiwu still in the middle makes me wonder. He's got the bomb down there, and look at Nox late sneaking in here, gambling on the idea that if they come out, they wouldn't check it this late in the round. And one mistake there could cost them the whole round. 27 seconds, and Vitality now running on Navi levels of time, and they don't check the corner at all. Nock with a big double and the bomb at 20 seconds, and that's going to be a round one. Absolutely no doubt about that. Big triple. That's so well done. That's just a nice calculation coming out from him. 10 seconds here, and RPK is alone and simply going to be running out of time here. 8-7 in favor of NIP at the end of it. Top fragging is Shox at 19-9. That's so outrageous. What a great performance. Let's see if he can continue into the second half. That's coming up after the break.
Week 3 of Blast Premier. We've got some top-tier Counter-Strike coming your way.
The 100 Thieves and G2!
Down now, 2 quick kills. They should not lose this game right now. This is not a team that yet has the pedigree to beat an EG.
It is Valentine's Day, guys, but what happens under the desk stays under the desk.
Dad and Dad, we're back together again.
So what we have to do, we will win this game. Deal?
But they're coming in from long as well. Visa's gonna be there. What an upset. It took all 3 maps.
This is gonna be a spicy one. 100 Thieves versus EG!
They take them down in overtime and win the whole series 2-0.
A banger of a match between G2 and OG.
Chance for this, and he gets down the 1v2 to close it out.
EG versus OG for a spot in the straight finals in Moscow.
We are legends of this game. We will rip, shoot hits. Deal? That's all, Alexi.
It was an upset last time and everyone was shocked, but here we go. OG absolutely living the dream, and they will take him down for a second time.
Let's focus, boys. Let's focus like we played first time against them.
Yeah. They've done it. They've bounced back on Dust 2. We're going to the final map of Blast Premier Spring Series, baby.
Let's take it just like this.
Let's go, G2, let's go. And G2, 1 frag away, 1 HP away from shutting down the dreams of OG.
we go. G2 Esports first place in Group C. Fantastic stuff. We'll see you in a couple of months, of course, for the showdown. And for now, enjoy the rest of your evening. There we go. Bye.
Here we go, map number 2. The first half ends 8-7, barely in favor of NIP. Second half, though, I don't really know how to put this. I mean, NIP had a pretty good run early on. Vitality, though, they had Shocks, and he ended the half at 19-9. And Cyber was starting to hit shots. This could easily be a turnaround for the French side. We'll have to find out. Hampus with a P250 down the middle, hoping for a challenge, and ooh, he nearly gets it. That's a bit of a dream, and it doesn't really work out in his favor, but this is a very, very open game, and NIP desperately need the map, as they did lose the first one.
Yeah, this is an elimination game as well, so if NIP were to go down here, they would be eliminated from the spring finals of Blast Premier. Yeah. It's all-important game for them, quite obviously. Look at the lean from Vitality. They know exactly what's up. This is going to be, this should be an absolute slaughter. 4 players going to be on the defense so fast.
And it starts even worse, doesn't it? Saibu picking one up, but they have no idea how much death they're running into. They're all gone already, or they should be. Here's another one for Shocks, and they're just hiding inside the smoke. Shocks hitting all the headshots, and that is 5 clean USP shots coming out from Vitality. That is, well, yeah, there's nothing they could have done, I think, in that one.
No, they didn't even realize. They'll find out later when they watch the demo back or watch the VOD back that Vitality had their number the whole way. This is absolutely insane. That is such a freak show. Oh, dear. What are you supposed to do against that? And this is why we always talk about the dangers of Shocks. This is why discussion of him is always preceded by an if statement. Those kinds of kills are unbelievable.
He really does have, he has such a special quality about him when he's feeling warmed up and ready. I think Maniac was bringing up an important point earlier on the desk, was talking about sort of, as someone like Shocks who used to, you know, be very confident, seeing him not in that form is definitely, I have the same reaction as the one that Maniac has. Obviously Maniac knows him better than I do, but still, that's the thing I hate the most about watching Shocks play when he's not in that mode. And well, this is the reason why the contrast to what we're seeing here is incredible.
I know when I've had discussions with the Vitality guys, I mean, recently, especially since this new lineup and since Apex took over, the conversation, a lot of it has been the one thing that they found that fixed most of the issues has been actually, let's hold the phone on that one because this makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. A nice pair of team kills in there might save the day for Vitality.
I am so confused. Bit of a peek. Some damage on the Shocks, but they have head armor here on the CT side. That's really crucial. Should be able to win this fight, although they're taking a lot of damage. There's Masuta helping them out. And now it's just a Glock left. Last one here, looking for it. Burst fire is in play. We've got all the tricks and none of them are working. Would be a round for Vitality.
Bless my heart, that should have never gotten that close. One of the big changes that they made with Apex coming in is switching up some of the roles so that ZywOo and Shocks wouldn't really be the two ever primarily working together. Oh, Rez. He kills 2 of his teammates. That's got to be frustrating. Because the explanation was ZywOo and Shox are both used their entire career of being the star players, right? They're the ones being set up. So their first thought in a scenario isn't, I'm going to throw a flashbang for you, right? It's like, where can I make a play? Where's my flashbang?
Yeah.
So splitting them up onto other sides of the map actually frees them up and pairs them with people who are more suited to enable them to do better.
That does make a lot of sense. Yeah, you could have like a little cell of, you know, one superstar on either side. That makes sense. Some damage onto Hampers and Rez. But otherwise, they're spread out in a pretty default setup here on IP. Masuta is looking like someone who may want to go and check into Upper Dark, and Plopsky's just falling back from that position, so now it's a bit interesting who's going to get the better of it. Well, the fact that they peek with a flashbang means Plopsky's going to know that someone is here, and he's going to go back and check. Can't believe the timing. This is unbelievable.
I can't believe they're also being given the gift of Masuta just falling back. He really apparently loves that fight at the staircase. They had the angle, now they go back for it. I don't even think Nock heard the footstep they made. Man, this is actually pretty great for Vitality. If ZywOo can just stay alive and hold them off, a delay, maybe get 1 kill, that'd be massive. This flank is going to come in so fast, as long as they don't ignore clearing this corner to the left.
Cool. Well, there's 2 people there, but the game is up. They know what's coming. Masuta goes down, and ZywOo and RPK, they go check long. They want to make sure that no one is there. They're not going to find anyone, and they're going to actually rejoin, so they give up on long altogether. Twist has that AWP, and there really is only 1 flashbang here on ZywOo. How can they retake this? They're going to get a big kill and a good follow-up from RPK. Are they going to go back for it? They seem like they're shuffling around all over the map for a while here. 2 on 3, and they need to stay alive here on the NIP side and buy as much time as possible. There are kits in play all over it, and it's a 1 versus 2, and Twist will not miss the shot here. I feel like he's been doing that a fair bit, but that was a good double kill for him, and a 9-9 scoreline, man. That round could have gone like 10 different ways.
Yeah, that's a pretty critical win, and you could see the safety net, unfortunately, since they gave up long, since no one actually came from long, Twist is allowed to just sit at this railing with safety. And that was a player that rotated back from long to help out on Catwalk as well, so you give up a big advantage of that angle, and Twist has free reign, and now he's just cranked out a headshot down mid as well. Another leg shot through the door.
Oh, headshot to take down Hampers. That is interesting. See if he can get more. There's a flashbang, and that should make it pretty much... Oh, no! Not impossible at all. I take it all back. Can we get a 3rd one? Yeah, here we go. He's going to swing for it. He's still out here fighting. He's feeling so bold. I just love this version of Apex.
Not known to be a scouter. Shox is going to shrink the map, pushing into Upper Dark. The question is now for NIP, do they fall back or do they just continue forward? They've got a minute to work with. 1 player at 30 HP. Shox has you boxed into long. You could have already escaped, but Shox isn't going to see anything in middle. So ZywOo's going to start rotating over, and RPK just has to play it smart.
Yeah, he's falling back in. They don't have a Molotov to clear him out.
If 1 kill happens at this bomb site, Twist can't watch the flank.
Ooh. Flank is gone. Shots. Maybe a little bit of a mess up on the timing, and RPK also goes down. Yeah, it seemed like there was way more of an opportunity. Apex just out of nowhere with the headshots. ZywOo not realizing there's a guy in pit. He survives the first encounter, luckily. There's a gun on the ground that he's leaving there, which I guess he still has the scout. Man, that was set up to be even more exciting, yeah.
It feels like that should have had a bit more resistance to it at the bomb site, but I mean, what a tough fight. The P250 against those AKs, especially once RPK's position was given up. But I mean, after the 2 shots from Apex and the tag as well, you just thought it felt so possible. ZywOo, I don't even know why they're chasing him. They don't even need to take this gun away from him.
No, they decide not to. Nock actually gave up on it, so probably good call there. 10-9. This is just so close. This stuff from Apex, though, is wild. I so wanted him to get the 3rd one.
All right, here we go. Another save round for Vitality. They forced up in the last. So NIP has an opportunity, a pretty relatively nice opportunity to get up to a 2-round lead at 11-9, and more than that, they can build up some cash flow. They've had some costly rounds in this half so far, so wanting to get some money behind them.
ZywOo being active in the middle with the scout, while the rest of them are hiding in B. And if they were to come B, I mean, if they're going to run in there, he has a flashbang you can throw over the wall as well. There's a cool little setup. I mean, it doesn't look like it's actually going to work out because NIP are checking out long. But it's worth doing. It's probably better than whatever the alternative would have been. So, still 11-9. And NIP seem fairly comfortable on this second half so far, at least. Things are working out well for them.
Yeah, things are working out quite nice for the moment. Cross smokes come in. ZywOo just gonna spam away. Nothing's gonna land. So Rez is at top mid. If they can find this AK-47, that'd be a pretty decent thing to get out of this round with. There's the first kill. Nice shot from Masuta, and now pick up that AK-47 and book it. Get out of there. Save the weapon and use it in the next round. Another tag from the scout.
Did he not have head armor, Rez? I feel like that sounded like...
I think he was tagged up a little bit by another pistol previously before that headshot came in.
Could have been, yeah, I guess. Try and do more damage will result in a couple of kills in favor of NIP. And Shox, as you said, making an escape with the AK, and they're not going to be able to find him either. But still, 11-9 here. And sort of a slow grind back into the game here for the Swedes. It's not a roaring victory or anything just yet, but they are 5 rounds away from taking the second map, which would be real interesting. Was it Inferno as the decider? Am I remembering that?
It is... Let me check. Yes, Inferno will be the 3rd and deciding map in this series. So that would be a great way to conclude this. Yeah. But we still have to see if Vitality can respond. Well, I still feel like we haven't seen ZywOo yet on Dust 2 have the impact that he wants quite yet. Give him some time with this AWP. He's over at the car right now. RPK, a big risk inside of the smoke at the corner as well. Hampus jumps into pit. He's tracked the whole way. But this makes RPK... Oh, that's a beautiful 2-tap.
Yeah. He's in so much danger as well, which I think is what you were getting to.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say until he got the kill.
He made it look so easy, like, oh yeah, by the way, you're dead. Boop. All grouped up in the middle. A bit scary if someone starts shooting through. It looks like they're going to be sacrificing at least one of the people here. This ZywOo, easy kill for him. Falls back to a second corner. I don't think this is worth it. You go at him, you're likely going to die. Oh no! Oh no! Oh. That is absolutely ridiculous. He just no-scopes himself through the smoke while flash to get a kill. There's no accounting for that. And another one. This is absolutely illegal, isn't it?
Well, I just said he wasn't exactly having the impact that he was supposed to have. But there's really no explanation for any of that. Kids, don't try that at home.
No, you'll get reported right quick if you do. So
what?
Yeah, this is outrageous.
Wait, go back to that one. Go rewind. Enhance.
Do you really want to see it again? Well, I'm sure we can get it.
Yeah, because I think I could have sworn he just like shot into a box and the bullet went like at a 90-degree angle out of the barrel.
Yeah, he's the last AWP bender.
Someone draw an arrow in his forehead. Masuta.
Oh. Yeah, he's in trouble. He does spot out one, but there are way more around the corner. Missed opportunity, and he will instantly get traded, leaving Shox alone at the bomb site. This is such a good opportunity here for NIP, although Apex did get one. Shox with a follow-up and a big double. Oh! He comes fighting out of the bomb site with a triple, and he turns around for the quad. What a defense.
You don't beat Shox when he's playing like this. 28 kills.
I actually think that's
incredibly heroic effort.
That's got to be the back-breaking moment. That's so hard to deal with.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do?
Here
You
he
just
is.
destroyed... Yeah, look at... Okay. That's... We'll give it to him. Judges come in, they'll allow it. It's legal regulation size play.
Yeah, it's legal. It's
All
just
tied up.
unethical.
Which, you know. Man, that play from Shox coming out of the B bomb site as well, all alone. You've killed his support structure. In fact, I think that one of his teammates got a spray down through the smoke again, but he does all the hard work. This is very nice from RPK.
Yeah, and tapping away. And Apex on the AUG, which I've been really impressed with Apex on this AUG. I think he's made a great case for that being at least the weapon that's worth, you know, putting some hours into training with. Okay. Second deagle shot is still accurate, apparently.
Man, people know how to use the deagles these days. I'm glad I'm not playing in this area anymore, because this would just be frustrating. All three players gonna go protect the bomb. Apex was the only one spotted. Knock the last remaining alive for NIP. Oh my sweet Jesus. He's done it again. Now he's got the opening. Although, I mean, listen, you're asking for two of those same shots to follow that one up. He's got the tag. Oh no. Oh dear, that got close. And Masuta hesitates. I don't think he'll be able to save the AWP, but they've got money for it. That's way too close for comfort.
I can't believe he got that kill at the car. I can't believe he even registered that someone was there. Oh man, that is excitement. And Shox is laughing. Why wouldn't he be? 12-11. I don't know how you stop Shox when he's feeling like this. Cyber gonna miss a chance, but pretty safe for him. He's gonna fall back around the corner, and they can't chase him through the flashbangs either. Apex and Plopsky could be having a really weird fight here. Apex looking, but he could be just instantly taken down. Plopsky waiting the whole time. He's low on health, and the grenade will trade him out. Heads up play.
The toughest part about this is if you go to the B bomb site, you've got Shox to deal with. If you go to the A bomb site, you've got ZywOo. And he's going to be called upon right here. He's got the angle, but Hampus is going to be right below it. Oh dear, there's the nades. There's the indication, and he's stuck inside the bomb site, but that might not be an issue for ZywOo. Looking around the smoke, but they've jumped over the top. RPK over at the corner boxes. Big kill from Shox to bail them out of a tough spot. And ZywOo is now going to get aggressive. He spent enough time waiting, and he's done with it. On top of the boxes themselves, he's found one. There is Knock, who's made it into Goose. He's got the first kill and the second, but can't transfer over. It's just Twist.
Big opportunity, but can't find the first one there. Shox with a double, Masuta with a double. And you can see ZywOo again, like, even with the smokes and everything else, he's just darting in and out. It's 13-11. I feel like Vitality have just come alive. They've won the last 4 rounds in a row, but that's not even the problem. There's 24 rounds played, and Shox is 30-13 here. He's already dropped the 30 bomb, and I mean, there's still way more to come.
And I think between him and ZywOo a couple rounds, they've kind of tempered these NIP players. It's back to what we were seeing on Mirage, where there's a little bit of second guessing if they want to swing for that fight. The trade, the second player is coming a little bit late, or like that round, they have all the smokes up, all the flashes, they've crossed, but nobody really wants to be attacking the bomb site. It's just one player trying to find a cheesy kill over the smoke. There's no real aggression or power into the hit.
Yeah, and Derek, I mean, actually, Vitality's money is not looking great either, but NIP in this round, as you could tell, the Deagles, even though they were impressive earlier, hard to rely on getting that many 1Ds. We got the scout in middle on Hampus, and he's waiting here for a while, but looks like maybe a target. Ooh, leg shot as well on Apex, and I think they tagged Shox through the door earlier. ZywOo going to show up with a bit more of a cannon on the other side of the smoke, though. They might try and go for the Shox and Masuta inside of the B-bomb side. If one of them goes down, could be a real problem. Masuta with a bit of a Molotov there, and he's going to get a headshot too, but Shox low from earlier. And yeah, they're going to go fight him and win that fight. 3-on-3 now for the Afterplan and Plopsky. Inside, near the smoke in middle with a deagle in hand, but they're going to go check that hard.
Oh, and Zywoo's looking for the next peak. Scout and AK-47, low on HP across all three players. Can they close the gap to make this retake doable? Zywoo's got to cover them for at least window. Rez wants the peak, but he's going to give it up right at the end. Scout on Hampus still is nothing intimidating, so here come all the nades. This has to be fast. Rez is close up. He peeks. He swings forward, and he's got a double, and that should be the round. Apex comes in late, but he has no idea where Hampus is, and it's time to fall away. The money is surprisingly not good for Vitality.
Yeah, that is a massive round. What a great call. Realizing they tag up Apex, they decide to just smoke it off and go straight for it. And because they had already softened up Shox, he can't, go on any kind of crazy multi-kill round. So 12-13, they actually put the brakes on Vitality after them having won 4 rounds in a row. And they do it with almost no equipment in this round. Hampus with a really beautiful round here. And obviously Rez at the end.
What a weird game this is. It feels like Vitality has been dominating, but the scoreline is close, and NIP actually have an amazing chance here to grab every single advantage in the final 4 rounds of this map. If NIP can win here, they take everything away from Vitality in terms of weaponry, in terms of economy, and then it's going to have to be 1 or 2 save rounds for Vitality in the final 4 rounds of the map.
Yeah. I like how we could spend, just a little bit of time rewatching those ridiculous kills from Cyber earlier. They're worth it. Well, here we are. AWP, M4, Deagle, and a couple of MP9s on Vitality. It's so close, but Cyber goes down to Twist. Big fight to win. Apex real close here with the MP9. He's going to get the first one and the second one there. He wants to take it, and he'll get both. That is an even better reply here. 2-for-1 trade.
Oh, no. Well, they've got to go long now, and they've got to hit it quick. Everyone is going to be here from Vitality. 3 players, just 1 smoke is up. They can't cross quite yet. There's the second one. Now they start swinging over, but the weapons are in the hands of Vitality. A wild spray. Masuta's got 1 and a second after the dink. He cleans up all 3. And you want to talk about a back-breaking moment earlier from Shox. Masuta just delivered another one.
Yeah, how do you recover mentally from that? That was your moment. Probably not even just to take to equalize, but probably to take the lead in the game. Probably would have been 14-13 in favor of NIP very soon if they could have won this round. Frustration is definitely growing. Wow, this game is so close. But all the while through, you feel like Vitality are going to be the ones walking away with it here. I don't know what they need to do, NIP.
That's what feels so weird, is like it does feel like there's no way Vitality lose this, but then you keep going back to the score, and it's 2 rounds back. NIP almost was able to take the advantage, and I think now finally that feeling might be solidified, as NIP is in a really desperate scenario. I mean, you're force buying in this round with a Scout, a Galil, a MAC-10, and a Deagle, and you've got to win it against a double op, against a Shox with 31 kills. And you don't really have the utility to do anything but take long control and try and cross. At least this time, with something like the MAC-10 and the Deagle and the Galil, you have players who have to be aggressive to take over the bomb site. There's going to be no slowing down and no second guessing if they can make it up the long corridor.
And they're going to be allowed to get quite close to the corner. Yeah, you're right. Once they go, though, it's going to be all in. There's no doubt about that. Sairu smoked off. He's going to put up a little bit of smoke to buy some time and a Molotov to do some damage behind it. Sees just a shadow there, but unable to pick anyone up. Still feeling a bit safe, but he shouldn't be. Plovsky had snuck past that smoke that he himself put up. And now the bomb is making its way up there, and they're going to fall back. They want to save the economy here, Vitality. That's what they're playing for. Probably a good idea, although it's a bit painful when you're this late in the game.
Yeah, I'm amazed they actually gave up the site without any real battle for it. Just Zywoo throwing up that smoke and backing off and seeing if he could get a clever shot. There was no real resistance to that hit in a round where Vitality had all the advantages. So NIP given a lifeline here right at the end. I mean, once Zywoo goes down, they're exactly right. The smart decision is to save.
Yeah, because, I mean, again, the one thing that could really break their back, obviously, is if that economy resets when you're this close to the end of the match or the end of the round, or, sorry, the end of the map. It's at that point, right? Shocks with the AWP.
It's curious to me watching ZywOo throw the same smoke that he threw earlier and then back up. And this round he throws the same smoke. Or, I mean, previously he threw the smoke and he got aggressive into the bomb site to get a wide angle. So
Yeah.
I'm just curious about the two different... Maybe he's just trying to mix up the way he plays it. Maybe he just didn't have a teammate with him this time that he had previously. But, I mean, I don't know. Personally, I would have just liked to see a little bit more resistance to that attack.
I wonder, I think maybe last time he had more people that were closer to the mid, and this time they were further back, so he was, you know, maybe feeling like there was less of a distraction. I don't know. It is hard to say, isn't it? Shocks is alone, creeping in with the M4, and around the corner is Hampus. He looked a bit distracted, and he's going to be going down. Don't think he was quite ready for it, but they're going to go quick out the middle. Masuta is left alone at the bomb site. Can they get past the smoke without going down? The spray is in, and Shocks will get a last bullet on Popsky. That does make it a bit more doable. Still a 3-on-3, and we know retaking that B bomb site is never a fun time. So, do they want to risk the rifles that they just saved in the previous round trying to do this? You could justify getting, you know, a look into the bomb site, but if you lose these rifles, it's real bad news.
This battle's everything. I think they have to at least wait and let RPK go for an attempt here, and if he fails this, then they back away. But you have to let RPK try and turn this corner. Twist's attention is not there, and now he's giving it up entirely. It's Knock in the backup platform. Here come the flashbangs. RPK's got a Molotov, but he can't send it. He's got a headshot instead. Twist with the op, can't reload fast enough, and Vitality on 15. They've got 2 chances to close it out.
If you replay that round, you're going to see, or at least the 3-on-3, you're going to see some amazing flashbangs. There were so many set up. That allowed for RPK to get that deep fight down towards the plateau. That's just a really amazing flashbang work to try and get that retake. Yeah. So well done. 15-13. NIP with the bomb plant still have money, but oh yeah. I don't blame Twist. I feel the frustration too. They're almost there, but now they would have to fight for overtime.
But again, they have enough money to at least get some power in this. 2 AK-47s and AWP. I don't know. You wanna see? I mean, just by looking at the scoreline, we obviously know Shocks is having an absolutely incredible game. But the amount of rounds that Vitality have saved by getting like 2 kills through smokes. You think the ZywOo round where he kills one with the blind no scope, and then he follows that up with a scope shot through the smoke to the window, and then Shocks with the spam through that smoke. Like Vitality's getting bailed out by a little bit of luck on top of playing well.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes that's the difference, right? Hampus trying to sneak his way in. Masuto's there, and that's a massive spray. He's going to get the last kill as well from beyond the grave with the Molotov. And that was NIP putting everything on a somewhat disjointed B rush. Now just Nork and Rez left. 2 versus 4 to try and hold on to the dream, and it starts well with a headshot. Nearly one for the smoke as well, but RPK showing up, and Rez, the only one left. He's fighting his way out, and he goes down to ZywOo, 16-13, as Vitality take down NIP and knocked him out of the tournament on 2 maps. That last one took everything they had. Shocks with an absolutely godlike performance here at the end as well. That was exciting. What a great game. Can't wait for the analysts to break it down. That's coming up right after the break.
Can he figure out fast enough where they're headed to allow MIBR to have the proper stack? There's a kill. That's in middle. So Taco and Mayern everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted in IP. They know they have to move quick, because otherwise, you know, the flank is just going to continue. That smoke will buy some time, and now it looks like they might try and counter boost into it. Taco's thinking about it too. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try and catch one. Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb, and Well, the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know whether that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lecro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find, and it's 15 HP on Twist.
See, he's running quickly as well. Twist, this is going to be a close corner. He's just going to run right into it. And Taco, he just needs one bullet to connect, and he will have done it. And Twist is very nervous. You could absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
And right now he's scared enough that he can't even flank. So he's a very far rotate from B.
You touched on it, gets basically bored enough to play back on site, and that's the one time they go all in on this, but keep your eyes on Nitro. He decides to peek. Doesn't want to fancy them pushing past him. Elige continues the spray. Okay. He does grab that second, but Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping was Nafly, and there's the head on display. He takes it. FaZe Clan winning a round. Sketchy. This is still sketchy. It bewilders me that Team Liquid didn't even look like B was a possibility in that moment, but they're not going to put anybody on tons. They flash through, they sprint in, and Rain, well, he has low health, but he does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th! Mayern's still alive, but on the other side of the map. And seeing as he doesn't want to give away info, he's just going to wait. KNG, a bait, and a difficult position. He's stuck to the fight. Fur down, and now it's all on Mayern. But they still don't know. And they're going to tap that bomb. Solely focused over on ramp. He gets the both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay. He still comes in just in the nick of time to win the round.
Point being, we've moved into another crucial round, but Twist blasts Mayern away. Hold on. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's a very big question.
I think that may have been a boost. That may have been a run boost from T-Spawn, the top of T-Spawn. They just threw him onto the stairs, but it doesn't matter because Taco throws them back up that A site.
Shoxy, a 2-0 versus NIP, and you continue to survive here in the lower bracket. You had an incredible performance yourself there on Dust 2, but those opening 6 rounds where NIP looked so strong, could you definitely see that they had a good game plan and a good read on you guys to kick things off with?
Yeah, definitely. They got some things where they get off guard, But I'm happy because the difference between today and yesterday, for example, against FaZe, is like against FaZe yesterday, for example, we were winning 3-0 and we just end the half 11-4. We lost like 11 run in a row, and we didn't really adapt. We were not adapting to actually what they were doing. And with our talk we had this morning, I'm happy that even if we have a bad start, that can happen, we managed this time to really play the game and react to what they were doing to having a correct T-side at the end.
Now, real quick for me, Shox, you're going to face Navi tomorrow. How do you feel about that one? Because that's another heavy firepower team, similar to a FaZe style.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be a tough match. I mean, every match we play so far are always hard. So the same as the others, we're gonna prepare for it. We're gonna do our maximum and hopefully take the win.
Now, Hampus, I'm going to come to this Dust 2 pick of yours. Clearly, you had a good idea and a good read on what they were doing in the first part of the game. But what happened after you got those initial 6 rounds? Because your CT side was looking super strong, and then they just seemed to kind of figure you guys out.
Yeah, I think like we like when we were up 6-0, like we started to overthink it a bit, I think. And then they were started to think like what we were doing, and they were starting countering us, and it was a lot of mind games, I would say. And as City, I think we would have won. We should have won. I won like three or 4 rounds more as well. So it was rough. But overall, like they picked Dust 2 actually, but we let them pick Dust 2, and we had really good. Like we really knew what's going on, but we failed to win the game.
Yeah, and that's it, right? Because they were talking about it, and they were thinking, oh, okay, maybe we wouldn't let that go through. Maybe it'd be you guys that close it out. But for you guys here, right, you continue to make strides forward, you continue to have good performances, but to go to the next level, I guess for you guys now, it's using this player break and then getting a bit more time with you under your belts. So what's the next steps?
Yeah, we're going to a boot camp soon in a few days to play the Behind the Summit or Beyond the Summit major qualifier. So we're going to practice hard and really, I think that boot camp will be very nice. Like I haven't even met everyone yet, so it's, just been playing from home. So I think the boot camp will really make things better on all the floors, all the levels.
Yeah, NIP have got a nice facility out here in Stockholm as well, so that'll be good to get them together and working together after this loss. Vitality, and all right, so Dust 2 already. Big plays. We were going into it already talking about the trap that NIP were attempting to set. And first half, it started looking pretty good for NIP. They're getting rounds on CT. They're throwing, the stick in the wheels there for Vitality. But then in that second half, couple of big rounds for Vitality, and it just felt like the wind came out of NIP's sails, and they were never really able to blow hard enough to get the boat going again. So, guys, I gotta ask, what happened here on this second map?
Well, if I can just pick up the ball when it comes to setting up a trap and going on to Dust 2, I think one of the problems that we often see in that scenario is that your A plan might be absolutely perfect, and as we have seen at the beginning, when the rounds just flow into each other, you feel like, oh my god, Vitality, they just fell right into it. But the problem is, when NIP actually fail to win some of these rounds, you can see that they lack the basic, understanding of the map. And I'm talking to a high level, obviously, they understand Dust 2, but I'm talking about being able to go up against Vitality. So they felt a little bit flat, and the most, I want to say, eloquent scenario was the T side, right? Once they won these 3 rounds in a row, after that, it was pretty much the Vitality show. I guess we'll take a couple of minutes to talk about the Shock's renaissance as well, 30+ kills. That feels good to see.
Yeah, look, the Shock situation is one you can't deny right there. When they're running out mid to B and he's spraying down 3 of them and they're not even getting a chance to react. And look, the highlights right here from the pistol round is something to...
that was so gross.
Sure. What can you do, right? Like, Shox has had a fantastic game right here. ZywOo hitting these kind of shots as well. This is the thing, right? Some of these shots that were coming through, we can't sit here and go, yeah, that was he meant to do that. It's a pot shot, right? So when everything's panning out for Vitality, it looks fantastic. I like the pace at which they handled this game yet again, really going into this blind, right? You don't know what NIP is going to come on here with, but Shox, he knew what he was going to come on here with, and look, there's the stats for you. I don't think I need to say much more.
I'm just savoring it for a little while here. Hold on. 109 ADR.
Yeah.
33 frags. Dust 2, Vitality, getting the job done on Dust 2. Again, a map that's been plaguing them recently. Yeah. This is solid. This is a win that Vitality can savor, at least for the next 24 hours, because obviously they're going to be playing again tomorrow. And, tournament life's still on the line. And now we get to see ZywOo versus Simple.
And
that's pretty good, gentlemen.
Yeah, if I can just touch on the Shock situation and just go one step above just the fragging department. In terms of structure and how the team works, the flow between Apex and Shocks is so much better when Shocks is having a good game. Like, I think they balance each other out because they play on different sides of the map, and then there's actually initiatives and ideas coming from all around the map, and they have a much more global perspective on what's happening. And when Shocks is having a bad game, then suddenly this connection kind of fails. So right here, you have an avenue of development for Vitality just to make sure that disregarding the individual performance he's having, they always share, they always bounce off of each other, they always find solutions, because that was definitely the case on Dust 2, but sometimes it isn't.
Yeah, no, it is definitely. I'm just so happy that we actually get to have you back there listening, because I remember in London it was excellent to be able to listen to the teams, and that's always a huge window in terms of understanding how the teams function and what's making them tick and not. But Maniac, I think you're doing a fantastic job of not giving too much away. Obviously, we don't want to be annoying the teams, but giving us a little bit of insight into how things are working for them. That's fantastic, and it does make sense. Shoxy, Apex, you would think. The one question that I would have is that, is Shoxy stepping in to take over in the calling a lot, because that's something he tends to do if things go south, or is it really just Apex calling the show these days?
I think Shux will give a lot of ideas, but then Apex will always have the final call. Like, Shux will never overrule Apex in any situation. But it seems to me that whenever he has an idea, he just puts it forth, and then it's Apex making the decision. And as far as I can tell, there is no bad blood if the idea isn't followed upon, which I think is key. You can have someone else come in with ideas, but he needs to be okay when you don't listen to him. I think they have that understanding, and it's working well in that regard.
Well, what else is working well in this regard, gentlemen? Yeah, Chad. What else is working well?
Here we go. He's gonna bring out the predictions. He's gonna take a look at the predictions. I'm a little bit like sad right now because going into Dust 2, like I thought it was over. Like I actually thought it was over. Like I was like, the NIP aren't gonna win this because of what happened on that first map, Mirage. And I am disappointed because I thought NIP were taking good steps. I thought that we were seeing positive steps. Now I know it's not the end of the world for them, but it might be the end of the world for everybody else in this race. That's a 2-point lead. That's gonna be really hard for us to catch up to. Now I feel like we're screwed.
Double digits. Well, guys, you know, it's I'll help you out next time. You know, if you want some advice, I'm always available on WhatsApp.
If you can
on
teach
chat.
me how to be
Let's
a
actually
host,
go ahead
you can be an analyst.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll switch over.
Just switch over. Hey, you handled it earlier this tournament. You did a great job, man. You really saved my bacon there. So, all right, well, let's take a look at the prize pool. All right, obviously, it's not just the points on the prediction game, although those are valuable, very valuable. This is what the players are fighting for right here: the trophy and first place, 335,000 USD. $500,000 total in the prize purse. But if you win this sucker, you are taking home the lion's share, a massive amount of money. And so there's a lot on the line. But we're not done yet here at Blast. That is the thing. We're not done yet. There's still North America. We've still got an upper bracket final coming up for North America. Evil Geniuses versus MIBR. So that to look forward to here tonight. MIBR versus Evil Geniuses. You can see them there in the upper bracket. And Furia just raring to go. They're sharpening their claws right now in that lower bracket, just waiting to take a bite out of MIBR.
I guess they are. And if anything points towards an Evil Geniuses playing like they did versus Liquid, then we will get that rematch. But let's not jump the gun. There's a full BO3 to come, and it might have some surprises.
I just want the rematch. Let's just have the rematch. Let's just get through tonight. Let's have EG win so I don't go through and have a 0-3 prediction day. That's all I'm looking to save right now.
I think I recollect somebody just saying, I'll just get 2 right per day, and then by the end of it, I'll be the winner. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna take a quick break. Oh man, we're gonna take a quick break and take a look at something called shot style.
Ladies and gents, it's that time of day. Another episode of the CS Money Shot Style, and this time we go to the Great White North to find nobody other than Nasty Nafly. Keith Markovich, you've joined me here, and you've brought a hell of a skin collection. Let's look at these ones, all right? I want to very, very quickly just take a quick glance at 6 of your weapon skins, and I want to talk about the amount of stickers, and not just any stickers, but the Katowice Hollow stickers you've got on your M4A4 Howl and your AK Vulcan, bro. Talk to me about those guns. Are they your favorite? How long have you had them?
I recently got the weapon skins, and yeah, so far they're like really sick. Obviously, the old stickers are like really like the most beautiful stickers, I guess you could say, in the game, and also the most expensive. So, but yeah, no, they're really dope. I like those old style skins and like stickers, and they also have some with the Titan on them, and I was a huge Titan fanboy back in the day. So
yeah, nicest stickers, nicest skins. You've got that Contraband Howl. The Vulcan is completely covered in those hollow Titans, and of course the Dragon Lore on the op, man. It's just decked out head to toe. But again, I want to shift this conversation into what I think is the masterpiece of Nafly's inventory, and that is your 3 glove skins and knife skins. Bro, you got a collection and a half going on down there. Is this T and CT sided?
Oh yeah, no, so I'd mainly be using like the Pandoras for CT side, and I'd have the skeleton knife that's like case hardened blue for CT as well, so it's kind of just like the color code with like purple and blue, and then on T-side kind of like the pink and red going on. So
yeah, I dig that. Yeah, so you've got 2 versions of the sports gloves actually. You've got your Pandora's box, and then you've got the Vice, right?
I'm playing good, helps me play good. I'm feeling it, looking nice.
Yeah, no, you've got a crazy crazy butterfly knife. You've got the Butterfly Ruby Doppler Stat Track Factory New. Is there a better butterfly knife out there?
No, I wouldn't think so. No, I think the knife is very beautiful, and yeah, like you said, I swear, when you get the butterfly, you know, like you get like a little advantage. It's like you're playing like a Skyrim game or something. You know, it gives you like +10 like op shot.
You've got a pair of Specialist Gloves Crimson Kimono. Can we expect more gloves and knives from you, Keith? Are you done here?
I have no idea. Who knows? I might have to add on. You know, got some people that might want to help me out. Who knows? Who knows? I might have like a whole collection. I might just become a skin collector at this point. So who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, I agree entirely. Listen, man, I thank you so much for stopping by with your sticker-decked rifles and your trio of knives and gloves. Naf, you are hands down one of the best decked skins experts here in Counter-Strike. I thank you for stopping by the CS Money Shot Style. We'll bring you back when you add to the collection.